so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, hearing us now. So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, happy I'll try, happy I'll fight for us. On the ground, still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. You got a choice, hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, happy I'll try, happy I'll fight for us. through dirt in our eyes, bro. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight, bro. at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. Got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise, even in our eyes, oh, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. Got a choice, they're hearing us now. In our eyes, Effie, I'll try, Effie, I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. Got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, happy I'll try, happy I'll fight for us. So proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, happy I'll try, happy I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Gina
it's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Welcome back to another day of the Riyadh Masters. Day 2 here for the group stages, getting closer and closer to determine who will be moving over to that playoff bracket. Then for best of twos, what are the stonks rising for? Who's going up?
They're always going up. That's the real secret, but it's really China and honestly TSM. They are performing much better than a lot of people were expecting towards the start of this tournament. And as well for China, they're really showing why it's going to be such a shame to only have 2 of them at the TI. But, you know, I could honestly see all 3 teams here getting a top 8 finish with the way they've been playing so far.
Yeah, without a doubt, they're looking very strong. But of course, a lot of it's going to come down to how you can position yourself in the playoffs. And of course, the top 4 teams in Group A and Group B will get a upper bracket berth. 5th and 6th down to the lower bracket. Then, of course, unfortunately, 7th and 8th will be eliminated from the Riyadh Masters. So it's just so important to get that upper bracket seating, right? And we take a look at the groups and how everything's situated at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it is. We were really looking at Group B being like the group of death, basically, right? Like, I feel bad for Secret being in this group because they have not been playing horribly. It's just that they're coming up against some really hard opponents already just this early into the piece. You know, they're the only team that's winless, unfortunately, at this point, and BetBoom are the only team that have gone completely flawlessly with 2-0 wins against both Shopify as well as Tundra Esports. So yeah, it's looking real good for them, but Secret, they're going to need to start racking up those wins, that's for sure.
Yes, that they do indeed. And of course, we will get to see them play a couple of series today as well. So we'll see how they're going to be able to perform in those games. And we're going to kick it off Xtreme versus PSG.LGD. So it's a China affair. And then, of course, second match of the day will indeed be Secret. We'll see how they can shape up versus the North American team in TSM.
Yeah, like you said before, though, it is 7th and 8th that gets dropped out. So, like, 1-1s against TSM aren't good enough. You need to get 2-0s against them. And then against BetBoom, you're probably not winning a game, but if you can go 1-1 in that series, I think you're over the moon.
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, unfortunately, it's just as simple as it is. There's no sugarcoating at BetBoom. They're 4-0 Secret. Like you said, if you can get a game against a team you're probably not expected to win, then that's incredible for you. So, there's kind of no sugarcoating it. That's just the performance that they've had so far. If they turn it around and then start winning all their games, then all of a sudden we can change the storyline. It's just day 1, so it is still very, very early on. We've seen Secret be able to grow as a team. It is still a new team, and of course we get to see what all the teams are playing for as well. A gigantic prize pool of 15 million.
Honestly, like, I don't want to hypothesize who's going to be 7th and who's going to be 8th, but the difference between 7th and 8th in a group, both are eliminated, but you just get double your prize at the end of the day. Obviously, you would still love to be there participating, but you can't afford to just give up games for free if you think, we're already eliminated mathematically. Go for the money. If I can win a couple of series of Dota and get $100,000 dues, I know exactly what I would be doing. I'll be trying my heart out.
That is true indeed. So, I guess 7th is then the team that gets eliminated in 7th. Yep. Is that 13th, 14th placement?
Correct.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, try your heart out, get those dollar dues, because this is the payday event without a doubt. So, and just even besides that as well, just with all the fame that goes in a gigantic tournament like this as well. I mean, seeing Gaming Gladiators, they have been the team and the players that have been able to lift the trophy and soak in all the fame so far this year. And someone else wants to knock them off that pedestal, and someone else wants to kind of be in the limelight as well.
Well, we're going to be covering LGD in this first series, and they want to defend their title. Granted, it is going to be largely a different team than the one that lifted the trophy last year. But they've been looking pretty good so far. Are they 2-2 or 3-1? I think they're 3-1 actually. They ended up going 1-1 against Gaming Gladiators. So I mean, that's a pretty good way to be able to start things off, right? The perennial champions of 2023 able to get a 1-1 series against them. That's going to give them a lot of confidence moving forward. But Xtreme, they've been looking pretty damn good too. They're sitting 2-2 at this point in time, but those wins have looked incredibly dominant.
Yes, that they have indeed. And I think this is also a team that I really wonder how the addition of Xinkyu how it's going to affect them or not. I mean, Xinkyu, of course, going up against his old team as well. This is going to be the first time since he's retired, taken a break, whatever we want to say. So it's going to be exciting to see him go up against, those old members and what the addition of him is going to do. Because he is a ridiculously talented person, without a doubt. Definitely one of my favorite position forwards to watch. We spoke when we got to cast PSG.LGD, we really praised New as well. So then I'm really goddamn excited for this series, because I think this is two of the best Chinese teams, and I think China Dota is always very fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely. I think honestly for Xtreme, it's kind of showing in their results, but Xinkyu is exactly what they needed, because DY, when he was playing with Kaka, he always felt quite underwhelming. And in a way, Kaka and Xinkyu are like polar opposites, right? Kaka has that great game and the ability to rally his team and be that big shot caller communicator, but he does lack a little bit in the pure mechanical skill, which Xinkyu has in spades. Xinkyu is a dominant laner. He is great at making these early rotations. The first 10-15 minutes, that's his domain, and that's what JT's needed to be able to get off to these insane starts that he's had. He's picked Meepo on this offlane into bad Meepo games and has still gone 15-1 at the end of it all. So it's kind of crazy that Xinkyu is able to do this to enable an offlaner to legitimately be a win condition for the team. And well, this is another hero that I thought would be hotly contested between these two. It's starting to trickle through into some of the other regions as well, but China loves their elder type.
Yeah. So again, when we spoke about PSG.LGD yesterday, we saw them pick up the ET, and we mentioned that they were really the team that played it a lot at the Bali Major. But you just mentioned it's a China hero, because if you go back to Vici Gaming with DY and MPYW, this was a hero that they fell back on. Dude, I miss that team as well. I miss that team so much, but it's a hero they really fall back on. So, like you said, they snagged the ET, and then the response from PSG.LGD is going to be the Timbersaw and the Undying.
Yeah, so I wonder what Xtreme to go for this. You've got this 8th pick overall, right? So they might just go for Ghost's hero here. Of course, LGD have the potential for both you and Nothing to Say to play the Timbersaw. I don't know if you want to go the Drow Ranger into it, but I would say that Ghost has, the largest, the smallest variance in the heroes that he's been playing. He's basically been playing Bloodseeker, Drow, and Dusa, and that's about it. So the fact that they're able to get Bloodseeker on 8, yes, it's potentially a dual melee lane, but against a Timbersaw, against an Undying, just to be able to whack down that Tombstone pretty quickly, I think you're pretty satisfied with being able to pick this one up, and now go for the 3 bands to be able to protect it.
I think maybe both sides, they put a lot of importance on heroes like the Scarith Mage, like the Enchantress as well. There's the Skyjit panned out, okay? So I think it would have been really nice to give it over to Xinkyu. Of course, an incredible support to lane versus the Undying, and gives you some burst for the Timber, so you don't have the Sky. And that was a pretty quick Drow ban as well. I mean, that was an instant Drow ban. So kind of, you brought it up for Ghosts. What do we make it of the potential that LGD were thinking about it?
I mean, you just see this Undying, you know it's going to be playing 5 most of the time, right? And really, what good ranged carries are there? And basically, Drow is the only one that's kind of left in the pool as a consistent one. We've seen people try to work the Terrorblade in. We've seen people try to work, the Medusa still. They don't have a high win rate. Even the TA gets tried to be shoehorned into a lot of drafts, but the win rates do not support it. TA's got a 26% win rate so far, so really limited ranged cores that they're looking to go for, and Xtreme Gaming have targeted that.
So we're just expecting probably another ranged hero to get banned out, although like you said, there's not too many of them available.
No, I mean, they might have even done them a bit of service with banning out this Wind Ranger. I've seen Shiro play it. He can play the Clinks as well. That's something as well you can probably pick up with this first pick of this next phase. You can Planet is super capable of playing it. It lanes together just fine with a Timbersaw. It's going to be an absolutely dominant lane if that's the case. So yeah, I really wouldn't hate to see a Clinks come out with this first pick the next phase by PSG.LGD.
I just don't know how the carry matchup works. I'm not too sure if... I can imagine, Rupture is a bit of an issue for Clinks, but I don't exactly know. I
think you need to use Rupture on Timber, though. That's the thing, right? So,
sure. Okay.
Clinks is probably going to have an easier time with that there. And, I'm really just considering, because no one else is really picking the one Clinks, right? Like, you have some here and there, but Shiro is the one that is really leading the way with this.
Yeah, he's the only one.
Yeah.
No, I agree. He's the only one. Whenever I saw him pick it up, even the first time I saw him, like, hang on a second, what's going on, dude? A one Clinks?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it is one of those heroes that can take a lot of towers early, right? You often see it as a support fulfilling that role, but if you could do it from a position 1, obviously you're going to have a little bit more farm. So just with the Death Pact, you're very sustainable in lane. With, I think you can eat zombies as well from the Undying Tombstone. So that's a nice little way to be able to, when you don't have the skeletons available, the burning skeletons, just go for a Clockwork instead. All right, maybe just predicting that there might have been a Primal Beast coming through or something like that.
That's banned, but I still
Also, yes.
like the thought process. What is it? It's just a way to initiate, which you're currently lacking with the Undying Timbersaw. I mean, Clockwork versus ET is very annoying, right? This is a hero that
No stompies.
no stompies. Like, your swings take a while to come out, so the battery salt can be nice to lean into him as well. So. And also now it gives you the potential. I think it really enables the Timber to go off lane now, because Clockwork can kind of rotate. Timber doesn't mind playing with like a double melee, just because often around like level 4, level 5, you'll be by yourself.
Mm-hmm. All very valid points. You are going up against some beefy heroes. I wonder if they want to go into a little bit more percent damage, but they just feel like their lockdown is pretty minimal right now. And Paparazzi, obviously, his Ember Spirit is pretty next level. He's been such a talented player for so long, winning 1v1 mids, and TI's gone by. But I've seen Embers just dominate Timbersaws in the mid lane. I know it's not something that really should happen, but I've seen it happen throughout these earlier stages of the groups. I think it's Samael that might have done it. I know Samael's pretty talented. And hey, my boy, the Venomancer coming out.
So there's...
Anytime you're against melee, anytime you want percent, that's what you want, right? And this is exactly what I was calling for.
Are we more wanting it on an offlane or on a 4 here?
I wonder if this could be an offlane Elder Titan now. I think it's a possibility.
Against Undying?
Yeah, I mean, you're playing with a Venomancer, right? Veno secures that lane for you just as much as the Undying does,
Okay.
With Venomous Gale, you can pull the wave. There's nothing Undying can do about it. I wonder if LGD want to go for something that has a stun now to be able to deal with it. They're going to reveal that it's most likely going to be a mid laner going up against this Ember Spirit, so certainly not an easy matchup. It kind of reveals that Timbersaw off lane as well, but nothing to say. We've seen him just explode heroes, in a matter of literally 1 second.
Yeah, well, we saw game 1 versus OG. The nothing to say Lena was a ridiculous game.
It's like 100-0 in 1.5 seconds. It was kind of fun to watch. Timber, he's too strong right now.
He is. Sometimes it's nice to see those strong heroes get kind of squished into the ground. So I will say, though, I mean, it is going to be a Lena versus heroes that can get on top of you. I think really the important thing is just the rupture. Like, she's super, super position based. So I know you mentioned like you kind of want to be rupturing the Timbersaw, but also it will be nice for the Lena. But she does have heroes that play in front of her. So, and we've also, again, seen nothing to say. I mean, he's popped off so far on the Lena in the Riyadh Masters.
So I wonder what they go for here with the last overall pick. Like, is it going to be... Nice Clinkspan coming through. I wonder if it's going to be something like... If they do run this Elder Titan in the off lane and just get it a lot of farm because Veno's going to secure the lane, then you're a hero that really does come online early-ish, Like, you don't need that many items on Elder Titan to be able to have a lot of impact. It also protects a little bit against the Meepo pick, which, of course, always has the potential to come through. I think Xtreme Gaming needs someone to be able to take towers early, because right now, you can play around an Ember Spirit, but it doesn't necessarily result in anything. And I would say Alina, a Timbersaw, outside of the Ember Spirit slight change, you have no way to kind of start a lot of these fights. So that's really what I'm wanting to see from them. So whether that's something like a Dragon Knight, or they could have potentially gone for it. The Meepo gets banned anyway. I mean, it's JT Meepo, why not? He's been picking it again against matchups that probably shouldn't work, but he's making them work.
Okay, so you were asking for a little bit of tower push and maybe some way to start fights?
Yeah, I mean, what would it be then? Because, like, I really don't feel like you want this Elder Titan into the Clockwork and Timbersaw. I feel like he's got the potential to die. Like, dual melee into that pairing feels really bad. So, like, what position 5 could you potentially do? Is Enchantress still in the pool? Like, Shen wouldn't be horrible, I don't think. I mean, maybe the Ent just to be able to get a little bit more damage into the Timber Saw. There's nothing that you can enchant off. I don't think you can enchant off Flame Cloak, although I might be wrong.
Okay. Well, that kind of fixes your issue with push, right? With the Visage getting picked up. I mean, it's probably a decent hero to be able to play into the Undying.
5 Veno for Elder Titan.
10 seconds remaining.
I know it's mostly DY that's been picking the ET. He's been spamming it, but
5 seconds remaining.
I think you do need to get a melee support away from Clockwork Timber Saw, is all I'm saying.
I'm trying to think what are we looking for Shiro?
I was kind of wanting that Naga Siren to come out, so good on Xtreme Gaming for being able to ban it. What else is there that you could look to use to harass?
Jug's okay.
Jug's okay.
I don't... I thought of Elk, but I think the only team picking that is 9 Pandas. I was just thinking against the Visage.
Well, you've got the Undying that's up in his face, and like this is the big benefit of banning out all of these ranged cores and all these illusion heroes. So now you have someone that's going to be copping a lot of the harass coming through the other way, right? Xtreme Gaming have done very good with their bans, in particular this draft. And I mean, they're forced to go something like a Lifestealer. I mean, you're not... Yes, you're fine against the Venomancer and the Visage, but against the Bloodseeker, it's not an amazing matchup, right? You've got that... I mean, Rupture just completely stops you in your tracks. What are you going to do against that? Yes, I know that frees up the Timber Saw, but I feel like maybe they won't have damage for the Timber Saw outside of Ghost. You know, just really getting that BKB and just going on in and hitting. So I think the combinations, once Xtreme Gaming get to their first few items between Paparazzi and JT, getting that chains into the familiar drop is going to be so key for Xtreme Gaming's chance this game.
Yeah, so with the Lifestealer matchup, I originally thought the same as well, but then I continued to see people pick Lifestealer into Bloodseeker, and really, like, I didn't quite understand it. I still don't quite understand it, because I feel the same. Like, you're a hero that needs to be mobile inside fights. You don't want to get kited. Rupture's an issue, but I mean, Bloodseeker, I don't think ever gets to the stage where he's able to man-fight the Lifestealer. Like, this is a person that can go very versatile with his item build. If you need a Halberd, you can go Halberd versus Ghost. You're a Nullifier builder, which I think has a lot of value this game, versus the Blood Rage. I mean, versus kind of Flame Guard is nice as well. So, yeah, Astral Spirit, even if DY becomes an issue. So, and also... I mentioned the Juggernaut. Lifesteal plays super similar, right? Where you take a look at Xtreme, a lot of their damage is going to be magical. So that's kind of where I was thinking. The Juggernaut, a hero who can stand his ground. Lifesteal does a similar thing, and Shiro plays the Lifesteal. Like, he's also one of the few carries that kind of still favors his hero. We don't really get it too often at the moment. It's a lot more dependent on kind of the carry person in particular if they like the hero. So I don't hate it. I kind of prefer PSG.LGD's draft as a whole.
Yeah, I like it as well. I think this Lifesteal fulfills a few things now that I've had a little bit of a chance to think about it, right? It's basically just giving you a free BKB, which is always good to be able to have, right? It's good for the lane because you're going up against a Venomancer Visage, so that certainly gives you a lot more survivability for that lane. And also, you're playing against a Bloodseeker that's going to be sitting back and farming a little bit, right? So you could probably play this little bit more active style, like we can see on Shiro, if you have a look over at his quick buy, Armlet isn't exactly like, you know, brave new territory for a Lifestealer, but it's something that allows you to really start to get in their face and start to make shit happen really, really early on.
It's just a question of what he goes afterwards. I do have a point, but I'm doing for this aggressive smoke. A lot of tips.
I mean, the old
tips to the ex-teammate. Yep. So could we see damage issues on Xtreme? Because you're going up against Timber, who could be very survivable. Sometimes you might not be able to get on top of the Lina. The Undying can kind of keep people alive as well. And then the potential Lifestealer with the Infest. I mean, we saw the most recent TI, people, I think Matu in particular, really was driving force on how people can play a little bit more defensive with the Infest.
Yeah, for sure. I think the big thing, that was what I was really pointing out when I was like, okay, well, they can rupture the Lifestealer and then it's okay, but then you're still having to deal with a Timber Saw, right? And then if you rupture the Timber Saw, then you've got a Lifestealer walking around again with that free BKB, and you've got no stuns outside of the familiar drop. So he's just going to be able to shrug everything off. Everything's super telegraphed, right? Searing Chains, the the Echo Stomp, everything's like super easy to be able to dodge. So that's the main issue that I have with the Xtreme Gaming Draft. LGD's, it's all systems go, and it's not like they've gone 3 super farm heavy cores. They can farm if they want to, but we've seen how good Planet as well as Why You Smile are at being able to defend them when they go for a little bit more of a farm-oriented style.
So it does look like DY is going to be playing down bottom, so this is what you were mentioning, right? You're going to try and avoid the ET into the clockwork. Are we expecting... Still, is this a little bit awkward for Xinkyu on the Venomancer, or he'll be fine?
I think he'll be fine. You just really need to be able to make space away from a clockwork. And when you think of a clockwork, right, you'd need to be in melee range for battery assault to happen. Do you really want to be hitting like that into a Venomancer that's always going to be able to kite you around? He's already used a grenade. Unfortunately, you won't be able to fix it there. And a little bit of a rare mistake there from Xinkyu. Would have been able to get the pull off if he was just a little bit quicker with hitting the hard camp.
Let's see how this mid lane is going to shape up as well between Nothing to Say along with Paparazzi. I mean, two of the very, very gifted mid laners. I mean, Paparazzi, the more experience out of the two. Xinkyu might go down first blood with a blood grenade connecting. He's going to look for the deny, but New times it perfectly to get the finishing blow. Timdot will strike first along with PSG.LGD in this game 1.
I gotta ask you, do you really think that this is Paparazzi's last ride? Or do you think, maybe if Xtreme have a really good showing, it's like, you know what?
Boo. I really wish he didn't say that, because I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot, man. I forgot it was his last tournament.
No. I reckon if they have a good showing, he'll stick around for TI. It's not that much, right?
Oh, no, man. I really like watching Paparazzi.
I mean, it could just be Chinese retirement as well,
That's true. That's true. They don't retire for too long. Although Faith Beyond looks kind of comfy in his retirement with the crew over in Riyadh, so he's doing a good job.
TI win certainly helps things.
Yes, it does indeed. So,
and the last Riyadh Masters win.
I really hope, man, that it's not the last ride for Paparazzi, but we will see. He's going to have to go up against a pretty tricky matchup here. Nothing to Say yesterday. Who was Nothing to Say laning against? Do you remember the hero? It was Timber mid, right? Yeah. I couldn't remember if it was the offlane Timber. So, I mean, this Lina, it does not matter. It's the same as whatever, like, Lina meta. You are just such a lane dominator. So, at the moment, Paparazzi is having a pretty decent time. 12-2 compared to the 14-5.
And they have basically 0 gankers as well. Like, this Elder Titan is probably not going to be able to get into a position where he's able to gank. Not the fastest hero, doesn't have those instant stuns. Very, very easy to see what's coming. So, yeah, I think Nothing to Say is freed up to have another pretty easy game for himself this time around.
JT's not, though. 7-1 compared to the 16-7. I mean, we know Visage level 1, very, very strong, but then like your couple levels afterwards until the familiars can be a little bit weak depending on the matchup, and he's struggling to start this game.
I mean, they could do literally nothing to Shiro in this lane. Like, they could have put the Venomancer here and it would have been the exact same story. So, it's nothing out of the ordinary for me. If you pick Visage, you're losing the lane. It's really a matter of what do you do afterwards. So some of those early rotations from Paparazzi are going to be so key. And I mean, the fact that he's keeping up at least in levels, nothing, honestly not too bad for Paparazzi, right? He just needs to make sure that once those power runes start to spawn, that he's ready to make use of that Fire Remnant. And that's really what I think they're going to be prioritizing with a lot of these eventual rotations.
Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be playing with a Water Rune. And it will secure both for Nothing to Say if he needs a secondary one, and it looks like that will be the case. I do want to mention, like, back to this bottom lane as well, because you said, Visage will get stronger as this lane goes on. Lifesteal has always been known as a self-sufficient laner. Actually, what's going on here? JT? Very aggressive tombstone usage from Why You Smile. Looks like they're just going to try and prevent Xtreme from getting this full wave onto the tower. Sure, we'll be able to TP out though with Xinkyu showing, so you get the tombstone, but it now means that Bloodseeker is going to be playing solo top. So do you think you keep Planet in this lane to pressure with New, or do you just let New solo against Ghost?
I think Ghost is just trying his best to aggro the creeps up on this top lane so that they come underneath the tower so that he's able to farm. You're only going up against a level 2 clockwork, excuse me. with 1 point in the battery assault. So I feel like he could have been fine, and then DY could have maybe just made a wraparound towards the Twin Gate to be able to get up here, or even Xingqiu if you wanted it to be that way. So now you actually have two supports that don't have a TP. So I wonder if PSG.LGD want to make a bit of a rotation around that sort of period.
So I do want to follow up with the question down bottom that I was going to ask as well. I mean, Lifesteal has been known as a very self-sufficient laner. You often do not get shoved out of the lane because you don't farm too well in the jungle. Very difficult to kill as well. How do we feel like that's going to be the case this game? Like with familiars on JT, potentially a couple supports in his lane. Can Shiro still be fine down bottom?
I mean, I think he's fine to get his farm, but once the familiars are out, you're not going to stop JT from farming. So it's just a matter of, like, are you going to be able to maximize your farming efficiency by being down here? So maybe they're even going to have, like, Why You Smile just stick down here a little bit,
Kills
drag
help,
the
though.
wave away.
Look at plans for rotation. We're going to make the attempt onto JT's. Xingqiu's still doing a pretty decent
Nice
job
Gale.
at beating onto Why You Smile with a Gale like that. It'll stop PSG.LGD from being able to commit onto JT. In fact, he can turn it back around. What a Gale out of Xingqiu. And the deny comes out just late from Shiro. Man, that was... He could not have lined it up better.
No, this is the power of the support Venomancer, right? You could do so much with so little, and he's almost got level 4 as well. So I want to see if he looks to continue to optimize that Gale, or if he's going to start using the Plague Wards, because eventually it's going to get to this period where you need to start protecting your lanes a little bit further. It looks like they want vision up onto the high ground to be able to scout out those TPs that might be coming in, scout out when the small camps are being taken, even start to do a little bit of sieging on your own just with that Plague Ward.
We've seen the net worth though, this mid lane, like it's expected. Paparazzi is getting bodied. It's like 900 net worth difference, but importantly, he does have experience. So we'll see what he's going to be able to do with that now that he has the level 6.
With that shield rune, nothing to say about it. So no power rune to be able to play with, but even just giving JT the wisdom rune here, making sure that he gets up into that familiar as quickly as possible. Almost reached up onto level 5, go on the phylactery. Just wants to wait for the Sage's Mask to be able to come out on the courier. Yep. It's going to be a lot stronger now in this lane, just to be able to withstand a whole lot more damage. Spam out the Grave Chill a little bit more once you've got the Sage's Mask. So he's in an okay spot. I'm a little bit surprised, honestly, that we haven't seen a bit more of the old Twin Gate tricks coming through from DY with that Astral Spirit, even just for the purpose of, like, stacking for his team.
I wonder if they're going to look to make something happen. Ghost does have Rupture already. And still looks to use it onto Planet, but it's a pretty good cogs to push away Xtreme. He doesn't have the mana really to punch back onto Ghost.
Does have a Vanguard, so he is very capable. And anytime that you're going up against a Visage, what do you get?
Oh,
You
nothing
get
to
a
say in the
Crimson.
river. Not going to get the kill, okay.
That Crimson Guard just ruins a Visage's life, especially if you give him a really early one when you're really looking to try and make a lot of those plays. You're essentially just going to follow the Visage around, right? If he's trying to push with those familiars, you stand in front of a tower, you can't even go for some like sneaky little rat play on the back lines. He's going to pop it, the tower still gets that debuff, and you don't do anything. So I'm expecting you to prioritize that.
Okay, even because it's not like your Bloodseeker's a lot of mixed damage with Maelstrom, and Ember can be a little bit of physical, but nothing too crazy. So you feel it's still warranted just because of the Visage?
I think so. I mean, it's going to be warranted for the Visage once he gets into it. It's just a matter of what does New feel like he's best utilized doing at this stage of the game. Does he want to take this tier 1 tower first before he makes some sort of like a defensive rotation? Or is he just going to be focused on farming entirely? Like it's on Xtreme to be able to make the plays happen, right? LGD are very happy to just sit back and get this Lena, get this Timber, a crazy amount of farm. And Lifestealer is actually gone for a minus because he's like, you know what? Slow-paced game, we'll take it.
It's a pretty good ward, that Xtreme of playing with around the Radiant jungle near that bottom outpost. It's scouting out Nothing to Say, who was considering about swinging on over. And I mean, I really think bottom is where we're going to see a lot of the next aggression come out, considering your JT having the familiars. And again, you want to try and shove the Lifestealer out of this lane as early as you can. And it's going to come at a cost of a lot of rotations. And I think, importantly for PSG.LGD, you're lacking a lot of experience as well in your supports. I mean, Planet only level 4 currently, so we do see they're starting to give him some solo experience mid to get towards that 6.
Yeah, I think he's taken the last 2 waves actually in this mid lane. Not in a position to be able to kill Paparazzi just yet, but much more focused on being able to secure the power runes. Might set up the cogs as this one spawns just to make sure they're going to be able to get it, which they do. Support play.
As a filthy Venomancer player, like you are, and a support Veno too, what kind of items is Xinkyu going to be considering in a game like this?
What's he got to play with? I mean, the 4 stuff which he's got queued up feels really good always against a lifestealer, right? It's a good way to be able to get out of cogs, get away from Tombstone. I don't think you necessarily need something like a Solar Crest, even though it does give you a lot of that passive mana regen that you need. So, I mean, it really just comes to, do they feel like they need another damage source, and how greedy can Xinkyu get? Because, you know, maybe if he goes into like an early Aghanim Shard, I suppose you'll get that from the Tormentor, that's nice. Against the Lifestealer, popping Rage is going to at least stun him for a little bit further. And then if you do eventually go into the Ags, you've got that extra % damage, 3% or 10 seconds, so 30% max HP.
5 heroes, man. Shiro can always Rage TP out. He has his capability. Wait. Oh, the Rage was only level 1? Paparazzi? Oh, no way. And they're going to get YU Smile as well. Extreme Gaming bring all 5 members down to the bottom side of the map. And now with that kill, they can open up the tower. And like we've been saying, you know, he's straight away switched. Oh, did he actually complete the Midas? Okay, it did get Delulu. I was going to say after that death, he straight away switched to the armlet. But no, Midas was bought at least before that death.
All right, doesn't lose too much gold then. But you are probably going to lose this early tower. That was one of the changes to the debuff immunity, right, that we saw come through there. TP takes 3 seconds to channel. Even if you are literally frame perfectly casting it, there's going to be a very minor delay. So you had Paparazzi making sure to use the Searing Chains before Rage ended, so that the split second that it was done, he was still caught inside that chains there.
Dude, New is huge. He's level 10, man. What is this guy eating this game? I mean, that is kind of the... that he has indeed, and I wonder, you know, how he's going to look to continue to play now with this tower potentially going down. Like, how do you set up the map if you're PSG.LGD right now? Because you have an incredibly farmed Timbersaw, you've got a Lifestealer that was now kicked out at bottom, and you have a Lina that is super squishy and very vulnerable to like a Rupture or an Ember getting on top of you, plus like an Echo Stomp from afar. So what kind of needs to be the setup on the map here from Radiant?
I think they're even honestly fine to just keep things set up as they are right now. Maybe Shiro just wants to put a second point in the Rage so that he's going to have that Rage TP available, because he honestly still feels like he can't die unless Ghost is there to be part of it, right? And as long as Ghost is showing up on this top side of the map, I still feel like Shiro wants to be playing down here. But with that level 10, with an Aether Lens, I think to say, make a lot of kills happen, and Planet, he's got that hook shot available as well. Yeah, I still feel like it's just going to be farm central for PSG.LGD.
Xtreme, they're going to go for their own smoke as well. 3-man to top onto New.
All got TPs, and he's got a Vanguard and a mech and an...
knows. Look at how he's posturing as well. He didn't even finish that hard camp. They're well aware. They didn't catch anyone down bottom with that 3-man smoke from PSG.LGD, so... You have to be a little bit worried about nothing to say, though. Paparazzi can connect with the chains, so TP is going to start to come out. Nothing to actually turns onto Xinkyu, tries to output as much damage as he can. It'll be a 1-for-2 to start the fight, but maybe New can turn this around. The Rupture's going to be able to give Ghost some breathing room. He steps out of danger and back into the river in his side of the map as Xtreme. That's some big kills, and this is something that we were mentioning. You know, Lina, you are super positioning base, and Xtreme, they have multiple ways to be able to stop you from, you know, playing accordingly to that.
Especially if you're going to go a little bit more of this, like, magic build, which is certainly a glass cannon style. You know, you are not getting a lot of stats from your items this time around. It's basically just the magic wand and the null talisman that he's got to play with. Just 1100 HP right now on nothing to say. But the plus side is, again, how are you going to get kills without all of these ultimates? You know, you still got a minute left on the Earth Splitter. You've still got more than a minute on the Noxious Plague. Yeah, sure, you've got Rupture as well, but I really don't feel like nothing to say dies unless you have all of those tools at their disposal. So basically, they're very in danger to potentially get a kill on him every single time they're available.
Yep.
But for that minute and a half, you can just go back and take a lot of probably extra greedy farm.
It seems like the next, let's just say 5 minutes looks much easier for Xtreme to play. Just their capability to be able to start fights with ease, with chains into like Echo Stomp and then Shin-Q like poking from afar. You're all of a sudden going to have JT that probably wants to wrap on mid as well. So do you feel the same as well over the next 5 minutes? Like Xtreme, it just seems like their lineup looks a little bit more easier to be able to be proactive.
I guess so, but the thing is, like, I think they need to make stuff happen, like, immediately. Because you are going to reach this timing very shortly on LGD, where they have Armlet. They've almost got that freaking Crimson Guard finished up from New as well. He's level 12 to top everything else off. So all that extra damage coming through from the Chakram is just going to be way too much for them to deal with. LGD have been very passive so far, but they're about to flick the switch in probably, say, 2 minutes. Now, nothing to say, he's brought up the Aghanim Shard, he's going for the Blink Dagger as well, so it's very key that they're going to be hitting all of these timings at pretty much exactly the same time on all 3 of their cores.
Top lane, this has to be perfect on Paparazzi. Maybe a hook into Cogs pushback. Nothing to
It's a
show.
little bit too far away.
Yeah. I mean, that is always going to be the difficult thing as well. Like, how are you going to deal with the Ember? Like, we could be looking at a Hex as the game goes on for nothing to say. But until then, you have to be picture perfect. Maybe once you hit 2 points in Laguna Blade, that offers a little bit more burst potential. They're going to try and go through the rift, though.
Chiro's just trying to maintain this tower on the bottom side for as long as he can. He did go that second point into the Rage before maxing out.
I don't know, dude. This is hard. They have Plague Ward set up on the cliff. That's a super hook shot from Planet. All right. If you land a hook shot like that, anything could be possible. What an ulti.
And that wasn't even, like, with everything that you could possibly want, right? Like, the Lina still didn't have the Blink Dagger. You still didn't have the Crimson Guard on the Timber Sword. There was potential for that one to go awry, but instead, just get that. And it's all off the back of great mechanical play. You know, it was a double Light Strike array as well to be able to set up for that hook shot. So the team, once again, working very well in cohesion with each other. Plus side, of course, for Xtreme Gaming is that Ghost, you're playing this Bloodseeker, you need to sit back, be a little bit more passive with your farm, and he's almost gotten to that point. Just about 700, 800 gold away from being able to pick up that BKB.
Top lane. Look at Paparazzi. Going to charge on Ferv with the help of DY behind him. That is just an freebie for Xtreme Gaming.
He went for the Roots of Travel instead of the Blink Dagger. So, again, he was able to pick it up before the death, so it's going to give him nice gold lost as a result of that one. Can you kill New here? I'm not sure if you can.
Let's see, Crimson activated. He's only got one hero playing behind him at the moment. Look, that's a lot of damage onto New, all things considering. Like, they're only poking at the moment. He's about to die.
He's got mech and a chest.
That is it's a little bit scary though, with actually how much damage they were able to do, and it wasn't like a heavy committal.
Speaking of all the damage that they've got, it's really on the back of, I've only just noticed that Jin-Q, he went for the Veil of Discord. So if you're lacking damage, this is a great way to be able to amp it up, especially considering, again, is that spell damage. So even like Sleight of Fist are going to be ramped up. We're going to be losing this tier 1 tower very shortly. The familiars are going to hang around to be able to take it. I'm just getting sniped, and yep, they do. 200 free gold go in the way of New, who was not lacking it by any stretch.
That's on cooldown for 50 seconds as well for JT, so I mean they were ready to fight with this BKB completed on Ghost Bloodseeker, but maybe they're gonna have to wait a little bit of time until JT's familiars are back up.
Jin-Q just taking the time to be able to pick up a little bit more farm for himself. Level 9 now, so it's the last point of Poison Sting in. It's really one of those deceptive heroes, right? If the fight starts to drag on a little bit, the heroes that really benefit from that are the Venomancer, the Visage, and the Ember Spirit. Sorry, the Bloodseeker, just because people are going to be so low, the Thirst is going to start kicking in. With synergy, are they going to be able to kill Planet? Tumbler's Toys away.
Gonna try and TPR. They make it. Alright, nicely done from Planet. Rupture on cooldown. Might reveal there's an observer down here. We'll see if they're going to get the read. I mean, it expires in 40 seconds anyway. But we haven't had too crazy of like a big 5-on-5 engagement just yet. But you feel like we're just moments away from that?
I think so. Like, again, they're just putting you onto the front lines, and they know they have no rupture. That's why he's positioning himself so aggressively. Like, he can afford to just be up here right-clicking a tier 1 tower. The fact that Timber, of course, is a universal hero does help with his right-click damage. 144 at this stage of the game is certainly nothing to sneeze at.
Very cool.
He's almost got that that Guardian Greaves for himself. He could probably afford to go for the Aghanim Scepter after that, so I wonder if we're eventually going to get into a period where someone wants to go like a Yule Scepter on Xtreme Gaming just to be able to deal with that. Because I guess you can go Nullifier on the Bloodseeker, but it's going to be a little bit of time until he gets to that stage.
They're setting up for Roche?
It looks like they're ready. Jinkyu's got plenty of wards to be able to just keep these creeps blocked away, keep the wave pushed closer towards the LGD base.
Who's favored, like with a fight around a Roche pit with this close proximity area?
I mean, it always is going to favor Radiant when they've got the outpost to be able to play around, but not if you allow a Venomancer to get set up beforehand. These are level 3 Plague Lords. It does a lot at this stage of the game, especially with JT, now with the Familiars level 2 as well. They're a little bit indecisive, but the little bit of information will be provided by those Plague Wards if they just walk a little closer.
Shira's not with them just yet. He's going to have to TP pretty shortly, otherwise they might just get the kill into nothing to say before the fight even starts. As Paparazzi and Co can now look over to New with a Rupture out. How do you escape? He's still got the Greaves to work with. New he's going to try and output as much damage as he can, but Shiro doesn't even show up for this team fight.
Just thinking, like, they didn't have any real vision of that. It was really just, hey, no one's farming a lot of these lanes. It's the game tends to know that the Rose Shard kill is coming. Of course, the Rocket there is going to feel that they're going to be going into it. No, I'm saying from Xtreme Gaming, like, why they were able to go for that after the fact. So, really heads-up play from them to be able to pick someone off like that, 2 people off, and I feel like you're just going to continuously be dying.
Oh, dude, he was so close to sniping that.
The rocket.
Yeah, I thought he did, but okay, apparently not.
The best feelings in Dota is being able to do that. Still, despite all these wins, despite taking the Roshan, all the while you just had Shiro sitting back and farming and becoming a legitimate threat. Like, New is basically just putting his body in the way right now. He's not that damage source. He is a survivable tank, making sure that it takes you a long-ass time to go through him so that nothing to say in Shiro can farm. And farm he is. He's got the Desolator picked up, he's continuously getting value out of this Midas, he's even going into an AC on Shiro, so probably, once again, the name of the game is just, hey, you, sorry, your games are going to be not so great, but we need you to tank up for us a little bit more until we get into that next item and our AC, and the Aegis fire.
And what do we feel like is kind of the game plan now for Xtreme having this Aegis for the next 4 minutes? Are there parts of the map they're looking to control, objectives they're wanting to take?
I think you're basically just looking to take wherever the Lifestealer and Lina are looking to farm. So where are the safest places for them to do that? Where are the places that they can read it out? Shiro actually getting cracked a little bit here, just trying to push him away and force him to retreat rather than farm. This is where I want to see it. The fact that they've been able to scout out this Lifestealer means that he either has to farm in dangerous territory or TP away. If he TPs away, then you're going to get pushed down because you're going up against Familiars and Solar. So it's a tough decision for him to have to make. They're just not quite ready. You know, they don't have that AC. They don't have that Aghanim Scepter on the Lina. The only one that really does feel ready is New, but needs his boys to be able to be fight ready, and they're not right now.
Nothing to say is... Whoa, he linked on this wave. Okay. They're going to go for the Tormentor instead.
No?
They're able to fight. Shiro's going to charge in. Early use of the Rupture is going to be able to prevent the dive. Will be okay. So it's Rupture on cooldown. Maybe it gives a bit of an opening. Paparazzi, an aggressive jump. Nice slide. Dodges the LSA. They want to try and target down Plane at the moment, but the pop out gives him the bonus health to work with. Ghost, he's a little bit cautious. This feels like a difficult fight for Xtreme to take. They're going to try and back on off. Paparazzi, though, he knows no fear. Another jump into the middle with a combination of the Echo Stomp. Nuke, he's stuck. Gets a chain over the top. He's still falling low, though. Used all the items. Doesn't have much sustain left, but with the LSA from downtown, Ghost is in some danger. But Shiro lacking the damage at the moment. He still ticks out. I don't know what he ticked out to. Regardless, they'll get the Aegis.
I'm not sure either, to be honest. Open Wounds doesn't leave anything
I have
lingering
no
on
idea.
them.
He didn't. I don't know. Did he flare him?
Maybe.
I don't know what he died to. Anyway,
It is what it is.
it is what it is.
I mean, the big thing is they're able to keep that Tormentor for themselves. We know how valuable it is for an Undying. It's pretty valuable for a Clockwork as well. Just being able to scout out a lot of these smokes that Xtreme Gaming have taken. Xtreme were able to take
Scan.
that.
No way, dude. What a scan. And Paparazzi is just going to solo kill, nothing to say. So, I mean, the revenge of Paparazzi, we saw the lane be horrific for him. It was like a 1,000 net worth lead for nothing to say, but ever since then, Paparazzi has just been such a nuisance. Pretty much every death that the Lena has been involved in, every death for her, I should say, your Paparazzi, he's been the one really at the forefront of that.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why it's like lose lane, win game is the sort of way that you want to be able to go about these things. And, well, continues to do this, if he continues to get in her face, it's of course going to be that sort of situation. But Xtreme Gaming, for that to happen, they need to be the ones that make the jump. And I think you're going to die from this. The Rocket Flare has actually done a lot of work to be able to prevent the Venomancer from getting it, and he doesn't have the shard either, so that's not the hero that you are wanting to give it over to. The lower cooldown on the Echo Stop feels nice, I guess, but really would love having that latent toxicity. And GQ is going into the Aghanim Scepter as well. So, you know, of course, we've talked about how LGD are going to be able to scale with the other Lena finishing up the Ags, eventually getting into, I would assume, the BKB for herself. Of course, Lifestealer continuing to scale with a Nullifier. Great answer to all of those things that we were talking about before, right? The Parvises, the Four Staffs, the Flame Guard, the Blood Rage. Going to remove all of those, even the Astral Spirit. It is a scary prospect to have to lane into Xingqiu on his Venomancer, especially when he's landing that Venomous Scale onto multiple targets.
Yeah, overall with the scaling, like, do you feel like one side is a little bit happier with the current status quo of the game, which is a little bit more farming based?
I think both are pretty happy with it being a farming-based game, because, well, it's China. They love to farm, but also, you think about a Bloodseeker late game, it feels pretty solid, you know? Like, he doesn't have the Aghanim Shard yet. He's still going to be able to scale in plenty of ways. Against the Timber Sword, you've got your own Aghanim Scepter, which obviously rips through a lot of his HP. And it looks like he's going for a little bit more control right now. So he wanted to start off with a plate mail for himself, just for basic survivability purposes. Even having a Defiant Shell as well to be able to help him out in that way. I was thinking maybe like the Shivas wouldn't be too bad, or the Aghanim Scepter, but Scythe of Vice, just to be able to lock down Paparazzi, he is really putting in business right now. 5-0 and 3. Don't go away, Paparazzi.
Please, sir.
Papa.
Papa.
Don't go, Papa.
It's definitely...
Just went out for milk.
Come on, man. I hope he comes back pretty soon. Selfish of me to not want him to leave, but he's too good of a player to not have in the scene. What was the DD? Okay, and he snatched it instantly. So, LGD, they did smoke across the map. They're going to get nothing out of it, though. And Xtreme is starting to maybe move down to bottom, where they do have a pretty nice observer ward set up currently. They will de-ward that shortly, though.
Well, they know that they've got the general vision, so they're just going to be like, maybe stay right on the edge of that vision, just to make sure that, you know, we know that they can see us. I think, like, false sense of security. I wonder if they're going to put someone back here as bait. They're actually set up for a TP forward, because Lena has the Aghanim Scepter finished up for herself. Not quite yet level 18. So, I think yoink that Wisdom Rune. I think he's going to get found.
Oh. Wait, what? Hookshot target? Might reveal the Lena's nearby if he goes for it, though. Nah, come on, do it. Then TP out straight away.
The Undying.
Anyone, please. Someone, a brother, DY. Alright, they got him. Ghost is gonna farm the cogs. Alright, get as many cogs as he can, and then also go back and get the kill as well. So, actually, who else did they caught? JT? With the Scepter.
Brave, yeah.
Why Smile was also able to get out with the Glimmer Cape though. JT's still hunting, but I mean, with the kill, it's definitely not the most valuable one. It took them a while to get it as well, but at least you do have a tier 2 tower that you can now start to siege.
Yeah, I mean, the real interesting thing for me is, like, how late is this? And it really does feel like LGD are this close to being able to want to fight, right? Like, you're probably about 1,000, maybe 2,000 away from Yu's next item. You've got that Nullifier picked up now by the Lifestealer. He's almost his level 20 as well. He's going to have that his talents. It really does feel like nothing to say. Level 3 Laguna Blade just to surprise, find that way to just rip someone.
Who is that person?
Power rune. Honestly, if they could catch Paparazzi, that's the absolute dream, right? They might look to be able to looking to play off the back of like a surprise Scythe of Vice reveal, especially if it's going to set up into a Roshan attempt, right? Instead, he was going to be the only one isn't going inside of this smoke, really just wanting to put himself in front of this tower, maybe act as that little bit of bait. It's going to be a quick-ish Roche respawn, 1 minute in total. Go for a smoke all together. In a clash, it's going to be New away from the rest of the boys.
Be able to pop the smoke with the Silent in the Grave. They're going to be able to run into New inside the lane, but what a hookshot once again. Planet finds 2, and they're both just going straight away. There was a rebuttal, though, from Xtreme. They're able to get rid of the Timber Saw. A buyback out of DY as well. They feel the importance of the team fight. How can they set themselves up, though, with a formation? PSG.LGD, they're going to kite to the north. Hero.
They just need to stay next to that tombstone for as long as they can. You know, just wait it out. You used your buyback. We want to make sure that we can get our Timbersaw up for free if we have the possibility to. They're even scouting out the fact that Roche has respawned, so I wonder if they're going to go for this sort of all
again on the lane. There's going to be a bit of an issue onto Nothing to Say. He does have some boys starting to move over, but it's only Planet. Nothing to Say gets solo killed by Paparazzi. Planet will escape, but holy Christ, man, Paparazzi has just had Nothing to Say's number through the entirety of this game, minus the laning stage.
It's such a big item, that BKB, but it might come too late. Like, they're continuing to just rocket this Roche pit. Are they able to do it? Of course, it is on the Radiant side, so if Nothing to Say buys back, you can potentially influence this, but again, you'll have total information. Jinkyu, he's setting up the Plague Wards to be able to scout out any sort of TPs to that Radiant outpost, and I think they're going to have to just pick this one up, see if they can farm it through smoke. Are they? No, they don't even have one. PSG.LGD to be able to make it happen.
But how do you ever fight if you don't smoke? Look at Jinkyu getting set up with wards. It's impossible to run past.
They just don't have one, so they can't. You know, they've gone for the past few attempts, but you know, can't do what you don't have.
I know it's only like 1,000 lead right now for Xtreme, but these fights look so difficult for PSG.LGD. It's just, you need to somehow find a choke point where you can set your formation up, get the bodyguards in front of the Lina, and just protect her. Because currently, if you keep running into Xtreme, they're going to find angles around and get on top of this Lina. It's just, the position they've been taking in fights have been incredible so far for Dial. Look at JT. Scouts out Planet, now the rest of the team can connect. You do have Shiro starting to TP down. The Bloodseeker's going to look to try and move into the middle. Tombstone's out, should be able to protect him, but once they pop out, what's going to be the call? Now Shiro's starting to get a decent amount of damage, but still Ghost is going uncontested. But the Bloodseeker now charges down you, but the Timber Chain goes to the south. Ghost still knows no fear, and there's nothing he has to be afraid of. Detection is the one thing in caution, but the Thirst provides that by himself, and now Shiro should be able to make it on the high ground. New buys back. A little bit unnecessary, was still able to get away with the rage, but wasn't aware of that. But once again, Xtreme Gaming even dropping an old chat in the middle of a team fight.
Yeah. I mean, again, you're a Venomancer. All you need to do is R and Q and maybe pop your Veil, and that's it. You've done your job. You know, you can set up a few Plague Wards as well on the high ground to help you out a little bit, but you really can just take your hands off the keyboard at that point. And all while that was happening, Nothing to Say died once again to the Abradzi and JT. Just able to, well, see you later, Tombstone. See you later.
Is that worth it? I don't know if like 2 seconds is worth 200 gold. Alright.
It really does highlight the importance of this BKB, right? He's actually losing gold right now on the Lina, just because of how these past few fights have gone. His item progression's gone backwards.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But don't go.
Don't go,
Don't go.
please, Papa. Some smokes.
Come on, man. He's so good at
Radiant's bottom
Dota.
tower has fallen.
Alright, so level 20 on Lina plus BKB. I feel like they are so much more capable of being able to fight. I mean, yes, you don't really feel like incredibly strong again on the Visage then until you're like level 25, right? He didn't go for that armor corruption, he hasn't got an AC, so your tower push still isn't great on Xtreme Gaming. They really do need to comprehensively win these team fights, and honestly, maybe even holding up on the high ground is going to be the best bet for LGD. The big thing working against them, as you
top
fought
lane.
back, and you are getting fought out here.
And he's gone. That's going to be high ground now. You can just look to chase down this Timber Saw. Yeah, you've just got so much farm to start the game, but we've just seen him, unfortunately, be able to do nothing with that.
Even nothing to say, like, he's got his level 20, he's got his BKB, but you need that Timber Saw to be able to
Paparazzi?
stand in front of you.
Oh, very aggressive. Remnant into 2.
They've got to try and just play this distraction style as the Gale gets off. Able to remove it away with those 4 staffs.
Like, the 2 big timings for me is, like, the BKB that Nothing to Say got, and then the Hex on Timber, because that actually gives you kill threat as well onto the Ember Spear. But that dieback in now 2nd death in a row, dude, this Hex is going to come out way too late. You're now taking a 4v5, which gets scouted with the Astral as well. So, like, sure, Nothing to Say can queue up his own Hex, but when is he going to get this by? The game might be over when he gets close to being able to complete this item.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it really is one of those weird situations where it's like, well, what item do we actually need? Honestly, a Lotus wouldn't be the worst for him to just turn that plate mail into something that's actually going to give value against the Grave Chill, against the Venomancer, against the Rupture even. Ghost is approaching that level 25 as well, so he's going to have an extra charge. Talk about that scaling. In gaming, more than halfway towards the Aghanim Scepter on the Bloodseeker too. So a lot of these tanky heroes sent damage and that ability to just basically permanently keep a 1500 damage shield on yourself would be enormous. Hyping up Paparazzi for Ghost as well.
Middle tower.
Just a lot of his target prioritization inside the fights and just like who he's been rupturing as well. Like nothing crazy. Like you said, you're really seeing the praises of but very impressed with Ghost and overall what Xtreme have been able to do in this game 1. I mean, 9,000 net worth lead, and they've really had control of this game for a vast majority of it.
I think a big part of that is, of course, Paparazzi, but Ghost was playing fairly aggressively. Like those Rupture usages early on when he really wasn't ready to take a full-on fight just shows how well the communication is going through with this team. They're not lacking Kaka anymore. Maybe the experience was great to be able to have that initial burst of like, okay, this is how a real TI winning team can potentially communicate, but you get that with Xingqiu plus everything else that he's been able to provide in terms of the laning stage dominance.
So 800 gold away from this Hex on New. I mean, he does get the level 20 talent. Extra magic resistance. We're going to see Xtreme still play this one a little bit more cautionary with the ages expiring. I say that though. Smoker's 3.
Paparazzi's level 25 with an Aghanim Scepter and a Spell Prism. So he is going to be layering out the damage in these fights. That Scythe of Vice cannot come fast enough for New. He's desperately trying to finish it up. Honestly, it's worth selling the Magic Wand at this point, because I don't know if you're going to have the time to be able to get one more wave. Might actually look to do that, but he's going to walk into them all.
I don't know though. Hex is picked up. They're going to be able to scout that out straight away. You know, they're kind of acting as bodyguards there to help him get towards the secret shot. Smoke now. They're going to run straight to JT, who's in a pretty good position to pop with the familiars. Even the slide, in fact, does it. I want to go for JT though. It's not an easy kill. Still able to land the hook shot. It's going to set up for Nothing to Say. A decent start to the fight where Alina is able to freely spellcast and a little bit separated on Xtreme Gaming. Eyes on Ghost and how he's going to be able to turn it around. That's a hell of an Echo Somptiro though. Does get the infest out, but for a majority of the damage is dealt. But Ghost can just tear them apart. The Bloodseeker goes one by one and look at Ghost just clean up.
doesn't drop below 100% HP the entire time. He's that level 25 now. He's got this massive shield on him. Godlike for both him and Paparazzi. It's such a solid performance by the cause, especially the DY with the Echo Stomps onto 2-3 consistently. Just looking to set up for a lot of those kills and really just halt the aggression of PSG.LGD in their tracks. They layered the stuns a little bit there in that past fight. That was the key thing. You know, I saw the Scythe of Ice come out at around the same time as the Light Strike Array, so they didn't really have that next layer of patch, so that when they're committing this heavily onto Xingqiu, they can't actually confirm it. You know, he's able to turn around, he's able to get off that Noxious Plague, another use of the Venomous Scale, another Veil.
They are getting so close to getting nothing to say. Oh, screw it. JT's like, oh, let's buy drums. Why not? He's so rich as well.
Is the third drums that they're going to have this game? I swear
yeah,
they had more. Okay, so Visage has one. Yeah, the Elder Titan had one. I thought they had another one on top of that. He's been building it for a while on JT.
JT kill nothing to say. Looks like he definitely might be able to. Smile's going to try and offer some assistance. Oh, is that going to get him killed, actually?
Probably.
He can pop out. Okay,
nice.
Pops out into the blink away. He's got to be pretty quick, though. Paparazzi's coming! Woo!
That BKB wore off before the TP could finish, man.
Oh, God.
Dude, it's this Ember Spirit. He's got 5,000 gold, by the way. He can buy anything he wants. What'd you buy, though? What's he like? Yeah, a refresher?
Yep, I think you maybe even upgraded Blink. But I think that's less value. I like the Gleipnir or Refresher.
Oh,
First?
they found you. I don't know if you could just walk this off, my man.
He's trying.
Got a lot of little shields
Look
on
at the
himself,
trap
but
they're going to
Papa's
spring.
in.
With a backline jump, nothing to say. Once again, killed off to start the fight.
Oh.
Ghost gets blown up. Alright, maybe it's a fight they've been waiting for, enough the boys on LGD, but is it going to matter in the end? Because Paparazzi, he's still just so far ahead, along with JT. Hand in hand together, they go up to the high ground. And they won't be able to protect him, though. G's a drop before the death. And game one of the revenge on Xingqiu will go his way, along with Xtreme.
Very, very nicely done by Xtreme Gaming. So these two teams now sit 3-2 in their overall game score. One of them is going to be able to pull ahead at the end of the last game overall. But what a performance to show why the old dogs have still got it. Paparazzi's not even that old, but Ghost, he's certainly the younger generation coming through. He really showed that, you know, a lot of people do clown on him a lot of the time. They say, oh, I never really feel the impact of Ghost, or he's out of position a lot of the time. His positioning this time around was on point. You know, just constantly being able to be in the position to use those ruptures early on, get those early kills, force a lot of the rotation so that LGD, instead of farming, they were fighting, and that is not what they wanted to do. It just took them way too long to get to that item timing that would have pushed them ahead.
Dude, that triple gale, man.
Yep.
Oh my god. And even before that as well, I wish I brought it up, but Xingqiu set that all up by giving multiple high fives to Y Smile and Shiro as well. So we're already seeing the little bit of banter from the lane and then throughout the game as well with the all chat. But Xtreme look, they're looking
extremely good.
Yeah, they're looking kind of scary, man.
They are indeed. I mean, you feel for poor Planet. I really don't think the guy could have played much better this game. Like, he was constantly setting up a lot of these early kills. His itemization was perfect, just full on protect the laner, and nothing to say. He just got caught a few too many times. It felt like you was ready a good 5 minutes before Shiro and NTS were ready to start to wreak havoc, and well, it felt like they were kind of in a holding pattern where nothing really was happening for quite some time. See there, they were nearly able to get this great kill off. This little play coming through, of course, from Y to be able to get him out, that Blink Dagger out to safety. Such a small window to be able to do it as well, considering he had about 5 debuffs on him at the time, but well, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Xtreme Gaming, 11-30, probably one of the longer games that you and I have casted, and it was a damn good one.
Yep, that was indeed definitely favored Xtreme through a lot of that game, though. An incredible performance from them to be able to take it down their Chinese opposition here. So we'll see what the rebuttal is going to be from PSG.LGD, because I'm sure, again, not only do wins are incredibly important, but of course getting a little bit of revenge against their ex-teammate as well. So they'd like to be able to take game 2 and topple Shin Q, but the question is, will they be able to do that? We'll find out after the break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة يعطيك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Well, an incredible showing from Xtreme Gaming gives them a game advantage in this China affair. Then look, what do we see a little bit different out of PSG.LGD heading into the second game?
More doing things, like that was a real thing that we were saying, right? You've got the Timbersaw that was really set up off of the back of a really solid laning stage. Same sort of thing with nothing to say. Of course, NTS needed to farm a little bit, but I really felt that they just sat too far on the back foot, right? We were saying, with this armlet, Shearer could probably get a lot of stuff done, but it seemed like their default was always just go back to farm. And I think that's fine, but you need to have at least one core that's looking to actively make plays, and you'd have to say, Clockwork Undying, they're good at finding pickoffs, they're relatively good at teamfight, but in terms of raw damage, they don't necessarily have it outside of like an individual pickoff, perhaps. So it really felt like their options were a little bit narrow there. So I'm fine with nothing to say going back for the Lena, but I think the overall like support, how it all packages together, needs to be improved a little bit.
Are you serious again?
I've
been waiting for it to come and it's not coming.
That's why you asked me a question. You just wanted the time to be able to sneeze, didn't you?
I'm trying to think of another question, but we got the draft coming up surely, so that's all right. But all right, so you just want to see more action heroes. Doesn't really matter too much about nothing to say. Potentially just some supports, more supports that can potentially do things.
Yeah, I mean, supports that can do things, even just one, right? I think one support needs to either be a lane dominator / pusher. One or two cores need to be like that really one that's going to be farming back, sitting back, hard carrying the game. One core absolutely needs to be like an incredibly active hero that hopefully has a little bit more stuns and lockdown. And then the last support is that one that's going to support a lot of the ganking, right? So I just think that they were a little bit too perhaps reliant on the laning stage. Yes, it went well for them, but they weren't able to actually utilize that advantage to transition into that next stage of the game in the mid-game. Mid-game onwards, it was all Xtreme.
Let's see how they're going to be able to adapt heading into this second game. PSG.LGD Elder Titan along with the Snapfire banned out. Xtreme once again into the Primal Beast ban and the Undying. So two supports not going to be available like we saw last game. And they'll, well, why not go back into the Timber? Now do you just Bloodseeker +1 for Xtreme?
Yeah, but this isn't going to be the same as last time around where it was like a last pick of the first phase Bloodseeker, right? In order to counter the Timbersaw. So maybe they're going to go something that, again, is just going to really ramp up the tempo if you do go for this Bloodseeker, and then suddenly the pick doesn't feel quite as strong. Yes, you're still good against the Timbersaw, but outside of Rupture for the first 20-25 minutes, you don't really feel like too much of a hero. So if you just go for something that is able to really try and ramp things up, maybe you pick a Visage for yourself, for example, and I can see that working. What else could they potentially consider? I mean, even just an Enchantress on its own feels good enough to me.
Oh, what's the Enchantress? Oh, alright.
Coddle, maybe?
It's here early. Coddle, Io? Maybe a... I was going to say Pugna, but yeah, doesn't seem like people are really picking it, so... Silencer. We saw this opener yesterday, right? Silencer Storm? Was it... No, maybe it was in the plains that we saw it. Regardless, it's going to be nice. Of course, China, very big fans of their team fights. That's something that the Silencer is going to be able to provide.
Talon played it against Secret.
Okay. Thank you.
So, I mean, it's just, again, something that's going to provide you a lot of gank potential, right? You can always guarantee kills if you have vision and you can just zip in, global silence, really nothing the enemy team can do about it in those early stages. So Talon were able to have success over Secret without actually having something to give them vision. They were playing that really, we thought, defensive-oriented draft with like a Shadow Demon, Underlord, Terrorblade. Nothing really that provides a lot. But it was Savage that game that on his TB was able to just use every single metamorphosis for the first 15 minutes to absolute perfection. So I think maybe it'll be another repeat because it was a Medusa that they were going up against in that game. So LGD, sure, we're watching. They've got games to play, but that's where Zhao Out really makes the money. He needs to make sure that he's scouting out some of these future teams and what they're doing in order to counter this Medusa, which still feels like a very strong hero. Just needs to be in the right situation.
5 seconds remaining.
No, looks like, again, very similar ban, so to protect the Medusa with the Anti-Mage Darks here. I'll say the same thing I said yesterday. I think Silencer Shadow Demon is A bit more of a weaker support duo, but it did work for Talon. We'll see if this is something that Xtreme want to be considering as well.
So I think the difference is, if you're going to use the Demonic Purge against the Medusa this time around, it's not like this or Protect 1 style that they tried on Secret, where everything got removed. You know, there was no Solar Crest, there was no Parvis, there was no Glimmer Cape, there was no 4-Staff, yada yada yada. Bloodlust as well. They also had... You've got a Timber Sword this time around, so you have someone else that's going to be a legitimate threat, even if you do look to focus absolutely everything onto this Medusa. I honestly still would consider banning it, just because, you know, the disruption against the Medusa still feels incredibly solid, but I could understand why they don't want to do that if they do feel that Xtreme Gaming would just be far too passive to be able to punish two legit farming cores.
Wonder if you consider a Drow ban. I mean, you mentioned Ghost has been playing it a lot. Although I guess, Drow Silencer lane sounds kind of crappy, so that was kind of the big thing when they picked it yesterday. I was having issues with, like, what carry do you want to play with the Silencer? Because range heroes can quite often be nice versus the Medusa, but then running double range with Silencer can be a bit of an awkward lane, so... We'll see. Broodmother's going to get banned out though, nonetheless, so still a hero that is getting played a decent amount. What do you like the carry Brood? Because I know we saw it at the Bali Major. Do you feel like that is the best suited role for Brood now?
Well, you're nowhere near as much of a lane dominator as you used to be, right? So I think most of the time, the hero that's going to be sticking with you in lane is going to be the position 5. So yeah, I would say, you know, just because of the assistance that you get provided by having another hero rather than a roamer in your lane, I would say position 1 Brood is really where I'm seeing it have a lot of success. I think this game is primed for a Morphling to come through for Ghost here. It's great against both Medusa and Timbersaw. You don't need to necessarily rely on one, so you're going to need multiple Lincoln Spheres this game. He's phenomenal on the hero. Morphling is still a good hero in the right game, and so far from what I'm seeing, this is one of them.
That's something we need to be looking towards with the kind of 18th and 24th pick then for Xtreme. I'd be quite surprised if they go for their carry here. And it's going to be the Sky. So you have a really nice combo now. I mean, Shinkyu loves to play the Sky, but the combo with the Storm Spirit, you spoke about the Global Silence and Storm, but that is a little bit more cooldown dependent. Now Sky can, it pretty much always has an uptime with the Storm Spirit and offers you some nice damage versus the Timbersaw as well.
Sure. I mean, it's another one of the lane-ish dominators as well, right? So it's something that Shinkyu is going to be able to play incredibly well, and it affords JT to, again, be able to go a little bit more of the farming style. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Meepo come out from Mr. JT here. You know, again, against the Timbersaw, it's a lot of magic AoE damage that you have to deal with. Feels kind of rough, but I think you are going to be able to pick up the pace and be someone that gets into, like, that. I think it's a 13-minute Aghanim Scepter is typically what he goes on JT whenever he plays it. You're just able to get really active really early on and create a lot of havoc. Wouldn't hate seeing them go down the push route either, though, because you get through a bunch of beefy heroes here.
Yeah, I thought the LG were going to consider something like a Lycan or something for them. But they're going to go the Dragon Knight route, which continues to give them... I mean, I think this is more... It's going to be a nothing to say here. I don't really see New play the DK, so I think nothing to say also, even though he's super flashy, he can play your more boring heroes. I think actually has one of the better DKs, so gives you...
This is hard. Like, I think you kind of want to go Underlord just because you're against a Timber and a DK, but it goes completely against what I'm sure Xtreme Gaming were wanting. Although, if they do still want a Morphling, then I think if it doesn't get banned, it does set you up to have, like, a much better setup for the later stages. They're still got a Bloodseeker, huh? I mean, I guess now with the DK being picked up, it's going to have 2 good targets for the Agshard Blood Rage, and it's not as great against the Medusa, right? Like, you are a hero that just wants to typically stand and fight. You're going to have heroes that enable you to do that with stuns, with slows, with glimps. So at least you've got people to be able to make space for you.
I think the issue is, right, where you draft 3 ranged heroes to start. So, like, how... I mean, even though the Morphling looks like a pretty good game, can you really run, like, four ranged heroes? It just felt like the lineup might be a little bit awkward.
It's fine.
Okay, it's fine. So, alright, for Xtreme, still, once again, we saw the Mars banned out in the previous game, so So once again, considering LGD, though, they will have the 23rd pick. So we're going to be looking for their secondary support. Probably the Planet Hero.
Let's see Planet Medusa. I want to see it come out. What do you look to go?
Clockwork, Shadow Demon. I think SD has a lot of value versus just to save, I think, because again, Xtreme are like very committal. You're going to try and jump in with Storm and blow someone up with the Mystic Flare as well. And Shadow Demon Deucer is very, very strong. Maybe your support duo could be a little bit weak, but...
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you don't exactly have a response to, like, Global, right? When he goes in. That's my main issue with, like, something like a Shadow Demon.
Just pre-cleanse yourself, bro. Come on.
Easy clap. Yeah, nice. Meepo ban. Actually, not nice. I wanted to see it. I wonder if they're going to do, like, I don't know, Spirit Breaker or something like that.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I brought up Clockwork because Clock Disruptor and just a melee hero to leave the Timber lane. I mean, I like Spirit Breaker as well because he can rotate and offers you a little bit of control, can get it up in the face of, like, the Sky and Silencer.
Honestly, Coddle as well. Great synergy with DK, great synergy with Timbersaw, great synergy with Medusa, just to provide damage, lockdown, and then survivability for the Medusa, and you can make stacks. And Planet loves it. I think it's got like a 65% win rate as well so far this tournament.
Yeah, I think that hero is very strong. I think any hero that has like a very versatile item build can be put into any game, really, and you're always going to feel like you can have a decent amount of impact. So
yeah. And then for the supports, I would just go like 4-staff Parvis, maybe a Glimmer Cape, like go really defensive items, just because if you don't get caught out because you're playing far enough back and you're able to get those items off onto whoever does get jumped, you got 3 really beefy cores that are going to take a while to get through. And you know, once you use that Mystic Flare, once you use the Global Silence, what can you do about it? All right. This is okay too. Just another lane dominator for them, and it's going to put a little bit more aggressive pressure on. So maybe they're actually wanting to be the ones picking up the pace now on PSG.LGD. We saw how great a game you had last time around. Now you've got a support that's actually able to put additional pressure on with you in terms of tower. You can even use the Enchantress creeps as a potential way to be able to use off. We know that Medusa, even with those nerfs, can come online a little bit sooner than the Bloodseeker can.
There's a hero I was going to suggest. You have your classic Legion Sky, which is, I mean, that's really just enough in itself. But I think also another big thing is just the lane versus the Disruptor, which actually won't be laning into now. Big thing about that is because you can purge off the Thunderstrike, which is really nice. It minimizes a lot of the Disruptor's kind of laning prowess and just your harass potential. So my one big issue with Xtreme, like they are only single target. They have really no... I mean, Global Suns, but I just mean like overall damage. So we'll see if that's going to be an issue because PSG.LGD are super tanky. So they could get to a stage where like if you don't blow up heroes on Xtreme, like maybe there is some damage issues with their lineup.
Yeah, I could see that. I could certainly see what you're saying here, and I'm kind of in agreement there. It's really why I was talking about that reliance on these single target save items like the Parvis, like the Glimmer Cape, like the 4-staff, and now you've got a hero in the Enchantress that's able to go items like the 4-staff and the Solar Crest and these sorts of things, but also use that 4-staff to convert into a Hurricane Pike and actually be a legitimate damage source as well. So that'll be very interesting to be able to pick up to support the rest of the boys. Who are you favoring this time around? I'm going to put it on you.
LGD.
Okay. I'm also favoring LGD. I think everything needs to go right for Xtreme Gaming, and I think they've got... It's weird to say, right? They need to make every single smoke a winner with this Global Silence plus Storm Spirit having early items. Paparazzi needs to pop off, but he's playing against a Dragon Knight, and that hero does not lose a lot of lanes. So, I don't know what Shuro Renhua means.
I don't know either, but
I'll look it up.
Got a little Kale, but pauses. We're getting back underway here. So nothing too crazy. Have fun. I think I really like the point you mentioned with all the smokes needing to connect. I also think you kind of have to get a lot of the power runes for Paparazzi. Like he has to be super on point with his rotations because you don't have how do you take towers on Xtreme? And if you don't get take towers, how do you open up the map to get kills? Because they are a kill-heavy lineup. You need to get pickoffs for your lineup to thrive. So I think we need to look at early rotations out of the supports. Xinkyu can definitely get aggressive in the side lanes. Then we need to look at like power runes. And Paparazzi is going to be able to get them to rotate. And then how can you utilize the catapult timings to get the towers? Because if you don't, I think the map will start to get a little bit more difficult for them to play.
So I do have a translation of Shro. So Jinkyu says lag in English,
Yes.
and then Why You Smile replies with speak human language, and so he says
Yeah, is that what he
Carly
said?
instead.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
I mean, I can understand English is a very, very hard language to understand for people a lot of the time. But honestly, Mandarin can be a similar sort of thing, right? Everything is tonal, so, you know, you could say something just with a slightly wrong tone and it means completely different.
Speak human language. That's a good one. Alright. That's a good translation as well. Sometimes translate can be a little bit messy. What's going on inside the river? This is this is kind of awkward. Why smile? I'd turn the river red, although early level up in the nature's attendance. It will be okay. They're getting 4 bounties. Okay, that was all just a distraction game.
Right. I've seen a lot more people go the Nature's Attendance level 1 lately. I'm not 100% sure why, really. I know the enchant got nerfed, which obviously it's significant, but it's still going to be relatively effective against the LC, right? Even if you're using that overwhelming odds for the bonus attack speed, you can even just dispel that on JT's Legion Commander. So it's going to be a good amount of use for him. Whereas it's always been good at just being able to get up in people's faces and
Yeah.
take up a lot of the damage, but it's gotten no better than it used to be, and just seeing it a whole lot more. Feels pretty great against playing this Enchantress into the Skywrath Mage as well. One of the only supports that matches the Sky for movement speed or close enough to it. And then, of course, lots of right-click harass, and Skywrath Mage with the 0 armor, he's really going to feel the beatdown.
I want to quickly touch on mid lane as well. We're getting the Storm Spirit DK matchup. There is some kill threat for Storm if you hit level 3 before Nothing to Say. I do kind of need mana as well, so we'll see if the bottle's going to come out at a decent timing for him. But yeah, once you go the 1-1-1 build, there is some potential before kind of the Dragon's Blood and double Bracer is too much sustain.
It's so much sustain, man. How are you supposed to beat this guy? I guess they have rotations potentially to be able to make stuff happen with the Skywrath Mage, but this is a Legion command. You know, you are somewhat sustainable, but nowhere near as much as a lot of the other offlaners that we see that like to go into the Vanguard. If you're picking and
and using a lot of danger. Very nice attempt from Xtreme Gaming, the Blood Grenade to be able to set up for that Blood Right. They're going to be able to strike first here in game 2.
So what I was saying was, if you're going this Legion Commander, you're going an aggressive style, right? That's why you pick the hero, especially if you're pairing it together with the Skywrath Mage as well. You want kills, and you want things that are going to enable you to do that. So Braces, rather than the Vanguard, of course, is going to give you a lot of lane sustain as well as damage for that eventual point when you're ready to fight. But Xinkyu is absolutely just going to need to stick around in this lane a lot more than he would in a lot of other matchups.
This Legion hero is kind of interesting. So, I mean, I think Pure has one of the better offlane Legions. I'm always very impressed when he plays it. I even saw yesterday EG pick up a carry Legion. Because played it. I didn't get to see the entire game. But I do believe, actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure they got the W in that one. I might be mistaken, but...
They've only lost one game, so...
Yeah.
The odds really are in EG's favor.
True. So, I think they're having a great showing as well. Very impressed with the performance we've seen out of them, because I was not expecting that at all, but...
Spoiler alert, they took game 1 off Gaming.
Oh, whoa, alright. So we kind of, you brought up as well the rotations potentially out of the Storm Spirit to maybe have kill threat on DK. I think we even need to look at the rotations out of PSG.LGD, because we know Dragonite, like if you hit level 6 just before the Storm and you have an Enchantress and a Disruptor that rotates your lane, you are not running away from like an Enchantress creep diving your tower into the glimpse back as well. And I think China is one of, hold that thought, top lane, you might be able to get the chain away. We'll be able to do so. Blood Right still connects. New's going to take a little bit more damage from DY. DY, can he do it by himself? New pops the stick and has the cells, so he's going to be able to repair some of the damage. Meanwhile, Planet has to TP out. I do think China is one of the best regions with connecting to mid lanes around the level 6 timing, whether that be from a Dragonite or a Death Prophet as well. So we're going to have to look to that in probably about a minute.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, with the way that this mid lane is going, though, once again, Paparazzi, yes, he might be falling a little bit behind in gold, but in terms of experience, he's basically right there. You know, he's about a quarter of a level behind the DK, so that's pretty much where you want to be in a really unfavorable matchup. See, he's even pulling the lane back just to make sure that he can get these creeps in the mid lane before the DK is able to clear it out. Might be in a position to be able to create some stacks off to the side as well, or even just take one of the medium camps really quickly. I'm going to say just denying the range creep in his face, making sure that there is that consistent threat. Oh, and the Harpy on the bottom side of the map as well. On top, though.
And you again is in some danger. Xingqiu rotating through the portal. They're going to be able to get the kill, though. New. Woo, alright, he ticks out.
The downsides of playing the Timbersaw into the Silencer, right? You're just casting spells all the time. That Arcane Curse really does start to
commit.
A bigger impact, yeah.
It's the rotation we were speaking about, and it's even before the level 6 as well. Perfect movement from PSG.LGD, and they've got the catapult now, so these supports are probably not going to leave the lane.
I don't think so either. I mean, you've been really nicely set up for Shiro on this bottom side. He's got a huge creep wave close to his tower so that he can look to farm it.
So Xingqiu walked past and saw Planet drop the ward, so it's kind of, you know, I don't know if that's a tip, like that's my replacement and you're dropping wards like that. I don't know, but it's kind of funny.
Oh, when someone's saying
yeah, they're just gonna run at him. They know we're TPing into this lane. Why is Smo nothing to say? They can take up a decent chunk of damage. He's going to be sent to the grave.
Is it enough,
for a second time in a row, I believe. Nothing to say. Can he step into the tree lane? Won't be able to cut his way through. So, Xtreme, they get a couple of kills. Storm Spirit really takes a heavy hit, though.
And a little bit of damage into the tower as well. But at the end of the day, it is DY with the 6 permanent intelligence stolen. And isn't that what really matters? Just making sure your support silencer able to get on the board early. And I mean, honestly, against the Medusa, that is kind of significant, having that Glaives of Wisdom doing a lot of int damage, or even just the int steal eventually when you are in a position to start right-clicking her down.
Who is out of mana bottom on Shiro. Never mind, gets a decent chunk back. Is he? JT? He's going for it. He's got a pretty big Ogs lined up. Shiro's he's stuck in a corner. Shiro wants help, and he flees. And he gets lucky with a moment of courage procs as well. JT gets the kill before the level 6. The TP's back just in time before the Enchantress re-enters the lane.
Very, very nicely done by him. Finishes up the phase boots, able to get out on the map very quickly. And the big plus side of, they're even going to get the Wisdom Rune. So Xingqiu, he was there for all of those kills in that mid lane as well. Yeah, you lose your Storm Spirit. Yeah, he's level 5.5 on Xingqiu off the back of all of that, plus claiming that Wisdom Rune. So, I mean, the downside is nothing to say is putting a lot of damage into this tower, but I would have to say that they feel ready to be able to fight very shortly on Xtreme Gaming.
Look at New. What happened? He's 2,000 gold behind. What?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I haven't been focusing too much on that top side of the map. I was thinking that this was just going to be all boring style, but he's just been bullied away. Really solid performance from DY.
And then we brought up Xingqiu and his levels, DY as well. This is a crazy Xtreme Gaming, and their support's having an incredible start. And I mean, we said this kind of needed to happen as well. I mean, they are very reliant on their levels, so getting the Mystic Flare out early can be very important for Paparazzi, who has a haste rune too. So you did lose the T1 tower mid, but Paparazzi with a haste might be able to get maybe some kills across the map to get some catch-up gold.
Yeah, possibly, but I feel like with Haste Rune and a Falcon Blade, it might not be enough. I think you're going to at least need that power treads to be able to make that happen. Really, this is the period of the game where you want JT to be pairing up together with Xingqiu so that you can make some space for the Storm Spirit to be able to farm, because he hasn't had the easiest time so far.
by Smile.
Chad.
I'm gonna run into DY, but Paparazzi's in the neighborhood. And these are just those small kills is all you need here for Paparazzi. Gets him to level 7, almost treads now completed. And we'll bottom as well, and just minor things. Shin-Q and JT taking some of the stacks away from the Deucer. They even blocked up the small and the hard camp, so continuing to minimize Shiro's game. They do have their first smoke of the game though to top, nothing to say. I'm gonna try and utilize that next round of the Elder Dragon form. And they should be able to convert onto the kill onto Ghost. They'll make him work for it with a rough shot. Ghost glimpse back cover straight into 3 heroes. And Yu's going to be able to slap him down. A much needed kill for the Timbersaw.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing. They are able to pick off those single targets with relative frequency, right? It's just a matter of what do you do after the fact. There's some career snipe going on there. Shiro's career, JT, catching it on the way towards delivering it through to him. So that's going to slow down a good amount of his farming speed, right? You've already got the split shot that was nerfed fairly heavily from what it used to be. Now, he's doing a surprisingly decent job of keeping up, considering he did get 100 to 0'd by that JT Legion commander. But now you've got level 6 on the Skywrath Mage, so Shin-Q is looking to play up on the top side. Honestly, even just with the Storm Spirit, right, you're able to make kills happen. So, with that power treads being delivered, would be a 2-man smoke coming with DY. Looks like he's got it in the backpack for now, just wants to have a little bit more status, be able to use that global silence when they eventually go for the kills, but you don't need the LC duel to be able to make a lot of these kills happen. It's, of course, a plus, but you don't need it. You can just sit back and farm up this blade mail while you make a kill happen elsewhere.
And they're kind of even trying that with Shin-Q setting up top. Just going to attempt with the eruption. Yu's able to get closer back to the tower. We'll try the TP up, but the damage might be too... Oh. Wow, very close. What a heads-up TP from Yu.
Heads-up TP, but it doesn't help his net worth by any stretch. This Paparazzi... This almost feels worth just yoinking away a lot of this farm, because how is the Timbersaw going to come back into this game if he doesn't have these next little bits? He's just hit up onto his level 6, and they're even going to get a kill beforehand.
More intel, okay.
He'll be able to take the Ancients, but the hard camp, it's juicy just to be able to get on top of the kill. A little bit of damage being pumped into, I say a lot of damage pumped into this top tower. I say Xtreme Gaming have been playing around the catapults even better than LGD have been.
I think they can. With Blood Ride, and I think they can do it with all 4. It's just a question of, like, I mean, LGD coming, and nothing to say has this blink. They were able to scout it out. They've got DY's Global Silence at the ready as well. They're going to start the fight onto the Dragon. Look at all the burst potential. Shiro TP's in, but this Medusa is going to offer you nothing inside this engagement. Xtreme, they will still look to retreat out, but with JT nearby as well, maybe there's some turn potential. They're going to be ready with a duel. They want to... What? Where'd the Timber go? Instant duel victory. Now, why are you smart? Along with Shiro, 2 heroes getting chased down simultaneously. Looks like it's going to be Why You Smile, though, that will get caught out, but the Blood Right will connect. The damage is a thing in question, but with the bonus movement speed, Ghost should be able to close the distance. He's going really far for it. TPR, nothing to say, finds him. Ghost, he got baited. Thought we would get the kill onto Why You Smile. Stepped a little bit too far forward. Shin-Q wait, hang on. Why You Smile, gotta be cautious. Alright. Gets the kill inside the defender's gate, as in the end, not the worst fight for PSG.LGD, but it did look pretty scary.
It did indeed. And I wonder if how much they're going to get baited by that sentry ward next to where Shiro is farming up this ancient stack that they weren't able to actually yoink away. I was really thinking that JT, with the distraction that Ghost was providing, was going to be able to just steal that one for himself with the blade mail, of course, and the overwhelming odds, just being able to rip on through them. But you know what? They let the Medusa have it for now. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence with his own farm, though. That was a wasted Elder Dragon form usage from Nothing to Say in that previous fight. Gets picked off first to be able to start things off. Thankfully for him, he's got it coming back up off cooldown now, and I think he was really tired of just not having that BKB in the past game. He got killed way too easily, and this time around, nothing out of the ordinary, but making sure that it's that next key item for himself on the team.
How... Oh, I'll hold that, because we do have a smoke. PSG.LGD looking to try and move as 3, so we'll see where they want to try and continue to par. They've got top lane set up. JT currently
Scanning.
with Shin Q. JT 1500 health.
And a blade mail.
And not an easy
Wanting that
kill.
glimpse, wanting vision of him. Still daytime for a couple of minutes. I'm a little bit worried about you here. He's...
Because that was going to be my question. I was going to ask you, like, how important is the Timber Sword to the recipe of success for PSG.LGD?
I mean, of course it's incredibly important, right? You need someone that's going to be able to tank up a lot of the damage. You want to have someone that's hard to burst through. And you want him to actually be a necessary rupture target, you know? If you can just ignore him because he's had a trash start to the game as... Oh, side, JT. Have the blink
Pretty good
dagger
positioning. I smile, gives him the information. They're going to zip over the top of the global silence as well. A bit of a messy start because Shiro protects him with a stone gaze. They should be able to turn to DY, get the 1-for-1 trade, but nothing to say, still in some danger as Ghost, he hunts him down inside the tree line, and now JT still has the jewel ready to go. They should be able to turn towards a Medusa, and they're going to have the damage to get the victory. They will not, but the damage should be dealt nonetheless as a double kill for Paparazzi, and you... He just shows up far too late. He wanted nothing to do with a team fight, but the boys were crying out for the assistance, and even once he shows up at the later stages, it does not matter.
Doesn't, but I mean, I'm still a little surprised at how much net worth PSG.LGD still have. Yes, it's not on the Timber Sword, but this is still getting farmed. They're somewhat neck and neck. These fights have not been going positively for them at all. If they're ever in a position to be able to, you know, get in deep, maybe use a smoke just to plant down vision and enable them to go for a few of these extra, you know, kill attempts with a little bit more reliability, I feel quite nice for them. They're really wanting to protect the siege creep on the top side, it seems, and already taken the tier 1 tower top, so just using nothing to say as bait for now, but Planet is going to be able to get the D-ward off.
Nice mount. Fades a victor. I'll be doing that too often this game. JT could be a really big issue as his game goes on. You know, he could be looking at... There's a lot of value of a Silver's Edge this game to be able to kill the Timber or the Dragonite inside the jewel. So
Even just a way to wipe out the Disruptor at the start of a lot of these fights as well.
Do we like the item progression of the Enchantress with the Solar Crest? Of course, it really enables Shiro, and even, the Dragonite loves extra attack speed, but, you know, I have a lot of magical damage. You know, Glimmers, Pipes, something you're considering. Maybe New can go that route, but speaking of New, actually. Option up at the moment, pretty close to the tower with Planet nearby. Might need to drop a Static Storm, but if he does, it would have come out too late, because Ghost was already on the Timber. This has been a very difficult game, and series as a whole.
I think the Solar Crest, I think the last thing that they want to use it for is like some kind of armor protection for themselves, right? It's very much like that steroid for Shiro, or it's going to be what enables them to get a kill themselves when they're going for one of these smoke attempts. Even just being able to give it over to, you know, a really strong creep that you've been able to enchant as well, right? You can be a little bit more of that distractor, and means that the push is so much stronger.
So overall, though, do you feel the necessity of like some magic resistance on PSG.LGD, or it's not? There's other items that they need on, you know, even the Timber and kind of the duo support.
I mean, the thing is, like, who is the one that's going to be getting? No. Who is the one that's going to be getting a lot of that magic resist, right? It can't be the Disruptor. The fact that Planet's going for a Drum of Endurance, that's really what I'm not as sure about, you know? I feel like if he wanted to go something like a Glimmer Cape, maybe you would be able to get, you know, a little bit more utility about it. It would make your positioning in a lot of these fights a lot easier. I really think you need to be trying to play as far away from your paws in a lot of these engagements as you can. He might have actually his Observer Ward scouted out there. Walked into the creep wave.
I think DY's, oh yeah, hang on, you?
So,
yeah,
I don't think he's going to have the mana for that.
Why? Let's go, dude, let's just go Refresher. Like, why not? Like, that's crazy.
You legit won't have the mana to be able to cast that.
I keep Global Sun. I mean, you want to level it. I don't know. I was going to say keep it level 1. Just 4 like a bunch of mangoes in the inventory. Very interesting.
It's like just under 1,000, and this is with a...
Still yours not completed, and as a result, it's another death. 5 deaths for New.
985 mana middle cost. And even with his 18 stolen intelligence, he doesn't have enough to do it.
Ah, so maybe, well, look, yeah, with all the kills they're getting, maybe he's like, yeah, maybe I will have enough mana. Top lane. Look for a solo kill on the Shiro. Is he going to have the damage, though? Man, that's scary. If JT's already able to do something like that, what happens if you get a couple more duel victories this game? The Shiro should be able to step out. They're starting to move over. Shinkyu gets intercepted from Why You Smile. Meanwhile, bottom, though, they've also isolated Nothing to Say. So, with that attempt top lane, they had a deep observe ward by the Tier 2 tower. Paparazzi, along with DY, were able to cut off the Dragon Knight again before the BKB.
Actually had to use the boots of the drums of endurance just to be able to get there fast enough to be able to save your Medusa again. This is not really what you're expecting to be able to use this one for. You know, you need this DK to be putting some aggressive pressure out on the map. Taking 2 Tier 1 towers, sure, but it really feels like they need to be finding that key pick off. They need to be stopping JT from scaling. He's probably going to find another key pick, Global Silence, just to be able to prevent a duel going on.
Does he die? Have they got damage now? I mean, it's really up to New. The team's rotating. They're even going to smoke as well to try and get the... That is an ambitious duel. New gets the winner, but Paparazzi is still here for the cleanup. All they wanted to do was hold him in place for a little bit of time to enable the godlike streak on Paparazzi. And then the cleanup on Ghost as well on Isle A is Xtreme Gaming, man. They are just on another one this series.
Forming to their absolute peak, for sure. And, well, I mean, the plus side, of course, is that you are making space for the rest of the team. This time around, Nothing to Say. He's got that BKB available for himself, but what he's going to be able to do with it, because you've had to use the Elder Dragon for the farming purposes. He's got the Dragon Scale as well, is going to be, of course, very effective if he does choose to go into something like a Manta style next. Be a way to be able to continuously push down the towers with that damage over time, kind of similar to what we see with the Naga Sirens these days. Going to be the one to yoink the Wisdom Rune? Yes, he will. So, really, this is the guy that you need to be playing around with in about 50 seconds, right? You got to give New a little bit more space to farm. Maybe even aggressive-ish farm now that he's got the Yule Scepter, right? He's going to be the one building into the pipe, but honestly, just the cloak on its own is going to do wonders for his survivability.
Well, he's probably going to be the target of this smoke, though. Very interesting observe ward. On the Tier 2 tower mid
this time around. The LC's with him, though, right? So he won't be able to get off that Yule.
So they just go for Shiro instead. Did see how close they were to kill him last time, and now with the boys to be able to play with JT, they should be able to secure the kill. Paparazzi even wants to go for New as well. And it will be fine.
Oh, get the courier, get the courier! Oh, I had the rest of the Skadi on it.
Oh, what is the damage? Paparazzi! Can they bring him down? Ghost, does he want to charge up the high ground? Has the BKB if he needs to use it defensively to get out after the kill? They should be able to find it and then escape with his own life, because Xtreme, they're just bodyguarding as well, protecting the escape avenue, making sure they huddle as 5, and there is just nothing that Radiant can do.
Man, that would have been a disaster if they got the Dusa Courier as well. At least he's finished up the Skadi, so a little bit more survivability for himself, but getting to the point that JT is just like, well, okay, you've got more stats, you're dealing more damage, I'm just going to continue to turn it right back around on you with the Blade Mail. Of course, he's racking up his own duel damage too. Plus 84, just 22.5 minutes into the game for this LC.
This is a very interesting smoke. They instantly smoked and started to go to bottom before Ghost even TP'd in. So this read is incredible from PSG.LGD. See if they're going to be on the mark, though. Might be an awkward spot to pop. Going to drop a ward as well, just help secure it. Nothing to Say will start. Is he going to be survivable enough? The global starts before the static storm, and all of a sudden, this attempt, it's been thwarted. Ghost here should be fine. All of the boys on Xtreme shot to protect him. It was an incredible attempt. PSG.LGD, they had the read, but the global stance from DY just came out too fast.
This is what I was talking about, right? With the lack of heroes that are actually able to do something when you make a lot of these rotations around. Enchantress is somewhat able to do it. You'd have to say that, I mean, he's even holding on to something like a Philosopher's Stone, right? So reducing that damage even further. You're not able to confirm a lot of these kills, especially, well, I'm sure they were expecting that the lane for Ghost wouldn't have gone as amazingly as it would have. So, once again, it's slightly aggressive supports that are the ones coming out on top with Xingqiu deathless at this point of the game, 3-0 and 13. Huge involvement around the map. BKB now for your LC, plus his level 15 talent.
How
He's going into that Silver Edge as well.
if the outcome of the lanes would have been? Because the Legion pick right means the Disruptor can't go safe lane. Because Legion, like we said, press the attack versus Thunderstrike, a lot of your lane effectiveness is minimized. So, did the Legion pick just make it the lanes very awkward? Because then you play Disrupt the Timber, which I don't know if that lane goes any better if it was like Timber Enchantress versus the Silencer Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, it could just be a lot of people are preferring this this Legion Commander against the Medusa these days, just because, like, alright, well, I won't kill you, but you'll kill you, because I'm going first item Blade Mail, right? And that's the real mentality that a lot of people are having, so, yeah, it was a really nice pick to be able to round out the draft.
Yeah. Without a doubt, very impressed with JT, and really, I'm just intrigued on, like, what would have happened differently with the lane setup. And couldn't really do that because of the Legion pick. So beautiful pick from Xtreme, and overall they played incredibly well. 12,000 net worth lead, 25 minutes in. You're chucking everything into the Shiro basket. That is it. This is now a 4 protect 1 lineup. So we'll see what that's going to be able to do in a game like this. Because Xtreme, they're already set up for Roche. They've got double Observe Ward set up just in case. I mean, they still have this incredible Observe Ward by the tier 2 mid that is completely scouting out PSG.LGD. So they have all the information they need to be able to take Roche for free.
I want to see why you Smile get a little bit more aggressive on the lane. Like, he's opted to go much more of a right-click build now. And someone's going to be forced to come to this bottom side of the map, because you've got a siege creep here, you've got a creep going in, got the Solar Crest being used to be able to push in the tower, and he's got a Dragon Lance finished up for himself as well. So there's a lot of damage output that has the potential to come through from Why You Smile. Still though, until he gets the Hurricane Pike finished up, it doesn't really feel like he's going to have too much impact in team fights. This is just much more of like the Rat style of gameplay, which he's going to need to continue to do. But Ghost is here. I believe he TP'd in mid and he's just walked bottom, so he's just maximizing his farming output, something that he's always done.
Yeah.
Back when he was playing on Oracle. Shout out to the Oz team.
Run into... Yeah. Run the other way, my friend. Oh, no, didn't get a glimpse, I don't think. Rest of the team was starting to connect down. Kind of, surprised they didn't go through the portal, wanting to try and wrap through mid as well and get the lane shoved out. And we'll see what the call is going to be from Xtreme. Once they can get the lanes in a position, then we can see them start to pressure some of the objectives. Because that was definitely one critique with their lineup, was just their tower taking potential.
Yeah, but I think they're about ready to end this game. Like, you've got an Arcane Rune, you're finding pickoffs across the map.
Ooh, new. Tries to come in to protect Planet, but... this is a support, and I mean, I know your net worth is kind of looking like a support, and in fact it is, with DY having higher net worth than the
Ghost is
Timber.
down here solo.
Alright, maybe get the
away
kill
from the
onto
rest
the
of the team,
Bloodseeker.
I mean, he can always just BKB TP out, though.
And he might need to do it. Can he just run away? Why are you smiling? Chent up in a couple of seconds. He's wasting time, though, so at least the team will be able to connect off the back of the respawn if they even get the kill. Glimpse back. There we go. First life claim. Do you stick around, though? Because it's starting to get a little bit dicey with Xtreme having enough time to rotate over. Zero's pumping in some decent amount of damage. Ghost still holding on to the BKB. Finally, we'll use it to the last second, but nothing to say. He sees an opening to jump over the top, and they'll catch DY out before he can get back to his side of the map.
They were just waiting to see someone go a little bit too far. Perfect positioning from JT as well, just making sure he's off to the right-hand side. Not going to get revealed by any sort of Enchantress creep. Just little things like hiding behind the tree lines while still being in a super aggressive position. I'm loving seeing this resurgence through from JT. He was always one of those really solid offlaners that just hadn't felt enabled by the rest of the team, and he's going to be enabled even further shortly with that Solar Crest now being delivered through to Jingqiu.
Where did IG place in TI10? Actually, no, didn't they? No, never mind. They got knocked out from... Did they? No, they beat Spirit, right? In the upper bracket. So I'm trying to remember where they placed, because I was going to say JT. Yeah, it's a pretty high placement at TI. Speaking of JT. Runs into 5. Oh, he jumped in? JT! Alright, why not? Can he get the kill? He won't be able to. And that is a huge streak to give over. You sang the praises too early. Come on, man. Cast the curse. What are you doing to my brother? JT's like, come on, dude. Stop that.
I can't control a guy that's going that deep, man.
Do they go for DY if they get a glimpse in? Are they even going to fight? Oh, we fired. Pretty quick reaction. Something to say. Pops the BKB, but Ghost, he's still going to be able to go through the magic immunity. Ghost can look to turn as well. DY, another round of the global silence. Why not use it? We'll try and turn to New. Dispels it with the Yule Scepter. Lacking the mana, though, but Zero's starting to make them question this team fight. Static Storm's going to get laid down. Ghost, one more right click. They get the kill into the Bloodseeker, but Paparazzi zips away, but he's out of mana. Can they get the glimpse back up in 5 seconds? Xingqiu slowed down for the moment, but it's not going to matter. Those signs of life for PSG.LGD.
Signs of life for sure. The important kills, of course, going over to Shiro. Gets the one onto Ghost. Really, really big gold bounty from that. Of course, they don't get the beyond godlike streak that Paparazzi has now built himself up into, and they just want to be able to confirm a lot of these kills a whole lot easier. Yeah, IG didn't qualify for last TI.
No, TI-10, not TI-11.
Oh, TI-10.
They came 4th, that's right. Okay.
They came 4th, yeah.
I thought they had a very high placement. Yeah, I was going to say, JT, this guy is this guy's no joke of a player, and also we've been kind of seeing the praises of some Southeast Asian boys, seeing the the rise in different regions, and well, JT definitely is one of them. So we brought up the Silver's Edge earlier in the game, I believe. Did he go Shadowblade? No, he went Shadowblade. He's got an MKB queued up, so when he's go down that route instead of completing the Silver's Edge.
He wants to kill the Disruptor is what he wants. Like, that is the thing that's holding them back this time around. Just that annoying glimpse, that Static Storm that's... I was about to say punishing them a little bit. You really don't want to have to use your BKB just to be able to get out of the kinetic field Static Storm. That's the bigger issue for mine. You want to make sure you're saving that for the Timber Sword, enabling you to go aggressive rather than a retreating. So, Planet, if you could just look to remove him, he is the most important person on this LGD lineup right now, his position.
AT is going to run into nothing to say. They're going to have Paparazzi's damage as well, and it looks like PSG.LGD want nothing to do with this skirmish inside their own jungle. He didn't get the victory, right?
I think he might have.
Okay. Well, regardless, up to 140 damage now for JT, and a kill onto the Dragonite, who does just complete the Hellbird.
Go there.
Just hide, they won't see you.
They saw him.
Alright, they saw him.
Use all of his mana on Paparazzi to do it, though.
Dude, it is so crazy that we're like, is DY going to have enough mana for double global and refresher? And he has 34 stolen intel. I mean,
he had 28 at that time. So, it was understandable. When I first said it, it was 16, and he absolutely didn't have enough. And to be fair, when he cast it, he had like 10 mana remaining. So, there's reasoning behind it. I mean, he's been able to pick up Philosopher's Stone, so plus 200 mana, that certainly helps.
True. Well, he's also a pretty high level too. I mean, same level as Nothing to Say on the Dragonite, one ahead of New on the Timbersaw, so he's also going to help. A Hex now completed for Paparazzi, who is... Dude, I mean, we said it a lot in game 1, but... Papa, please don't leave. 15, 2, and 9. This guy... I said it, I tweeted and said I hope Xtreme have a really deep run, because it's good to see Xingqiu back in competitive Dota, and because it is Paparazzi's last event, I want to see him go out with a bang. And this guy, at least, there's a couple memes with him, what is it, playing on his home turf, right? Because,
yeah,
the Oily
I
Man,
forget what the
Oily
name
Man
was for his face. Yeah, Oily Man face. But, man, it's... Why do people have to be like that? I'm sure he's a little bit self-conscious about his face.
I think it's also, I mean, China's a region that has this...
Brutal yet true.
Yeah, but also like the... hold that, because JT is, what's he up to here? Oh, nice positioning.
He scouts out of smoke.
Yeah, they ping it, actually...
They saw it.
It's a call now. They go through the lane, Shiro's going to show.
Paparazzi. Even just setting up a remnant to provide that tiny little bit of extra vision.
JT's hunting. Smoke pops. What's the call? Planet. That's a really high value kill if they're going to be able to get it. They got vision at JT. Just runs out of sentry range.
They've already used Stone Gaze.
BKB was used as well from JT, but Stonegaze is really important, and they know it on Xtreme. Paparazzi is hunting. He's almost out of mana though on Paparazzi. He's going to be a little bit cautious. A Global Silence will help them get the kill onto the Disruptor. Now, who else can they get as well? Is New control with the Rupture. There's no escape. You can chain down to the low ground, but they are still going to catch up to you inside the tree line as Paparazzi double kill.
Look at how heavily they committed though onto the Disruptor, right? It's literally the difference between winning and losing a fight, especially when your cores are just using their BKB and the Stonegaze that early on. It really had to be that full-on retreat. I mean, the plus side is, at least it's only you. I guess the Timbersaw as well, but you know, he almost got away there on New to be able to live another day, but it's just going to be another tier 2 tower that goes down, and Roshan is spawning on the bottom side of the map. Probably can wait just to have it patrol up towards the top. It was a longer respawn duration, so that's going to advantage Xtreme Gaming. Still plenty of towers to be able to TP if a buyback does have to happen.
Do we like the Blink Dagger decision from Shiro? Well, what are your thoughts? Because I would kind of like damage, but what do we think?
Damage is always good, but you got to get in the thick of things, right? I really feel like the rest of the cores don't feel enabled enough. Nothing to Say has just been nullified effectively by how well Paparazzi is playing, how aggressive this combo between JT and Jingyu been able to make kills happen. Even just the silencer, right? DY has basically used every single global silence in an aggressive manner. This has not been one that's been sitting back just to try and let someone limp away from a team fight. So if a DK isn't able to keep that pressure up, they're always going to have a really rough time.
Well, both sides will be aware that Roche is up. It looks like Radiant are starting to back up to prepare for a smoke. See if they're going to be a little bit too late, though. They will take it very fast on Dire. And yeah, they're going to definitely be too late.
Gonna go down. Say, still level 17 as well. Love that extra level in the Elder Dragon form. Just to get a bit of slows going on to assist the Medusa with picking up a bit more for herself.
Oh, they're going to fight this? It's a scary fight. JT smoke pops instantly.
I want to find the silencer, I think. But look at DY's positioning. Stays in the trees, still under the smoke.
Jumping from Ghost, all or nothing, onto the Medusa, but the Jewel's going to try and come in as well. They want to blow her up, and they should be able to do so before the response. Another round of the Global Silence. Xtreme Gaming through the whole kitchen sink, and Shiro will not be able to survive through it. And now New, doesn't matter if they don't have these big spells because they are so far ahead, but they should be able to chase him down. Hex prevents the escape. Xtreme Gaming once again, don't even break a sweat.
Oh, Planet.
Dude, no. You see that? You just pop a cheat. Paparazzi's like, alright, I know you're somewhere here. Got a glimpse of him in underneath the observer ward. Don't TP up, but of course Paparazzi has the gem. Will not escape, my friend.
Oh, he's looking at him. He's just wanting to look at him and get away, but I mean, maybe they just wanted to get a little bit of extra intelligence over for DY.
He was also on the other side of the map.
So that helped.
Oh, Ninja Gear is nice for JT. I don't know if it really matters much anymore. What's a probability? 7%. Okay.
Piece of defense, I guess. Ghost is a big boy. Yeah, he's got that Aghanim Scepter, so you really don't care at all about the DK or the Timbersaw in a lot of these fights. That's a nice little tool to be able to have, I guess. Why You Smile with the aggressive enchant against the Bloodseeker is going to get rid of the Blood Rage, even just that shield that he's going to have as a result of the Blood Mist. That could honestly be pretty significant, right? If you're feeling very tanky, you know, you've got this 1600 shield, you're attacking like an absolute beast, and then suddenly it's gone. Just off the back of the positioning from Why You Smile.
Whoa, Xinkyu's pretty far forward. It's gonna matter though. Shiro jumps in with a Stonegaze. They'll glimpse back one. Get the kill into the sky. Now Ghost is in some danger as well. BKB was used early on. He won't have it for the second life, and they don't have the Storm Spirit here as well. They'll drop the Static Storm. Are there any stuns? They've got it. Yule's there. New, he's going to be able to cancel out the Bloodseeker's escape, and alright.
It's a high ground, man.
PSG.LGD. They still have some final things to say in this second game.
They got some fight in them, and it really is just because of how much Why You Smile was able to slow down that push with the aggressive enchants, man. Like, he just completely stopped them. He knows that he only needs 3 points in it. Oh. Delay the disruptor.
216 damage now.
So he's just going full on stats now. Look at why you Smiles build. He's got a Hyperstone. He's going into a BKB for himself. He knows that he needs to be this extra little source of damage. He's not going to be the one getting dueled, and he's going to punish them for that fact. On the Elven Tunic as well. Really wants to start layering in a lot of the damage in these team fights.
I mean, you could make an argument for him to be the one that gets dueled. I mean, I wonder if you don't even need Silver's Edge to get the kill. He might just kill himself if Impetus is on autocast. So
Disruptor's so value.
Yeah. I mean,
at least he's got the Ninja Gear to play with on Planet.
Definitely helps out.
Easy to hide. We're approaching level 25 on the Deucer as well, so that's also something that we need to consider. It's the split shot modifiers. I have Skadi picked up as well.
No, we'll see. They've given themselves a little bit of time. LFI now completed for DK with the 20 talent. So it's going to take them a bit to get back into this game here.
So we were talking about the importance of going on the supports, right, for Xtreme Gaming. It's taking out that disruptor is enormous for them. You probably don't die on Xingqiu if the disruptor's just dead, right? He died because of the glimpse back that resulted in Ghost dying and this whole little snowballing effect. Well, now you've got DY who's got a Ghost Scepter, and you know the multiple uses out of the Global Silence are so key. You've also got a Nullifier on Nothing to Say, and he's level 20, so there's plenty of scaling there to be able to find that that silencer and just pick him off at the start of a lot of these fights. He doesn't have that ninja gear to be able to play around with. He's still holding onto the Philosopher's Stone for now. Let's see how lucky he gets with that tier 4 token.
And that concussive shot gave them so much information. What as well? If you want to list some of the position 5s have the best positioning in the world, UI would definitely be up there. Not going to be easy at all for him to get caught. Gonna try though. Okram from PSG.LGD. Shira still without the level 25.
They're giving him over the gem as well on JT, allowing him to be the ones on the front lines.
I don't know, man. This is scary. Running to high where Xtreme already set up. Nice reaction out of JT. Shira pops an early BKB. Rebel Sun's going to be able to help cover. I mean, it's a pretty good start, Xtreme. They can definitely look to go back in. JT's going to be able to do so. They'll try and target down Nothing to Say. They'll trade their life for it in the end. Shiro's really starting to flex his damage, but the Menace falling pretty low on Shiro. Doesn't have too much to work with now, but the Static Storm holds the Bloodseeker in place. They'll trade their lives as well. 3 for 3. Pat Barazzi, though, should be able to get the kill into the Enchantress as well, along with Shin Cube will reign supreme as a very interesting fight from the boys on Xtreme and PSG.LGD.
We just seeing this 5,000 damage that Xingqiu did in that fight. He's got an Aghanim Scepter, man, and the Stormcrafter, so he is just... There are so many people that just have to be killed, that everyone is so valuable in a lot of these fights, right? You let a Skyrath Mage sit back, especially with that Shield of the Scion as well, all that bonus intelligence that you're able to fight on in as... Back by Planet. Prevent the tier 3 racks dying for now in the mid lane, but not going to be there for too long. Back's available as well. Not going to do all that much.
Over here now.
Well, at least the probability is not getting worse for PSG.LGD.
That's clutching at straws.
It's something.
Yeah. Like when your house floods and it's like, well, at least it's not on fire as well, you know?
I mean, sure. There's, silver lining, man. Maybe at the extreme, but, we'll see if it matters in the end. They, I don't know if there's really any big items that's going to come out shortly, though, for... I mean... I don't know if he wasn't 25 inside that fight. I believe the kills gave him the experience, so didn't really get the...
Mid-fight he had it.
Yeah.
Like, to kill the Bloodseeker he had it.
So... I just... I'm really trying to see what they're going to be able to do differently from PSG.LGD to what they already are, to be able to maybe change the fate. Because currently, I mean, with the fights that we're continuing to see, you are never getting DY, and this is something you brought up. Like, DY has to go down, but how are you ever going to be able to take a fight where the silencer is the one caught out first?
Look, Timber just bought Flamethrower Shard, which means he doesn't have enough for the Blink Dagger, and I thought that he might want to commit for that Blink just because it would enable him to, you know, get in onto the front lines, take out that that silencer towards the start of a lot of these fights. Hell, even a Lotus Orb wouldn't have been the worst for him this game, just with a lot of that extra armor that it would provide, of course, against the Bloodseeker and the Legion Commander, who, again, it's plus 254 attack damage that JT's playing with now, and he's almost reached level 25 as well.
Other side, well, these PSG.LGD have a good idea of where Xtreme are. Do they go through the rift? Planet
Not
drops
with,
a Thunder Strike, so he's going to be able to scout them out. Oh no, they're TPing, okay.
Getting his level 25 as well, and the Arcane Rune.
Whoa,
What
Rainbow
they're wanting to play around with for now.
TP's the top. JT hunting. They don't have Paparazzi with them at the moment, but of course the Storm, he can join
He
with
can
these.
zip a long ass way.
I mean, they see Planet, dude. This is huge. Want to go for it though. JT's thinking about it.
Just got to hold that high ground for as long as you can. Of course, anything around here is going to advantage. Xtreme Gaming. Look at the buybacks. There's only 3 in this game. 2 on supports and 1 on JT. Paparazzi nearly has his as well. Sure to have that before they do take a fight. Maybe now this is the time to look to go for it. Roshan, it's a long respawn, but they can certainly look to smoke up perhaps on Xtreme Gaming. Go the full wraparound.
Like, if ever a fight is going to work, it's when you're set up in a formation like this. You already have control of the Roche Pit. Got to be so cautious about this wraparound, though. It's going to be Paparazzi that tries to give him the information. Global Silence will come out as well. It's a bit of a heavy commitment to try and start the fight. They got a second round of the Global Silence. Let's see what they can do. Meanwhile, Shiro actually...
They got Shiro.
By the twin case, Shiro just gets melted. And with the Medusa gone, all the other heroes will crumble shortly afterwards. As that's 3 down without a buyback. Roche is up in 40. But meanwhile, inside the base as well, that's going to be a full set of barracks that gets claimed from the creeps.
Holy hell, Paparazzi take a bow, man. I mean, he just provided so much control, right? He puts his body on the line, knowing that, yeah, he has buyback, but he would be feeding an enormous streak through if he ends up getting locked down in the middle of all of that. And then he provides enough distraction so that the Medusa gets baited and baited and baited into just waiting to pop that BKB. She never does. No Stone Gaze, no BKB being popped, and that's why JT is able to have that opening to be able to look.
Well, they're going to find out pretty shortly. No one's playing with a buyback. And they will take so much as a result of this. Maybe they stick around. I mean, PSG.LGD can definitely defend against Megas. But you might just have too large of a deficit to overcome. Alright, that's kind of nice.
Austin Jeff here coming through perhaps, but Gaming in the driver's seat to be able to take China Derby in a 2-0, bring them ahead LGD end of the day, and say it's a series that I'm sure he would love to forget. Stuck at this level 20 mark for what feels like about 8 minutes or so.
Yeah.
No progression towards that that Aghanim Scepter. Same sort of thing with New. You know, he's sitting. Would you even call this 4-slotted? This is like 3-slotted on a Timbersaw at this stage of the game.
Both supports are higher than him on Xtreme. I don't think we will ever see a scoreline like this again for Nothing to Say New. 1-13 and 9 on the Timber, 1-9 and 10 on DK. That's just... You don't see that often. These guys are very, very good players, and that's props to Xtreme and what they've been able to do. You got Aegis now to work with. That's Refresher Shard as well. That Ghost is going to put in the backpack. They
but I see
also
Nothing to Say. I want to see him unleash flashy playmakers, right? Like, it's...
He's got a good DK, man. I think you need to play heroes that... I think the best mid laners, I don't know how he just survived that one way, Smile. I think the best mid laners need to play the boring heroes as well.
Yes, but again, it really just felt like they hit their timing to be able to go and do things, and then nothing happened, you know? The one attempt that they made onto the Bloodseeker was after they'd already won like 3 team fights on Xtreme Gaming, so he was tanky enough that he was able to withstand a lot of it, and Enchantress just didn't have enough attack damage at the time. Now, it's so much harder to make those movements. Waves constantly pushing into your base. There's mega creeps, even a double wave down bottom. So, do against this. Why You Smile is going to be the one that reveals himself. Shiro eventually will have to reveal to clear it. Holding on to almost 4k gold on Why You Smile. He's got to spend something.
I'm kind of surprised we don't see the rapier queued up just yet as well from Shiro. JT? Oh, super awkward. An easy dual victory onto Planet. And he should be able to escape as well. 330 stolen, more 330 damage. What's the
Imagine
most you've seen?
What if it stole damage? That would... Hero's back.
Hero is back. It's in an interesting position. I wonder what the win rate is after this game. I'll check on Legion. Seems like it's having a pretty decent showing so far.
We're just going to allow the Skywrath Mage with the AC to go unmentioned.
Yeah. Alright. Aggressive jump. But it kind of doesn't provide a whole lot. Instantly, they turn it around with a global silence. Xtreme, they'll shrug it off. They do get the Stone Gaze onto Ghost, so they should be able to find the first snipe, but meanwhile, you've lost all your mana. And Shiro, he's not playing with a buyback as well. You do have Why Smile starting to pump in some of the damage, but no one died on Xtreme. And as a result, the G's are dropped, and Xtreme, in the China Derby, they're going to be able to take it 2-0. Which is, I mean, it's a big 2-0 as well. PSG.LGD off the back of day one. They finished 3-1. Xtreme were 2-2. So these are some much needed victories for Xtreme Gaming.
Absolutely. I mean, this really puts them into that prime spot for an upper bracket finish if they continue to play like this. I mean, this was the series for Xingqiu, we have to say, right? Like, he was just performing out of his mind, and perhaps it was that extra motivation that he really needed just to be able to take down the old organization, but very beginning. Look at this. They were able to invade. They were able to take them before they were able to get any sort of stacks. And my eyes always just dart over to where is New on the net worth charts. And at this point, he was neck and neck with supports. Really was given a much harder time in lane than both of us were expecting.
Yeah. So I wonder now for at least PSG.LGD, they are probably going to need to find a different way to address the Bloodseeker counter, and I think that's probably looking at the lane, whether if you're going to first pick a Timber and then the response comes out from the Bloodseeker, like whether you have a different support or not, that makes the lane a little bit more bearable. Because I mean, the lane in game one was a little bit awkward as well. It wasn't like as bad, but I mean, I saw game two, it just didn't get to play Dota. So if you're going to first pick this hero, it seems like you're going to probably need to have a different game plan.
I mean, I thought he crushed the lane in game one, to be honest. I think the big thing for mine is just where they picked it in this game in particular, right? Okay. Because you first picked the Timber Saw, and you gave them ample opportunities to be able to counter you throughout the entire draft. This was a Bloodseeker that was picked up, like, end of the second phase, wasn't it? Or was it early? I think
yes, it was end of second phase, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, the fact that this hero was let into the draft this long was kind of nutty to me. Especially considering, you know, you had the potential to pick up the Timber Saw, for example, on 8 instead of on 5 in the draft. And it would have meant that if they went for a Timber Saw, you could Bloodseeker. It's something that Shiro is super comfortable playing himself. So it just really felt like it was the pick that was a great response to at least 2 of your cores. And the last one was dealt with by the other heroes. You know, every single hero was addressed one-to-one. The Legion Commander with the early Blade Mail will deal with the Medusa. The Bloodseeker with the Shard will deal with everyone else. And Paparazzi, well, he just didn't care. He killed everyone in his path.
What a series for Paparazzi, and what a series for Xtreme as a whole. And Xingqiu gets some revenge, so to say, versus ex-teammates. We saw
on death on a Skywrath Mage. When does that happen?
That's crazy. Had a great showing. It's another game that Sky looks very good in as well. So a lot of people are having a pretty good time on this hero currently. So we'll see how he continues overall with the games to come. And of course, our next series is going to be TSM versus Team Secret. TSM had they had a good day one. They finished 2-2. Secret, they did not have a good day one, 0-4. Those games, I mean, they were pretty close. Unfortunately, weren't able to get some wins. We'll see if they are able to find their first victory, though, against TSM. It's going to be about a 30-minute break. When we come back, though, we've got our second series of the night. We'll see you guys then.
eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You want a war? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
To stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain,
Two new opponents for our second series of the night. Team Secret taking on the boys on TSM. We've been speaking a lot, Danog, about, these Southeast Asian players going to different regions where we have a couple of Indonesians battling out. Of course, Whitemon on TSM up against FBZ on Team Secret. So it's going to be a nice little affair between them. And of course, an important series overall as well. Team Secret currently 0-4 as one of the play-in teams. TSM, they had a good day. They 2-2. One of their wins, of course, was up against the boys on Team Liquid, which is, to be able to get a series, a map against them. And then Shopify as well, which, that's also very impressive too. So TSM, I think, have to be very happy with their start. There is a lot for them to build on now.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't get a chance to have a look at what exactly happened differently between games 1 and game 2 of the Shopify series, but just from reading comments, people are always very measured with their comments about the games. It was like, oh, RTG's trash, blah, 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 blah. But basically, they ran the same draft back-to-back on Shopify, and they crushed one game, and then they got beaten horribly in another. And I just can't see why without going back to watch it. Of course, we were casting at the time, so there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of Dota going on, and there's only so much that you can review at this point in time. But what I do know is that it was around that IO Leshrak combination, and with TSM have been able to pick it up. They have a 100% win rate, so I'm sure that Team Secret, that's going to be firmly at the top of their radar when we do get into this draft.
All right, we got to even cast Secret yesterday with their series versus Talon, which of course 2-0 again, with not able to take the victory. We saw there was a lot of emphasis from Secret with their Snapfire. I think both those games, it was picked up in the first phase. One of the games we saw Amel play it. Another game we saw Yamage play it as well. So of course we're going to be looking at kind of the Snapfire, going to be looking at Crystal's heroes, and we also see often they get drafted first phase. And the Puppy heroes too. Speaking of some of the Puppy heroes, Enigma currently banned out from TSM, so one of those you will not have for Mr. Puppy.
Mm-hmm. Also, just a bunch of other Puppy heroes. I'm a fan of the Chen, but it's got a 25% win rate, so I'm not sure if this is the tournament for it. I'm not sure if people have a set idea of exactly how they're going to be able to play around it. I think you could still get away with, well, there we go. Maybe we'll see Puppy pick up the Chen, against the Enchantress. Feels relatively solid. You are very single target though, so maybe they're going to be feeling a little bit more anxious in that regard, but certainly we can see if you're going to run a Chen, it's got to be an aggressive style of game. You don't want the game to drag out. You really do drop off in your effectiveness if that's going to be the case. And I'm honestly a little surprised that TSM didn't go just for the IO to begin with and, potentially force that Leshrak coming through.
So what could the response be from Secret? Could look for an Enchantress. I was going to say maybe the IO +1 if that's a strategy you're looking to run, because Armel's Lesh is very formidable.
IO Primal is very strong as well. Just for the laning stage, I think you can certainly look to get away with it. Your movement speed, but I like this too. I was actually, you remember yesterday I was actually talking about how I'm a little disappointed that Secret aren't picking this Batrider a little bit more. It's actually one of their highest banned heroes by far, but something between then and now has clearly changed because you are just able to get away with far too much when you're playing this hero in a support role. Primal Beast very quickly able to take a lot of that farm, able to push out waves, but when you're not able to, pretty easy for a Batrider to just sneak his way through right next to your tier 3 tower and just take neutral camps and the waves at the exact same time as a Morphling coming out. All right. Tomato plays a good Morphling, but I'm not seeing any huge Morphling counters at this stage.
Tomato is this guy's Morphling is on another level, so they feel like they have a lot of confidence. And what do we... Because Secret with their opener, it's very flexible, right? With the Primal Beast Batrider, we can say, I really think Dino can be played in 3 roles, 4, 3, and 2. Batrider can fire out 4 roles. Yeah, yep. So, but then TSM, this is just safe lane. The Chen, the Morphling. So if we do say that Team Secret are going to be playing Primal Beast Batrider into the Chen Morphling, is that TSM favored? Do you kind of have to avoid that on Secret and then put these 2 heroes in separate lanes?
I'm honestly not sure with this because everything about Chen tells me you want to play fast. Everything about Morphling tells me you want to play slow. And sure, you can potentially get a really good lane off, but they heavily nerfed Morphling's adaptive strike for the laning stage, right? It went from 10 seconds at all levels to now 16 at level 1, and it goes down by 2 each level. So I'm not sure if you can actually lane these 2 together because if you are laning up against a primal Batrider, you're probably going to be not spending a lot of that time farming.
All right. Well, we'll see what the Chen's able to do then to potentially help out. Like if it's not going this adaptive track build. Which have you even seen Morphling's skill builds lately? I have to imagine it's like more points in the attribute shift than waveform. Yeah, sure.
Well, you have to remember that the bonus agi and stuff is still linked to the adaptive strike, so you kind of need it. And of course, it's dependent on what support you have playing with you as well. Are you able to get the range creep? If not, then good luck. And that's really what the adaptive strike is used for in those early levels. I mean, the plus side is it's still only 16 seconds. You're going to be able to use it every single wave minimum, and probably twice. Once for harass, one for securing last hits. But it certainly isn't as spammable as it used to be. So we'll see. I mean, with the Chen, if you are laning together, Chens often go into that Bassi ring as well early on, just so that at level 3 you can look to go back and jungle a little bit. But it gives you benefit for the lane, but you're just not going to get quite as much benefit as you used to.
So
spamming this out though.
Sorry, spamming the Chen. Now that we see like TSM's lineup and kind of the heroes they have, do you need to be considering maybe like a Skadi builder on Secret, or like a Vessel builder, or someone to deal with the sustain the Chen provides, and kind of the Morphling as well with like the attribute shift?
I mean, that's why the Drow got banned out, right? Like a natural Aghanim Scepter builder, good against the Morphling just in general. But it would have been a fantastic Drow game, especially with these two heroes like Primal and Batrider. They're able to get up in your face and be able to prevent a lot of that. Now it looks like they're just looking to get rid of a lot of the Chen counters. So someone that's just able to stand in front of a wave and deal with the eventual Chen push with relative ease. So, I don't know if you want to go something like Underlord. I think you can very easily just get away with getting Puppy's hero now, whatever that may be. Maybe Elder Titan. I guess against the Morphling it feels pretty solid, right? Get away all of that that armor that you're able to play with. You can also have a very easy setup for the Echo Stomp off the back of all of the other spells that you've got. You got to remember that the magic is actually linked to the astral spirit and the magic. The physical portion of the natural order.
5 seconds remaining.
Hang on, say that again. Sorry.
The natural order, just how the astral spirit and you kind of are linked together with like what does what.
The armor reductions on your hero, right? Not the spirit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, like, when you've got it out ready to do a lot of the stomping, you'll have a Batrider with Lasso, with Flame Break, with Firefly up. You'll have a Primal Beast trampling around. So you really don't need to put yourself in harm's way to be able to get a lot of the effectiveness, even out of just the singular point in the natural order.
Let's see what the response is going to be here for TSM. They're going to have to, of course, reveal a little bit more with their draft.
I'm wondering, did they need to go some sort of like cleanse on TSM's side? Like, it's not really meta, but like Omni-Knight, they're just going to go an Underlord. They're 3-0 when they pick up this hero, by the way. And I mean, with a Rubik, it's a pretty solid lane. Maybe they're just feeling that an Elder Titan left in this lane isn't really going to do too much damage to an Underlord if you just leave him solo. But man, I know Team Secret got 2-0'd by Talon, but Puppy was by far Secret's best player on that Elder Titan when he was able to pick it up. He just landed the perfect Echo Stomps in basically every single team fight. It just wasn't enough.
Are there any range heroes you can come up with that they might be thinking of Secret? Or do we need to look for a melee hero?
Well, you have to remember that it's, like, in general, it's heroes that don't get screwed over by Morphling as well. And so this Underlord pick kind of covers both of those grounds, right? Now, if you look to go Illusion heroes, Firestorm deals with them relatively easily. So I'm really at a bit of a loss as to what Team Secret might be looking to go here. Like, do you do something like a Terrorblade or something like that into this? I know Morphling can still go into you, but at least you've got that Linkens to be able to protect yourself. They don't really have any great Linkens breakers at this point in time.
Really trying to think Crystals here. Okay, well, man. Dano, I was going to say, I've suggested Ursa a lot. No one picks the Ursa, even though I continue to suggest it. And I thought, maybe this might be the game for it, but I didn't want to say nothing, so...
You also say that you really don't like the Ursa because of how immobile you are, how counterable you are with Nullify being a lot more popular. Lots of things, really.
But I guess the one nice thing is who builds Nullifier on TSM? Maybe an Underlord, honestly, if you have a super good game, but Morphling's not going to, so...
I just instead wouldn't be a horrible Yule's game.
Yeah, but you can't go through BKB. That's kind of the big thing. Like, that's if you
Yeah,
can...
but you want the Yules against the Ursa for the status resist, don't you?
Yeah, but it's not like a replacement. Like, sure, it can do a little bit, but the nice thing about the Ursa is you don't care about armor. You're more than happy with that. You get a bunch of damage out of your Fury swipes. And I am a little bit concerned about the lane though. Really, Ursa's lane is quite abysmal compared to how it used to be. And Rubik and Underlord can be very difficult to play into with all the spam. So I actually don't think this is an easy lane at all for Chrysalis. I think if TSM play it quite well, then Chrysalis can have a bit of a difficult time here, especially with Chen rotating through the portal as well. So I don't hate the Ursa pick, but he can have a difficult time.
I'm really feeling an Ember Spirit pick here for TSM. Like, for Bryle, it can be pretty good. You are somewhat capable of going into a Nullify if you absolutely need to. I feel like you're going to get a lot of value out of the BKB this game. Also, you are potentially a Yule Scepter builder. Like, it's not ideal for an Ember Spirit, but you can do it against a Primal Beast. Just to be able to slow him down a little bit. Batrider, of course, gets rid of the Napalms. Good against the Ursa overall. I wouldn't hate it, and it's one of course, Bryle's better heroes as well. So I think you could do a lot to be able to make space for this this morph.
I think Quap could be something you consider just because you don't know if the Bat's going mid as well.
True.
So, and they also don't have a lot of control on Secret. You also then need to consider about like the Primal Beast could also be mid lane. So there is a lot that you kind of need to be considering here for TSM with the potential of, I mean, it could just be, like we said early on, it could be Primal Beast Batrider offlane. That Pango ban is very interesting, considering I think the Dino matchup is different than what it used to be, but we're going to go down the Snapfire route from TSM, so offer a hero that plays very well into anyone mid. They don't know the matchup, let's go Snapfire, he's going to have a good time regardless, and scale.
What about an Armel Lina? I don't hate Lina this game. I think he's going to be able to get enough space to be able to do whatever he wants. You know, outside of the Chen, no one's pushing. You know, and Snapfire, Morphling both don't really do anything. Underlord's job is to be able to prevent the Ursa from farming. They don't have insane catch. I think it's a good lane against the Snapfire as well. Ooh, okay. This could work too. You're able to do similar sorts of things, right? Keep it ranged, but just get a little bit more active. So perhaps punish TSM at those earlier timings than Lina might necessarily be able to do.
I don't know how much this comes into play, but I don't know how much a Rubik is a deterrent for a Lina pick, because every ability is incredible to steal.
Yeah, I guess.
So, I don't know, because I agreed with every single point. I think it would have been a great Lina game as well. So, we'll see what Armel is going to be able to do on the Wind Ranger. This is a very hit or miss hero for me in particular. Let's actually see, how is the Wind Ranger going in regards to statistics? 53%.
Okay, yeah, 52%. That's not bad. We've seen it flexed a lot.
Yes, yeah. I also don't know if that is including play-in and also the MENA qualifiers, because that's on the Liquipedia stats. So, regardless though, overall, 53%, looking okay.
I'll be able to tell you if that's including the play-ins.
Thank you.
Without 53.585 is what it is with play-ins and what we're at included. Not MENA qualifiers though.
Yep, alright,
So-
looks like it's the same as what I got, so...
Nice.
Alright, there we go, let's see. All-rounded here, Secret, they're going to follow up with the Wind Ranger, of course. How do we like this as the last pick for Team Secret? Do we feel like they have what it takes to be able to get their first victory on the board?
Possibly. I like the general idea of the Wind Ranger. I like the idea of being able to outpace the TSM draft. Again, Morphling and Snapfire are very slow heroes. Kasani has got his work cut out for him if he's going to be able to stop a lot of this aggression from happening. I, of course, have utmost faith in Armel to be able to perform well in that mid lane. It's really just a question of they don't exactly have the greatest push themselves outside of, well, no one really. They just don't have good push. So they're going to need to make those timings happen around a lot of those siege creep waves as well if they're going to look to put a sufficient pressure on so that Morphling is actually forced to join fights or has the risk of dying rather than just be slowed down a little bit.
Alright, well, let us find out what we have in store for us already. Tip from White One over to FBZ. And one in return as well, of course, for the Indo boys. So we'll see how this game is going to shape up.
Think there'll be Indo boys or intro boys this game?
Say that again, sorry?
Will they be Indo boys or intro boys this game?
Intro boys.
Tell me you know the intro boys meme.
No.
Good early game throw, basically.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe one of them will be an intro boy. Maybe the other won't.
They could both. They're very capable
That's
of
true.
throwing two
That is true.
ways. I remember I was reading some comments about like, oh, they really want to make sure they get these lanes scouted out early on with RA placing that really deep observer ward. So they're going to be playing around the twin gate as well, just so that they can perhaps look to make that quick movement. Sure, they're not expending TPs as that second mover, but downside comes with, do you give up a strong lane to secure potentially 2 runes, or do you just go for the 1 rune and then, you know, go for the lane setup as a little bit more of a priority? There's no real winning situation or right choice for them to be able to make, but they have to live with whatever they choose. It looks like Kasane is going to reveal that he's moving up towards the top side.
It also has a very interesting item build to start, but I'm going to fight for these bounty runes, so okay, never mind. It's going to be 3 for 1 for secret. Yeah, Kasane went quad gauntlet, so very stat heavy, trade heavy lane. Like we said, this is I am expecting it to be a little bit more difficult for Chrysalis. I do not know though how much the Elder Titan changes it, because ET versus Rubik is incredible for Elder Titan. Like Rubik, no good abilities to steal. You get Echo Stomp, you don't have Astral. You get Astral, you don't have Echo Stomp. In the lane, the ET just runs at the Rubik. So honestly, maybe this offsets like kind of how I think this lane is going to go, just solely because of Puppy's Elder Titan.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, you've already just gone early point in the Fury swipes here as well.
I mean, that's huge.
It's your regen, buddy. Gonna need to be given over by Ari as Puppy once again just getting up in his face right now. These early usages out of the Astral Spirit are really just to get them low, right? Especially if you're able to get rid of one of the couriers too. You're only going to have a set amount of tangos to be able to play around with, so Puppy is blocking up the hard camp, making sure that his stays nice and healthy. That's really going to be those... Another courier going down. It's really going to be like around those second and third usages of the Astral Spirit that they can potentially look to go for kills. Maybe like Chrysalis being level 3 is the timing that they're going to be looking for. Getting the singular range creep as well with this small camp pull. So, see done by Puppy. Be able to give a little bit of an easier time for his Ursa Warrior into the Underlord. Not an easy matchup, like we've been saying.
Of course, down bottom, how are we expecting this lane to go with the Chen Morphling versus the Bat Rider and Primal Beast? Seems like there's a lot of damage potential on Dire, but can we see any kills out of that?
I can,
top
but
lane,
it really
Kasane? Blood Grenade used from Poppy, but yeah, with a Firestorm, we can't run into it.
I was thinking maybe they would wait until they're level 2, just so that you have the Echo Stomp available as well to allow the Ursa without any points in the overpower, just to get a bit of a free hit on between those Fury swipes. So, getting antsy for it, clearly feeling like the important thing is just to slow down this Underlord's farm as much as possible, because again, you've got 2 other really slow cores to be able to play with. So if the Underlord, the one that needs to stand in front of the towers, isn't having a good game, then that's a big plus for the rest of the team to just say, you know what, all systems go.
They block up any camps down bottom as well. It's like, no, all camps should be available for Whitemon to be able to take some of the creeps. I do wonder how free he's going to be to also kind of play his own game, because of course we know Chen is a little bit more of a greedier position 5 with wanting to try and farm up the jungle and get towards maybe like an early mech, or in this case an early soul crest by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't seem like he's going to be playing at that super greedy style, right?
Another Korean. Yeah, Yamich tipped him as well for it. It's like, what's going on, man? What's your Korea?
3 couriers now?
Yeah.
TSM have lost? Yeah, that's a lot of gold. It really does start to add up. Quick maths. 400 or so? You're able to get off the back of that?
Secret got 3 bounties as well, so like we'll see. We'll see what this extra gold's going to be able to do.
Influencing some of these net worths a little bit, but Armel really bodying that mid lane. A really good time so far, 16 and 4 against the 15 and 2. It's just looking to get a lot of denies up this is really negating a lot of the effectiveness that Snapfire's look to play around with. You know, you are picking this as a lane dominator, basically like a Shadow Fiend that has the potential for huge burst damage, but also providing utility rather than just being a pure right click.
Got to remember though, they did blind pick it, so this was kind of the Snap. Don't know, like just regardless on whatever the last pick is for Secret, he's going to have a good time. I'm
still worried at how slow it is though, man. Like again, it only matters if Secret actually do something about it. So I'm really going to be looking towards Armel. Honestly, Armel, Yamich, and FBZ, right? They need to be looking to get quite aggressive this game if they're going to stand a chance to win this one.
So how do you think then TSM should play around that? Are you looking to consider about like very defensive wards around the river to kind of scout out these movements that we're expecting? As Poppy might just solo kill Ari. Nice telekinesis.
So when you say defensive wards, do you mean like to protect the hero Seeker going to get gone on? Yep. Or are you thinking potentially, like, because what I like are the wards that, for example, like what Ari's dropped in front of the tier 1 tower bottom, right? It's going to scout out a lot of those movements as it's about to happen, rather than reactively. You know, you can react to the action before it happens, rather than once it's already begun. So that's the sort of thing that I want to see. Of course, smokes are going to counter that, but it still allows you to get back in time while also, you know, wasting the enemy's time if that makes sense.
Okay. See, Ari's going to have to TP mid to try and refill the bottle for Bryle. It's definitely getting the treatment at the moment from Armel, 25 and 7 compared to the 22 and 5. Does leave Kasane solo top, so looks like once Crystal is able to continue to find the levels, 2 points Fury swipes, they should be able to solo zone Kasane out.
So speedy already. Even once that Astral Spirit wears off, he's got the Boots of Speed and the Wind Lace to be able to get away. Last hero. Also see Ari play around this this power rune. Not going to stack up at the exact same time, really just wanting to prioritize that over everything else.
Nice blood. Armel, nice movement over. Gotta look to try and somehow get the deny.
Nicely done by Yamich as well. Lane braked. Bryle away. Sure he wasn't going to be able to claim that one. As well, I'm sure he's saying, hey, take the bounty rune, but there's creeps. There's a siege creep and a range creep fitting into the tower, and Armel needs to make sure that he's staying on top of that very slight XP lead that he's got right now over Bryle. Of course, the first blood helping out immensely.
That should help.
Interesting Wraithman pickup as well for Armel. I mean, of course, universal stats always nice, but that's going to be able to play.
They are leaning into this fact that they are going to have a slow, do-nothing draft on TSM. Tomato is going a minus on this this Morphling. Yeah. They're missing a couple of last hits as well, especially those really valuable Flagbearer creeps. But, I mean, if you're not going to do anything anyway, at least full-on commit to it, you know? Like he's doing. He's saying, we're not going to have a lot of space around the map to farm. They're going to be pushing our towers. They're going to take our farm space away. What's the most gold-efficient item at allowing us to do that? It's a item.
Well, we'll need some boys. They drag the wave, which will help the dive from Secret. Ari's going to reveal himself bottom. Meanwhile, top lane, Crystallis gets a solo kill. So now all of a sudden, because of what Poppy was able to do for the Ursa, he's gotten out of his weakest stage, and now with levels, he can solo the Underlord, frees up Secret to be able to play the opposite side of the map. And now, you just mentioned Morphling going minus. Well, he's going to be trying to scale into a matchup that Ursa's very happy to go late game into. I will say, like, I don't know how different this is with this current Ursa compared to the Morphling, but usually you'd be pretty fine for Crystallis to be able to go against the Morphling as this game goes on.
I think it depends on a number of things, right? Like, how lucky do you get? Do you get the Mind Breaker, for example, to provide that silence against the Ursa? Do you get things like an Abyssal Blade nice and early on? Does he get the Aghanim Shard to be able to be a bit more survivable? You know, these sorts of things, but you absolutely do have the burst, especially when considering that you're playing with an Elder Titan as well.
Do have kisses online for Bryle. Did TSM make any proactive move this game? Like, cause with kisses, I mean, it's definitely a kill, unless you really mess up with it. So are you wanting
with your question, like, that's kind of why I was like, huh, so why the Chen, you know? Like, I guess you could sort of play it in a way that You can, you know, manipulate the creeps behind the waves, make sure it keeps pushed out. But yeah, I really think if it's up to them, they're just going to keep farming and farming and farming until they get to level 20 on both Morphling and Snapfire.
All right. For the long game. I wonder if Whitemon gets lucky with something like a Purge Creep or something to dispel the win run. Maybe there's kill threat then. Would be very nice. Busy. Just around a little bit. Smarto does have to be a bit cautious now. They can cheat. Oh, he's committed waveform. He's now in the thick of it all. Gonna need some TPs to come out. That's where Brow's gonna be able to come into play. He will a little bit off the mark. Snapfire down the bottom. I mean, I guess Ari's soaking some experience mid. They might be able to cut off Armel as well with the win run. Currently on cooldown for a couple of seconds. Armel will die as a result to that Kasane. Alright, he didn't even get the kill. It was Brow that's able to snipe that.
All right, that's a pretty big kill. I mean, again, you need to make the most out of these early rotations, and it's not even like Armel has gone for this, like, naked-ish Javelin build. He's actually just switched up from the Maelstrom into a Diffusal Blade, so he really wants to make sure that he's getting in on top of Tomato, looking to make his life a whole lot more challenging.
It's a very interesting Diffusal game. I mean, both Underlord and Snapfire also very much rely on mana and don't have the greatest mana pool. So... okay, I don't hate... I really like this from Armel, actually, who unfortunately doesn't get the DD. Aim all over to the right side. Brow gets another kill. Back to the mid lane, though. Ari. Oh, good chase down. Ari's going to have Brow with him, and they'll even use the Hand of God just in case.
You can't afford to, like even a Rubik is really important for them this game on TSM. It's well worth using that Hand of God just because, again, it's going to allow you to be present, especially around this siege creep wave that's now hitting into the mid lane. You imagine if the Rubik dies, maybe the puppy on his Elder Titan sticks around. Maybe they use that to be able to shove Bryle away. Maybe you actually take out this tier 1 tower. It's not only protecting the cause, but it's also allowing the Chen to just sit back and farm like he is. So Whitemon's going to continue to scale as well.
What are we wanting Whitemon to itemize into then? Because, like you said, he's going to try and continue to scale and definitely is playing for his own game. No one has kind of gone back into this jungle camp area where Whitemon's getting 3 of them. So what items would we like him to go down?
I don't think Whitemon's ever going to be in a position where he can go the Yules. Like, if you're getting gone on, you're kind of screwed. Man, it's an even better Nullifier / Yules game now with a win range being picked, actually. So, someone needs to get it. Can he afford to just go for a 4-staff instead? I'm not so sure. Maybe you could go just like straight Lotus. I'm not sure if you're going to get too much value out of a drums this game on Whitemon. Really feels like that Solar Crest is, you know, of course it helps if there is a fight a little bit, but you could just use it to accelerate your farm even further. Smoke.
The first one of the game for TSM. Move down to bottom. FBZ, of course, already using the Pulverize. I don't know if this is the easiest kill though. 1800 health they have to go through along with the Vanguard. Yeah, they're actually going to turn their attention over to mid lane, potentially where Armel is currently positioned. That too is not easy though.
No, I think they're actually backing up because they got spotted. Like, some of the Chen creeps got caught outside of the smoke, so half of them were revealed, kind of giving away that that rotation. The plus side is, Bryle still is able to secure that that Arcane Rune for themselves. And is he stealing away a lot of this farm? He's even using the Kobold as well to body block if Tomato is looking to pick some of that up.
I mean, a name we haven't said in quite some time because he's just been left on an island is Chrysalis, and this is Battle Fury now completed. A exceptional timing with the treads, Orb of Venom, and Stick. This is not a naked Battle Fury at all, so his farm is going to continue to skyrocket, and he could hit a very, very scary mid-game timing with Blink BKB.
Yep, for sure. I mean, that's really the thing that Secret... I'm sure they would hope that they can play around a little bit more than just that timing. They'll want to have got a lot more done by that stage of the game. But, you know what, if it gets to that stage, you still won't be completely ready on TSM to take a lot of those engagements. So I can understand if Team Secret want to wait entirely for that. I really feel like they've got a window around the Diffusal Blade on Armel to be able to make something happen.
In fact, it's going to be TSM that really make the first movement as a group to try and contest the tower. Maybe that's one of the
Vanisher as well, the Chen. So
maybe that's
a little more conservative, perhaps, with this defense.
Doesn't look like we're going to get a defense out of Secret at all. Maybe that's one of the issues with Dire is just like, how do you actually take objectives? How do you open up the map? You've had a couple heroes down bottom, but you haven't been able to shove the Morphling out of the lane. And now TSM just bring 4 heroes top. You get the tower. They are kind of setting up on Kasane. He does have Ari nearby to maybe help out, but the burst potential from Chrysalis is going to be too much for him to handle. Ari will be able to TP. I think he'll make it. Yeah, Chrysalis unable to even get any right clicks off, but a nice kill onto Kasane. Second death of the game.
Both as a result of Chrysalis in some capacity. Like in this early-ish Lincolns on Tomato, right? It's just going to allow him to continue to farm, even in areas where they might have taken one of your towers, right? Like, because look at what you're going up against. You're going up against an Ursa that's probably going to be building an Abyssal Blade at some point, but more importantly, the Lasso, the Pulverize, the Shack. Like, those are the real things that you're just wanting to dodge so that you've got a way to be able to...
What?
Or...
How'd the creep jump to the left? I feel like he got super unlucky there from Brian, but nonetheless, it is a movement that does not pay off.
I really wonder when Secret are going to flip the switch here, because you've reached your time on Armel. Like, you can, of course, go into that Manta, but you don't need to. Maybe... Do they have any vision up right now? No, the map is completely dark for them, so they are to go for a smoke.
You just got Blink on Yarmich. Surely that is also with drums on Puppy, like you want to take a fight.
Yeah, maybe just soak up a little bit of this experience around the ancient camp that Chrysalis is able to pick on up. BZ closing in on the pipe, but not quite there. At least have the cloak component. Protect himself a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this game's about to blow wide out now. Secret are ready to go. Like, TSM kind of made their own real movement for that T1 tower top, but now it's Dire's time to be able to finally do something. Chrysalis even moving on down just in case he feels required. I mean, they will be taking a fight on the opposite side of the map of Roche, but a potential kill, you could portal up top. But a fight might not even break out as well, as Tomato's even just going to leave the area. So they might just look to trade the towers, though, with mid being a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's Whitemon again using that Solar Crest for that exact purpose.
What's going on?
To assist with taking this one out, and yeah, looks like are they going to just go and steal this Roche away? They're just going to sit back and continue farming. Alright, I mean, it's a big juicy wave at top. I understand wanting to make sure that you're protecting that without committing the TPs for it. Now Puppy is the only one that doesn't have it, so you've got to make sure that there's not too much action that happens around this mid lane or anywhere else away from the team.
This could be a really good fight for TSM. If Secret go back towards this Observer ward, they even have another ward to the left as well that could scout out Puppy trying to connect. Looks like they have read this though on Secret. No one really is showing on the map. Puppy's just going to try and go deeper and deeper inside the left jungle.
Oh, the Spirit's going to give him away.
Oh no, alright. Not the worst. Puppy will go down in the end. Why not?
Ooh,
I don't know.
The one spell you can steal.
I don't know about using the Ice Splitter, but anyway. The Gen Creeps also scouts him out. I mean, they just cleared off the creeps, but let's give them some information. Crystal's going to show on the lane as well. How do you start? He might be the one to go.
I mean, Wolf could join through that twin gate if he really wants to.
They might need him. They're going to go actually into Ari instead. So this split is really not going to provide them a whole lot. Meanwhile, Lasso's out as well with the damage from Armel. Crimson Guard's going to be able to mitigate a majority of this. They were still able to get the kill onto Ari. Kasane's rendered useless, so without any mana. But Braul's going to do his best to try and turn it around. Even Tomato wants to get involved as well, but it doesn't look like TSM are going to be able to strike back. In fact, Secret, do they want to continue for more? Puppy's leading the charge. He's wanting some boys to follow up, but maybe they feel like that kill is enough along with the kisses down to go for Roche.
I think it is. I mean, no kisses, no... They've got the Underlord. He's got his Crimson Guard coming back up, and actually look to just throw yourself onto the front lines with Puppy, scouting them out for now. Go back off.
Oh, they're busy. He wants to charge in. Never mind. Nice sidestep. Might have just put himself in his own grave, but Chrysalis wants to jump over the top. It's a beautiful shackle onto two. Brawl's in some danger. Look at the return kill, though. FBZ, not available for the team fight with a turnaround Tomato. Beautiful use of the Wind Ranger replica, but they won't really be able to get too much out of it.
Chrysalis value out of the Lincolns as well. They do have ways to be able to, of course, cancel out the Pulverize, but FBZ was making a beeline for Tomato, and obviously wasn't anywhere near as effective as he was wanting it to be. So that early Crimson Guard is going to do wonders against a Wind Ranger. Armel wasn't forced to use the Focus Fire just yet, but even if he was, you know, with this Diffusal Blade, sure, you can render someone else effective, but you're probably not going to be giving up any kills.
They can Roche, yeah. I mean, you have Chen with Solar Crest and all the creeps. I mean, Lil Shredder's only level 1, but I don't think you can leave this area on Secret. You're going to need Poppy to scout, which... Astral?
All those Skelly boys.
Life Splitter, potentially. There's no follow-up, though, which is the big issue.
Hendrix died.
FBZ is going to try and charge in. Chrysalis as well, but an instant telekinesis. They're going to try and target down Kasane at the moment.
Stolen.
They did still pulverize. Let's see how that's going to be able to come into play from Ari. He's going to try and close the distance onto Armel. He'll do his best in the shot, but it's just not going to matter. Poppy's in with a multi-man, Echo Stomp, and Secret. Well, they can now look to try and take Roshan off the back of the team fight.
Really not sure why Ari went in so deep there. He's a Rubik who stole Pulverize, right? He could have been able to get a big usage out of that from range and still lock down the Wind Ranger, but he was really keen on just disabling Armel throughout that entire team fight. Just commits a little bit too far forward, and like you said, that was a fantastic Echo Stop coming through from Poppy.
Boy, oh boy. Poppy, dude, what? How's this? All of a sudden, this leads 6,000. 4 kills. Get Roche. Get a little bit of farm across the map as well. And these are like supports as well. You give them some farm, like they can prove to be an issue. If Poppy wants to go for the Ag shot, or I mean, you'll probably get it from Tormentor, but once you get that, to potentially get the armor reduction on Tomato, we know the Bat Rider scale is without a doubt. This hero is incredibly done with farm, and Yamich is definitely going to be able to find it.
I think ET Aghanim Scepter should give more than 50% magic resistance, like
Yes.
more than a BKB. I think it should.
Yes,
I think it should
yes.
be like Lifestealer Juggernaut equivalent. What is it, 80%?
Yes, I believe they are 80.
I just want to see more Elder Titan, especially with all these freaking meepos that we're seeing.
How do they start this? It's a pretty good angle. Gonna have to maybe no, he's got Lincolns. Is killing possible?
That's the thing, right?
Is
He's
Kasane
popped
possible?
Crimson. 0 damage.
No mana now. Mel, this is just suicide.
Yep.
That was crazy from Secret.
Way too deep going in there. Just searching for any sorts of kills. I think maybe feeling a little bit too confident off the back of that past team fight, not realizing that it was Big Daddy Puppy that was the one that set up a lot of the action for you, and I really just don't think there is a good person to go on outside of the Snapfire right now. Bryle is the one that you're looking to find. Slow down this timing towards the level 20s. Level 13 right now. The start of a very awkward period for this Snap, and no defensive items that he's got so far. So he is the one that you want to be making moves on to.
He's working on them though, but yeah, without them yet, he's very vulnerable. Boys on Secret, who still have the ages for another 2 minutes 40. And they're probably going to continue to try and butt their head against the Tier 1 tower. Maybe this was the move instead of trying to get the kill. Hit the tower. Look to go from them, being able to control the triangle, take a little bit of farm away, especially considering it was just the minute mark. So no one will be able to come nearby.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Takes a lot of control away from a pretty... Again, like, TSM's draft is farm-oriented. This was always going to happen. It's just a matter of what do Secret do with the time that they've got to be able to answer it with. Fuel Scepter on the Rubik.
Okay.
I don't hate that. Gives him a little bit of extra cast range. Wonder if he... it's just a tier 2 item, so Eye of the Vizier. Going to be lucky enough to be able to pick up that one for himself. Pupil's Gift instead, so we'll be hoping for a headband in 5 minutes. There's that big item as well, Aghanim Scepter. So you want to go into that Wind Ranger. You're building all these stats, you're building into a Manta style and eventually a Lincoln Sphere, but when you get that Lincoln, Wolfling is going to say thank you very much.
Lincoln's popped.
Quick fingers by
reaction.
Ari.
Do they want to take the fight? I think a TP was actually cancelled on TSM. Yeah, you think Tomato pretty much for a majority of this game, he's just going to be looking to play around with the Wind Ranger replica?
I think so. Maybe the Primal Beast, just because the Enrage does have that break mechanic, and it's nice to have a little bit of that extra AoE damage, but for sure, Wind Ranger just to have that extra win run. to be able to avoid the Ursa, right? Until he picks up MKB, how's he supposed to kill the Morphling in these earlier stages, right?
Well, with the Basher now, I think you can. I think this is a very vulnerable position for Morphling to be playing. You get a first hit bash, then all of a sudden that's plenty of time for Lincolns to be popped, and they do have stuns afterwards, so this is a bit of a scary time. It's going to come down to, once again, I think the position from Ari and maybe even the Hand of God, which is only level 1 though.
Bottom side, solo again.
Birdie is, the boys are starting to move over, but that would just be too late. Maybe they can get a return kill, but TSM, they're going to make sure they bring everyone. They feel like this is a good fight to take. Chrysalis tries to jump into the trees. They're continuing to kite the Ursa for the moment, as this is not the fight that Secret were hoping for, but it doesn't look like they'll lose any more members.
Instantly get that Observer or D-Wadded, but yeah, that's twice now that Armel's just thought, you know what, I'm good enough to be able to 1v5, but you are not, my guy. I mean, he at least fought away from Kasane to begin with, but as soon as he comes in, drops that Crimson Guard, didn't even need the Pit of Malice to be able to deal with him, so I really feel like Armel is going for the Lincoln Sphere, but he's going to need to go defensively with the next couple of items.
Should be able to get the Rubik. They are starting to come down bottom though on TSM. They'll use the Hand of God as well just to buy some time as Tomato tries to take the Elder Titan out of the equation. He's going to make him work for it though with the Crimson Guard. There's the bash as well, but Tomato preemptively pops the Attribute Shift. That's an early use of the BKB from Chrysalis as well. This is not the worst for TSM. If they can continue to kite back towards their tower, they're going to be cautious though, because what an Echo Stomp from Puppey onto 3. It's going to be able to set up for the Shackle as well. Armel wants to get Whitemon down, getting rid of some of the sustainers. Chrysalis now can start to get the swipes going, sinking his claws deeper and deeper into TSM as Kasane. There is no way back to the safety of your base. A Secret, finally the fight that they have been waiting for.
That's the thing, right? They went on a much better target to be able to start that one out, and again, it's all set up by Puppey. He's the one on the front lines. He's a tanky boy. He's got that full drum Solar Crest finished up for himself. He was able to bait it out. He had a great healing Lotus, 400 HP, and allowed the Ursa to come in, set up for that next Echo Stomp.
They go for it. They got a pretty good high ground ward.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Almost got a Halberd finished up now off the back of that for FPZ. So suddenly, even against the Wind Ranger morphed into Morphling.
Dude just assassinates Ari. And now Whitemon's just dead as well. Yeah, this is soon gonna get to the stage when Secret are able to build this net worth lead. Like, these squishy supports, if you show for a second, you are just in so much danger.
They're still not ready. You know, this is the thing. If you're going to go a farm-oriented draft, and this is going to happen. They're going to run at you. At least you've got level 18 on Morphling. He's actually going into that nullifier that we've been talking about. They're realizing that, you know what, the Yule Scepter on its own, probably not going to be enough. Is anyone else going down that route? I know Underlord is going a nullifier as well after his own Heaven's Halberd. So I understand it. I'm just not sure if it's the best, like, hero item synergy.
It's about to be a 3v5. They're connecting from the other side. Puppey's going to try and get the Echo Stomp to enable them to catch up. It's a pretty nice pit, but it's not going to matter. With Kasane in with the lasso, they'll try and target down, and they should be able to secure with a kill into the Underlord. It will stay quite some time. It's not going to matter in the end. Kasane is still 5th death of the game. Tomato will be able to get out. But I just really wondering when this game gets any easier for TSM.
Snap 20. That's when it does. It's all about making space for Frial right now. On the plus side, he's got the boots of travel, right? So he can move around the map relatively easily. Right now, got a lot of really deep vision ups. Going to be able to scout out instantly when he does make that TP back down towards the bottom side of the map. Maybe that's the timing that they're waiting for, right?
Sorry, I was just watching Tomato try and right-click at Busy, and he actually does no damage right now, so... Yeah, wow, alright. This is very scary. They're going to be able to get both Wisdom Runes as well, and they feel like they're in a position where they have to force a team fight, potentially.
I feel like Secret are in a position where they can look to go back and take the Roshan first. They don't know it, but the scan was just used, so they might be able to get away with it. Well, with Chrysalis just freshly picking up that Abyssal Blade. We saw how quickly the Underlord can melt, but it's got to be Chrysalis that gets onto him first. So you can't allow that Heaven's Halberd disarm to be able to come out. He'll have time to be able to pop the BKB after the halberd as well. Really expecting that to be the next big fight. But if TSM could make the jump happen, maybe things could change. Oh, look at that. The Astral Spirit procs. Poppy once again on his Elder Titan, just rallying the troops back to this choke point.
I'll use the Sentry actually for a little bit of vision. Early BKB from Chrysalis. Wants to turn to Tomato with a bash out as well. Tomato's in some danger. Cookie to protect him. Force as well. Tomato will be able to get back to the safety of his team. What can they do now from Team Sim? They're retreating to a ward. Secret have so much information. Chrysalis going to jump over the top. Assassinates the Morphling. And with Tomato down, there is no hope of a rebuttal as they can catch up to Bryle as well. They were still holding the lasso just in case the further fight broke out. And Secret have 0 casualties. And now, Roche could be up for grabs for them.
Could be, but you can just keep pushing down this tower. It looks like they want to make a bit of a move across to maybe take more than one lane at the time. The plus side is if you take top and mid, still got bottom to be able to take, and Roshan is about to move back down towards that bottom side. So logically, they're going to be wanting to play there anyway. Hope we get it before that is the case though. Cheese. That's right. You don't leave that cheese there, Chrysalis. I do want to see him go the MKB first before this Swiftling, right? Like, he's able to get the, I wonder if Morphling's going to just buy the shard, just so that you can start shifting into that strength during the Abyssal Blade, if they are perfect with their initiation onto you. But Nullifier is still so important. Like, it's a really hard decision.
I don't think you can buy it when you're this far behind. I just conserted the damage output. Wymon? I was actually going to try and drop the kisses, but it's just a beacon for Chrysalis to jump and get the kill on the Snapfire. And now it's another double Echo Stomp. They can do whatever they can to try and repair some of the damage, but the Hand of God is not enough, and the high ground, it's not going to be a deterrent as well. Inside the base they go. They're just bypassing Tomato. Maybe Poppy's going to be a bit cautious. Might die to the tower. Pops the smoke to live, and oh, come on, dude. This Puppy guy, Secret, maybe one fight away or moments away of being able to get their first victory of the Riyadh Masters.
It'd be well worth it. You know, they did everything right. You know, I was a little worried at how passive that first little bit of the game was, but the positive side is as soon as they got that Blink Dagger, as soon as they had the pipe available, Armel almost was, you know, giving it away with a couple of kills, and Chrysalis, I'm not sure if Tier 4 tower is the place you need to be. Especially when that Morphling is still dead for the next 30.
Power shot. Kind of cool.
Power shot.
I don't know if that's going to help out too much, though. That looks very cool. Meanwhile, Puppy's just pushing him top.
Puppy's doing what they should be doing, pushing. And he's even got the gem as well, so he's taken out all of their vision that they've got around the map as well. The map is completely dark right now for TSM. A little bit of a right-click threat on his own with that Boots of Bearing. Destruction as well.
Yep, very high level.
Bringing people into negative armor now off the back of that.
Dude, he's one level behind Tomato.
Yep. And Midas Morphling as well.
Yeah.
Who's been level 18 for what feels like 5 minutes.
And has not progressed items in a very long time. Which I mean, I do not think is Tomato's fault at all. I think it's just, what do you mean, well? What could Tomato do? I don't know, I think there's a... Kasane? Get the helmet out. And then buy some time for the team. But the team won't really be able to help out at all. They're just going to look idly by and watch.
These do-nothing drafts, man, they'll get you every single time. And you know, if you're sitting back and you're doing nothing, the enemy team, they're going to be bringing the fight to you. What they're going to be able to do with it. Xtreme popped by Armel as well, so if anyone steps forward to try and defend this, he's just going to look to just dive straight in onto them. Aghanim Scepter coming out to him now on the courier too. Playing around that invis.
Hail Mary play. Ooh. Oh, Chris was quick on the fingers to try and take Bryle out of the equation, and they'll do that with ease. And now they can even... Tomato cause GD. He gets slept instantly before the attribute shift. and he will type GG before they right-click him as well. Secret just completely run them over in this game one.
They did what they needed to do, right? There's only so many times we could say the same thing, but we've seen it time and time again, right? Snapfire, the way to beat it, outpace it, and then they doubled down with the Morphling Midas that really just didn't provide all of the damage to the utility. And Underlord, again, he's not the greatest pusher. You had to rely almost entirely, it felt, on Whitemon to put a lot of the pressure on in the early games. And at the end of the day, he's a position 5 Chen. The man cannot do everything on his own. He was even doing a lot right with getting the Satyr Banisher, that early nullifier equivalent, but eventually they just got far too far ahead on Secret because of all the objectives they were able to provide. And really, it's on the back of Pup, right? The amount of Echo Stomps that this man was able to land, the perfect positioning of the Astral Spirit, even when the Stomp wasn't being used, it meant that this heavy-ish lineup was able to just rip through the TSM roster.
I think Pup is a very big reason why they won this game. I think MVP from, I mean, you said the team fights. I really don't think that lane is, without the Elder Titan, is supposed to go the way that it did. We spoke about the ET Rubik lane matchup, and sometimes that Ursa can have a lot of weaknesses there, and we saw what Puppy was able to do to just pretty much solo zone out both the Rubik and the Underlord, which got to the stage where Chrysalis was able to play 1v1 versus Kasane, got a solo kill, got a 12-minute Battle Fury, and then, of course, we mentioned that Ursa versus Morphling is a very, very good matchup, even for a hero we do not see often. So, Puppy, incredible performance. Secret, incredible performance. They weren't able to get any wins yesterday, but they were very competitive, and finally some things are going to go their way. But it is just game one. Can they continue with this momentum, or are TSM going to be able to strike back? We'll find out after the break.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وإن تبغى راب خفيف أجيب تويستر أنا أجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب extra cheese على الكرانشي chicken في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
Well, Secret able to find their first victory of the Riyadh Masters. A incredible performance from them overall. We're going to find out if they can get a second victory over TSM, who had a very good showing in day one, where they had a 1-1 against the boys on Shopify, against the boys on Liquid as well. Maybe there's a bit of a trend going on for TSM if they're able to take this second game, but we're going to have to see what they do a bit differently here.
It's going to be a bit of a meme, isn't it? Just the ties constantly with this squad. And honestly, I think they can clean it up. You know, a few of their fights didn't go horribly. It's just they literally had no tools to be able to get through that mid game. You know, they tried their very best, but a Midas, Lincoln's, Morphling, he had the Ags, but he just had no boys to be able to play with, was the big issue for mine. So the draft, a little bit off for TSM. Secret, they had to execute, and it really does show how big their margin for error was. Like, you basically had 7 levels to be able to make something happen. It took them probably a little bit longer than it should have. Maybe a more experienced team could have closed that one out faster, because there were 2 deaths from Armel. Love the guy. That probably shouldn't have happened, right? So that's the sort of thing that Secret, even in a win, they're going to be able to take something out of that game and still look to improve potentially.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot they can look for as well with that game, and we'll see what they're going to be able to do differently. But we were getting this draft underway pretty shortly. You're going to see what the changes priority is. Secret, they're on Radiant with first pick. TSM on Dire with second pick as well. I don't know who'd priority this game, actually. Did you see? I didn't.
No, I didn't see. It's too damn fast.
Too damn fast.
You got to make sure whenever you're going up against first phase double pick, get rid of that Lesh. I like this this strategy. Sorry, spoilers, draft isn't up, but Secret, they've gone ahead and banned the Leshrac out. It's good, right? Like, it's still good in non-IO drafts, so may as well just remove the hero overall. Just being able to put it into the position 1 role if the situation does arise for it. I do want to see... That was the first loss, actually, for Kasane on his Underlord, so... the streak is gone. I love that they keep banding out this Enigma. It is something that they're just going to prioritize quite heavily across a lot of the European teams. I'm seeing it very consistently come out, and I think this is the same bans, actually, for TSM, with Yamich heavily preferring his Monkey King in that position 4 role.
10 seconds
I mean, even Chrysalis as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a scary Monkey King player. He is indeed, so... Seen in the past that his Monkey Bloodseeker to be his 2 best heroes.
Surely you just pick the ET again. Surely. Why not? Every time Puppy plays the ET, it's just boss. Alright, I'm fine with this. They wanted more flex. Go for it.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Razor? Storm? Alright.
Alright. It's a bit more fast-paced already than what we had in the previous game, which is a plus. I really like seeing Bryle when he's able to just style and Bryle on these mid-heroes like the Storm Spirit. I mean, every single time TA rocks around, I always put Bryle in my fantasy, because the man knows how to get active. He knows how to get kills across the map. He's a damn good laner as well. I think he just was given a little bit of a disservice with having to go up against a last-pick Rim Ranger for 1, and then again being in this really awkward middle period where he couldn't do much of anything. I was actually having a bit of a think about it during the break as well, and I'm sure it's going to come up in the last few days of the group stage, but there are ways to get past that really awkward period on the Snapfire, right? Like the 13 to 19 period. Just go something like an Ags, you know? It still provides you with a lot of stats. So no. It makes sense,
okay,
man.
I'll hear you out.
it provides a lot of stats. Anytime a Universal hero can buy an Aghanim Scepter, it provides you a lot of just survivability. It provides you a ton of damage, so you're still not ruining your eventual scale for that level 20. And you actually have an additional tool to be able to take team fights, so you don't feel completely worthless. Hell, you can even just use it as a farming tool, right? Just glob something out onto a creep wave so that you're not actually having to put your body there as well.
I like the Primal Beast for Secret. I mean, this is just...
So you don't like my Snapfire theory?
I don't know.
Does it sway you that it's what Samael does?
10 seconds remaining.
It's very expensive, 4,200 gold to... Like, why don't you just go Midas?
I can see Midas, but again, it really doesn't mean you're doing anything in that middle period, you know?
I don't know if that would change if you have heroes where you can actually like set up for kisses. Like I don't know if you like have easier heroes to initiate there, because if you don't have playmakers, then I feel like we feel the weaknesses Snapfire more. If you have like a 4 or an off lane or someone who's able to be active, they can start the fight. You can send kisses
a Batrider
in.
and a Primal Beast, for example.
Exactly. Yeah,
we can get away with seeing an Armel Snapfire this game.
Yeah, like that's the thing. You got people to go in. You're going to have value with your kisses. Otherwise, you kind of have to get into the middle of the fight. So, well, I'm very intrigued about the Scepter. You know, it does give you more credit if someone is already doing it, like the King. So maybe I should not.
You're such a fan. That's what I thought. As soon as the King does it, you're like, oh no, I could see how it works.
Look, I would definitely prefer like Midas if you're gonna go something, or I would just prefer like you to draft around it. But yeah, look, I respect the reasoning.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so.
And we've seen the Snapfire do well against the Storm in lane as well. We have to also consider that, especially like you have a Batrider to potentially make a rotation onto it if it is played as a 4 Batrider as well. So that's another big benefit going their way.
Because I mean with the IO getting picked up from TSN, you're probably going to be looking at supports that are going to be able to set up for relocate. So I mean Clockwork's one that comes to mind versus the Primal Beast. Is there any others that you're able to think of?
That's the main one for now. I'm also just thinking like, I think Disruptor has a pretty decent priority for Team Secret this game. I know it's not really like a puppy style hero, but I think you absolutely want that against an IO. You want it to be able to set up things like the Batrider.
Wow.
I think Techies instead. I mean, I guess if you're able to get a nice launch off. I mean, you're not really using the relocate that much, right? You're being used as like a storm battery instead.
No, but it is a huge part of the hero that
10 seconds remaining.
Kind of would like to.
I would have been totally fine with the Clockwork. Let me get that out there.
No, I know, yeah.
I can understand the techies in its entirety, right? Like we've seen people mine up areas for the late game. Just like, when is this really important area going to come into the game? Fine, litter it with mines. And then when they do eventually come, they're just going to get absolutely obliterated. One of the good techies answers we've seen over the past few months when techies was an absolute monster. Nice way to be able to get rid of that reactive taser. Nice way to be able to harass from range. High techies armor don't mean jack into impetus. I like it, and it's a puppy hero, so I will trust Mr. Papan.
I wonder if they show their mid laner or go for their Chrysalis hero if you want to keep the flex, because you already see the Storm Spirit. So at least for Almel, he will know his matchup.
Oh,
yo, what the heck?
I mean, burst damage is kind of what you want. Depends, right? I think they're going to be relying on FBZ to make a lot of the action happen on the backline, so that Tiny, like it's a mid Tiny, has a good time against this, just to burst down the Storm Spirit during that period of vulnerability, you know? Even just the IO, you know, burst the IO, don't let him get a mech off.
This hero is super volatile though, as a core.
Let's go to the GPK, build Barah.
Yep. I mean, which is nothing crazy, but just that's kind of the playstyle. You go treads and you literally just farm until blink. You don't show up to anything without that item. So we shall see. We shall see. What's the response going to be for TSM? Do they want to pick up their tomato hero? I don't really know the lane setup.
I mean, to be fair, like this could even be like a mid primal, a 4 Tiny, and a 3 Batrider, right? Yeah. Like you haven't actually totally revealed anything. We're assuming, just because outside of the Q Tiny and I guess Kataomi, but he's here anymore, rip. We're not seeing too much out of the support Tinies throughout the group stage. So I feel like it makes the most sense to show your core, just because we've already, like, it's Crystallis, right? He doesn't have this huge pool of heroes to be able to choose from, and you've already gotten rid of a few of his heroes so far, and you've got a couple of bans afterwards to be able to deal with it. So I think you can get away with picking a POS 1 here for him. as to what hero that might be. Jug, maybe?
Speaking of TSM?
Oh, sorry, yes. I'm an idiot. Even for Tomato, I feel fine with a Juggernaut, right? With an IO, you're someone that really benefits out of having that high attack speed. You've also got a way to survive through like a Batrider Primal Beast. Another option. Slark in the pool? Yeah, give me some Slark.
I don't think you can play that into... You would just play Primal Beast offlane. Dino destroys it.
Not sure if it does with an IO, though. That's the thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Fine with this too.
Probably have to ban the Deucer straight away. We've already seen Crystals play it, I believe, yesterday. And I mean...
just see a Bloodseeker beat a Deucer draft as well.
Oh, wait. Like... I felt there was a lot of other things in that went into that game.
Oh, LGD hater, I see.
Oh, God, what the hell, dude? Come on, I didn't say that. I'm a big PSG.LGD fan.
All right. How are they going to round out this draft? The Doom ban, huh? Little odd. I suppose the Primal Beast, it always feels good. A nice way to be able to get through. Like, they don't have any BKB piercing disable is a big issue for mine right now. They've got save, right? Like the Batrider, the Primal Beast, they're always going to be somewhat counterable with the IO. You really need to be on point with how you're using that relocate against the Pulverize, because you can just get stunned up unless you're perfect with your timing for it. But Whitemon's been flawless so far on this hero, so I can certainly see him being able to make it work.
I think Tide could be a consideration for TSM. Tide Tech is very strong. I think they have zero team fight, which would very much fix it. So, of course, we need to see what Secret's going to draft, though. Darkseid getting banned out, so maybe they're thinking of some illusion type of carry. Did you say TA, sorry?
Yeah. I think that's a consideration.
Where do we see... I mean, when I see Darkseid ban, I maybe think of like a Terrorblade, but I feel like you actually can play into a Terrorblade this game on TSM, so I don't know how concerned you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's that plus the Doom, right? Like this weird damage over time style, because they really have nothing right now that does it on TSM side. So I feel like you can potentially get away with a TA, plus it also can synergize fairly well with an Enchantress that's wanting to build Solar Crest, both for the TA and Roche and for pushing. So I feel like you could probably make that one work. If you go Tide Techies, then the Tide is still killable with a TA pickup.
I mean, we saw this earlier today, right? With the Bloodseeker Lifestealer, so I think Axe is something you could be considering for TSM. I think the Tide lane is very passive. I think you'll probably farm, but I think the Lifestealer will never get kicked out.
5 seconds remaining.
Where is Kasane going to play into this? Can he Razor? Tide. Okay. Yeah, still just the Tide. Good call. It doesn't feel amazing as the Tide, we gotta say, right? Like for the lane in particular. Like Tide is a hero that just wants to stay in that lane, and so does Lifestealer. And right now you are lacking any push, honestly.
Out of media though.
Yeah, but Lifestealer is just gonna whack you a few times in the face and then pop the rage and keep hitting you and keep hitting you and keep hitting you. You know?
Yeah. I don't know, does Tide really care about those hits though as well?
He does. Like if you get a few points in the feast, I think percentage damage always good against the Tide Hunter. You ignore the Kraken Shell.
So I mean, regardless, just to highlight the points we brought up before about the Tide, I think strong lane with Tech is Gush with. I mean, his right click was nerfed in the recent patch, but regardless, Gush with Tech, his right click is very dumb, and you had no team fight. So, I definitely don't hate the Tide Hunter pick. A lot of it's going to come down to, can you push the Lifestealer out of the lane? That is just the one thing I'm not 100% certain about with the Meteor Hammer or not. I'd kind of prefer Secret's draft, but there's also a lot of question marks as well. Like this tiny hero is super hit or miss. Like you can have a really good game or you can have a really bad game, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, for sure. I think the important thing about the Tiny Hero is that even with the Tide Hunter pick, it's a hero that actually does quite well against it, you know, with all the magic damage that you're able to output. When you consider, like, you can pulverize him, you can lasso him, Tide's not going to care. He's going to shrug it off with the Kraken Shell. They don't have any BKB piercing disable outside of the Bat Rider, so you really just need something that's going to hold in place and allow the Lifestealer to really go to work. So this might be a game where Crystalis gets into like an early-ish Aghanim Shard build for himself, so that you've got the open wounds both for the Tide Hunter, as well as being able to like withstand the man fight against the Bloodseeker.
Also, just to reiterate what we brought up previously with this matchup, you can even look at early halberds and nullifiers, right? Besides your shards, so we'll see. There's definitely a lot of different routes Crystalis can go down. Shiro went, what was it, Midas, Armlet, Deso into nullifier, I believe was his build, at least in that particular game.
But he still didn't get aggressive enough with it. Like, I think he should have done a lot more with the armlet than he did. And it really ended up costing them in the end. It was an even-ish game for, like, the first 35 minutes, but Xtreme Gaming just blew it open after that point. Hopefully, for Secret, that won't be the case, because they need this win. You know, that would bring them level with TSM. And, you know, a lot of Secret fans were saying, look, if we're going to be able to make it out of this group stage, we need a 2-0 here, and we need to, like, 1-1 potentially against PPT, which of course is a much harder prospect.
Yeah, that's... I mean, the BB team just took game 1 off Liquid, and game 2 is in the draft as well, so they are on another level right now, so...
Look at this guy, got the squad stream going while he's casting.
Just in the break, brother. I would never have anything up at the same time. This is... We're all in on Secret TSM here, so we'll see. Nothing too crazy with the lane setup. It's going to be the Io Bloodseeker combination together. Once again, FBZ on the Dino. We will see how this bottom lane goes, though. Of course, like we said, with the gush and the right clicks from R, it can be formidable. Another Courier is going to go down, like we saw to start the last game.
And they're really just giving these ones up for free, aren't they? I mean, that's a big reason why you're able to... Is he going to be okay on this bottom side? On the Lifestealer? Looks like he will be. Playing underneath the tower, having a magic stick available, and... What is happening?
Maybe that's... I mean...
So for Crystalis, he got out immediately for himself, so if there's anything that just indicates what both Tide and the Lifestealer want to do in this lane, it's not leave. They want to just stick here and constantly be trading right-click. Puppy, he's gone for the Nature's Attendance level 1, A, to be able to survive some of the harass tech fighting, and B, it also helps get Crystalis back up and healthy so that he does maintain a decent amount of tangos against the Tide. Because right now, Tide's having it just fine.
I think at least very early in the lane that should be the case. Maybe like you said, it could be different with more points in Feast. Your life still early on is it's some levels to play. Let's take a look at some of the other lanes. So mid, looking fine at the moment. Not expecting it to be too crazy either way. I mean, Storm Spirit versus melee hero can be really nice once Armel gets some spells and levels. There is always that kill threat onto the Storm.
I mean, they would love to get a kill onto Kasane in this bottom lane to allow Puppy to make a rotation towards mid. You would also... What period does FBZ feel safe? I guess once he's got a Vanguard, you really feel like, you know what, I'm not going to die to a Bloodseeker IO combination, and then Yamich can also make that rotation. I wonder if you can even do it just after the Ring of Health on its own, just because you really want to be punishing the Storm if you can, before he reaches up onto that level 6, and with a Tiny, all you really need is like level 4, and you can pump in a ton of damage into him. One thing making me want to favor TSM, though, is that cute Io skin, man.
Oh, dude, I just don't get it. It looks...
Like your little tongue he's got out of
It's
his
just not that good.
Oh, he's a cutie.
I don't want to, like... I don't want to rip into that much, because someone did make it, but, you know, I think it is very overhyped.
Just whenever I see him attack, he charges up his whole body to make the attacks happen.
Oh, yeah,
he's trying so hard, man.
Oh, come on, man. We got a first blood down bottom. Stop your Craigasm over just an IO set.
Sorry, Pablo. Let you down. Shout out to our observer, Pablo, by the way.
Yeah, he didn't miss that one, Chrysalis. He was probably on the ball, and Chrysalis gets first blood, so... I think he got the solo experience. I got the tail end of it where Chrysalis was on the bridge. I wasn't sure if Poppy was there as well, so...
He was nowhere nearby.
Okay.
Poppy was jungling. What did you expect?
What a creep, dude. No.
Good luck, anchor smashing, brother.
I don't know what an 18-second cooldown, but I guess that is well deserved with how dumb it is. Mid lane, Bryo. It's okay. Yamich is going to do a drive-by. Bryo might not get a rune, though. Armel's lacking some mana. Has enough for the toss. Can they kill Armel? Maybe it's just a little bit of poking, but yeah, no rune's going to go the way of Bryo.
Runes is the thing. I mean, Yamich will be able to at least pick it up for himself. So, take that one away from Bryo. That one as well needs to make sure I guess FBZ feels totally fine up here on his own. He's going to be able to last hit fairly well. Say that as he misses the deny in front of Tomato's face, gives it the high five. You know what? There was a lot of creeps there. Sometimes you can figure it a little bit.
Oh, right.
It's happened to me many times, alright?
I
don't say I don't doubt it. Yeah, that's right.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was going to be like, I don't think you can compare yourself to FBZ or Tomato, but that's okay.
Far better.
You are or them? I just want to clarify. Yes, just, yeah. Whether it's me or them, no one would know. No, just, definitely FBZ. This is the baller.
Freaking Puppy, just blocking camps with his Mind Stealer as well, just as it's about to expire, just making himself an absolute menace. Even at 30 years old, he is still being just such a grief for his opponent.
Why'd you say it like that?
You're 30 anything, you know? I just want to give him a bit of leeway.
Oh, okay. Alright. Understandable. Some old captains here. Solo as well, I think it's like 32.
That old. Don't call it off, please.
Sorry, dude. I know you're close to that age as well.
Yeah.
Ari might... Yeah, okay, I was going to say, has to blast off. So, where the hell is my action, Danog? When are we going to get kills? What are we looking for at this early game?
Well, Storm just hit his level 6, so he wasn't going to make anything happen for that period. They were able to scout out the movements from Yamich towards that mid lane fairly well. Maybe a little bit more stacks could be built up. Tide Hunter does need to be able to take them, but I suppose Kasane, his main role is to just stay out on these lanes as well, right? To make sure that he's got that Meteor Hammer hitting into the tower as quickly as possible, because Chrysalis, this is the period where he can really just have a bit of an easier time. Even just with the 1 point in the feast, it's the attack speed of the Ghoul Frenzy that allows him to push Kasane away.
I do also wonder what the build's going to be for Bryle this game. We've spoken a lot about the new trend of the Orchid Storm Spirit, which even without a steroid, we see Kuretaka like to go down. But maybe this game, it's something that Bryle might be considering he does have that Io, so maybe he doesn't need the Kaya to keep himself afloat.
I guess so, but like, I mean, the only target that you really want to go onto in that sort of situation then is Crystalis, right? Like, he is the one that you need to make sure you're shutting out, because if not, you've got ways to be able to save through the Primal Beast charge through, even the Infest Bomb for the big burst of HP. Feels like it could do wonders, just making sure that you're nullifying a big strength of the enemy lineup. So I really wouldn't mind seeing Storm Spirit go a little bit more down just like the pure damage route. The Kaya Sange feels totally fine to me.
Overall, like, with the very passive game that we have currently, who do you feel like this favors? I know it's super early on, but is there a lineup that kind of wants the game to look like this compared to the other?
For me, it's Secret. If you're not making plays around a Storm Spirit IO, then you're going to have a lot more difficulty, right? Because you're always going to be falling a little bit behind in XP. We know that Tiny, look at it, Armel's gone the GPK build, right? He's gone the Power Treads, a bunch of stats, going into the Blink Dagger. He's even got a Tumbler's Toy to be able to make plays around with, and on top of everything else, you've got 2 greedy supports in an Enchantress and a Bat Rider just looking to make stacks. And you've already seen over on the support graph there, sorry, the gold graph, the supports have built up a nice little lead. I'm just gonna die up here.
Yeah, he is indeed, it looks like. Alright, Secret, nicely done. That's a gigantic kill. Tomato had no help. White Woman's back in the jungle with Bryle. So that might be able to open up this top lane now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Will.
Oh, what happened there? I don't... We're getting a lot of all chats this tournament, bro. Zip in, they're going to try and target down Poppin with Ari's damage. They will do so with ease.
I mean, do you care? Like, it's a TP in, right? From, I guess only... The techies did TP up there, so it makes it a little bit more awkward. It means that, again, you're just feeling totally safe on this bottom side. You're still doing a good job on Kasane to potentially push this tower down, but I really don't feel like until you've got that... Maybe Brawl does have to go in Orchid. Lifestealer's life is never really a threat for me. Like, even if the tower goes down, he can still just sit in this bottom lane and feel totally fine with it. He's even going to deny the tower before Kasane gets the opportunity to take it. I like it.
Yep. It's so crazy that the Tide can actually shove the Lifestealer out like that. Alright, yep, Kasane's going to get whatever farm he wants. We'll see what he's going to be able to do with that. It will be a much different game out of him. 4th in net worth. But, I mean, Armel is going to have a blink at a incredible timing. Also a nice corridor.
So annoying. How much to be able to do that? Is Io around to give him a little bit of a mana boost?
Yes, he is.
But is it going to be enough? Looks like it might. Hopefully Ari doesn't need to yoink the kill, and, well, he won't. But still, this is what the Bat Rider does, right? And it's really why I like teams that like to pick up. Like, do you think that's the place that you really want to be playing at this point of the game with TSM? No. You don't want your power treads to be sniped. You don't want your kill potential to be hindered. And you don't want to give Armel the space that he needs to get this 10-minute Blink Dagger. Get it over to Yamich. Wanting to wait.
Hi, Puppy.
As well. Very nicely done. They have a smoke as well to be able to use, so they just want to close in onto Tomato on this top side. I believe they can see that he's up here. They'll at least know that the wave is pulled. Now they will absolutely know.
Still no relocate too. Only needs a little bit of experience to be able to find it, so without that extra reinforcements, Tomato will go down. Nice blink reveal from Mel. And...
what you want to do with it, right, is, yeah, I don't think anything's going to happen bot lane, Bryle. You do not have power treads, you do not have any boys, and the only reason Chrysalis is that low is because he was armlet toggling. I mean, Kasane is going from lane to lane, especially playing around the siege creep as well. It's going to make the tower go down potentially a little faster, but TP's coming in.
And the relocate too. They're going to go to the back line instead.
No toss.
They get the Ravage off before the kill. Kasane is going to be able to land it. Bra wants the turn to try and deal with Poppy. That's a pretty good jump in from Ari as well. Have they got the damage down to fall off on TSM? Bra's still going to continue to commit. They don't drag him out. Oh, they didn't bring the storm straight up. Brawley doesn't have the mana to escape, and Armel's already looking for Tomato. Won't be able to catch up to him. Nor will they run into Ari as well. Like, it looked okay for TSM, but in the end, not to be without dragging the Storm Spirit out.
I mean, they really wanted to stick around just to kill FBZ, right? Like, it's pretty rare that you're going to have an opportunity to kill the Primal Beast in an area like that, but that's the power of the Lifestealer, right? That Infest Bomb just leaving him feeling totally safe, allowing him to get that turnaround with the Pulverize, and a little bit unfortunate that it turns out that way for TSM, but this is it, right? Your supports are continuing to greet it up. They're getting a ton of value out of this map, and I mean, we're talking at lengths about a 10-minute tiny Blink Dagger, but Yamich has nearly got his. This is a support Bat Rider who's
if they get this kill, this is huge, man. It's a gigantic kill into Armel. Chrysalis still doesn't have the Infest to be able to give him some bonus health, so Armel will go down, but the rest of Secret is starting to funnel into the area. Ari just dug his own grave with that jump in. Chrysalis will farm some of the mines. Meanwhile, Kasane's, why not use the Meteor? I don't know. He gets the tower, but I don't know if he's going to escape off the back of this.
Tower's worth. That's all he was really wanting, right? He wants the map to open up a little bit more, so it's a bit easier for, you know, the relocate plays to be able to happen. You want to be farming on the enemy side of the map. You want to be taking away a lot of their farm. That's why it is still so important that Puppy and Yamich continue to try and play on the TSM side of the map, so that TSM can't do that, can't force them back. You want to force the enemy team to be making defensive moves if you're both teams at this point of the game.
Armel is hunting. Nice observe word. Probably Poppy's going to be able to get a D-ward out pretty shortly. And we shall see, though. I mean, still have been impressed. I mean, Brawl 4-1-1, 3rd in net worth. We need to continue to see him be very active along with Whitemon, especially with his Kai now completed. And with those towers going down, you do have a larger map to be able to play with to get these pickoffs.
I'm just looking at Puppy's item build, and I cannot recall the last time I've seen Holy Locket Enchantress come out. I mean, I guess they're really just going to be focusing all in on the attendance off.
He's fine. He's so okay. Line 1 is not, on the other hand. I'm gonna be able to get to it. FPC's like, yep, that's mine. And now they're gonna force all the mana out of Brile.
Link up in 3 as well. Still going.
They will.
Wonder if he tries to infest first. Oh, they see him.
I don't think Brile saw him as soon as he went to the low ground. What is that? What is that timing?
Zoomer reflexes, man. That's what that is. Why don't you have them?
What? What? Oh, how do you know I don't?
I've played pubs with you.
Dude, you played like 2. Come on now.
And that's all I needed.
That's all you need to get that knowledge. All right. I mean, I feel like that was a perfect example of what this Holy Locket's able to do, right? I mean, you just saw Puppy max out attendance. Storm's not going to kill you. Ioteki's and Tide are not. And Tomato is nowhere near at the stage where he's going to be able to deal the damage. This Maelstrom, yes, it'll accelerate his farm and it's a core item, but he needs a lot more time. And Chrysalis and Yamich in combination together, they're going to be able to run into Ari as well. So Chrysalis is having a exceptional game to follow up with his Ursa performance in game 1.
I also have to wonder, like, yes, of course, it makes you yourself harder to kill, right? But I also wonder, like, we were saying before, TSM's draft is just dying to ancient creeps, nothing anyone on Secret are doing. They're very single target outside of this Ravage, right? So even if you're just able to be there standing next to them with that Nature's Attendance healing up for extra, even just using the active of the Holy Locket and able to withstand that initial burst that the Storm Spirit provides, then you're like, all right, cool, now what? You know, what are you going to be able to do to respond to this? And Ryle, for the longest time, had the full Kaya Sanj queued up. He's going into the Orchid now, so I don't hate it. I think this really feels like a thing of necessity that he feels like, you know what, whoever we go on, they can't be allowed to just turn around and get these saves on.
Sane. They want to relocate in to potentially take the fight, but it looks like the damage is getting dealt too fast for them to even think about returning fire. So, yeah, like you said, no glyph. They want to put the pressure on. Maybe they consider Roche. I mean, Deso, I think, is completed.
Coming out on the career, so absolutely, that's something that they can look to do. No Solar Crest, I believe, but they should have plenty of damage.
I have a bit of an issue with these techies here. I feel like it makes their lineup very awkward to play on TSM, where we are not really seeing the value that it's able to provide, where you don't have a way to start. It's really just the Storm Spirit. And I feel like IO lineups really thrive on just having multiple ways to get pickoffs across the map.
Yeah, I wonder with the Spirit Vessel as well, like, what the mentality is, because if you're not getting kills, you're not getting charges, and could something like, I don't know, a Veil potentially been better? You know, combine the Veil together with the Proximity Mines, magic resistance reduction, maybe you do blow that one target up before they're able to actually withstand a lot of what you're trying to do. I mean, Lifesteal is just going to rage it off. He doesn't really care. Are you really wanting to buy that much into to counter an Enchantress? Probably not.
Hang on, they're reading this pretty well on Secret. Looks like they're maybe going to bait Chrysalis down bottom. I was going to run straight into with an early rage. Pops the DD super early on as well. Is this the fight you've been waiting for in TSM? Armor gets a turnaround and... oh my lord, they just blow him up. Couldn't react at all. There's going to be no potential to keep him alive, and now they're going to split away. Ari to the right gets the teleport away. Limon's going to tether the creeps as well, but the armor blink is back up. They're going to be able to close the distance with ease.
He's using the Dino as a vehicle right now. He's saying, look for more. Give me more. See if they're farming. They are not. They've had to back off in time. And of course, the Observer Ward from taking the Roshan revealed a little bit of that positioning as Yamich. He's looking for a pick-off here onto Tomato. He's probably going to land it too.
Alright. Alright, let's see what they're going to be able to do. Protect him, jump in, but it will not matter. Brile as well, considering about zipping in, but he just sees all his heroes getting killed off. Ari? No, alright, never mind. This arm went long enough.
Could have given him a Vortex. Come on, Brile.
I think it's, maybe a little bit greedy. Yamich. Oh, Brile's using all his mana for this as well. Should be able to get the kill with Kasane here, at least to come
But again, is that really what you're wanting to do? He still took 1.5 creep waves, plus, I believe, 1 neutral camp.
Look at
and
Puppy.
it took 3 heroes to kill him. And yeah, look at Puppy. That's all we're saying, right? This is the space that it allows you to do. This is like, the way Secret are playing this game is how Liquid play a lot of the time. You know, they have these annoying position 3 and position 4 heroes that just take away so much of your map that force bad defensive rotations that the cores are just free to farm to their heart's content. Of course, it's assisted by having like great individual performances in lane, but it just makes the mid game so easy.
Yeah, I mean, it was... with the lineup that we see out of TSM, was there ever a potential for the mid game to look easy for them? Did something just go wrong in the early game, or was this always going to be a weakness for them?
I think they probably would have hoped to get out of that safe lane potentially a little better. Like you mentioned, the Tide techies, as you know, it's a strong combination just because of how the right clicks do work. It was a very small nerf to the techies damage, so I don't think it was enough to make it that bad.
Gonna make an attempt onto FBZ. Gonna be able to activate the pipe. Is he taking enough before the reinforcement shot? They're starting to TP in. They will have the damage, and now they're still gonna try and find some retribution. Tomato splits away from the boys, but they unable to get a vision with the nighttime. They will run into Ari inside the tree lane. Kasane actually wants to TP into the uppers. This is the fight you want to take. He'll commit with the TP. Ravage is ready. Clips onto 3. This could be the opportunity they've been waiting for. They're starting to fall low. Tomato can clean up. They'll be able to chase down Puppy. Now turn to Crystallis next as well. But he's got the Aegis and Armel still hand in hand. Another combo secures the kill. But in the name of the game, kite the life stealer. Avoid him as best as you can. With the invest up, it's going to make it that much more difficult. Armel, does he
he's
jump?
got another Avatos combo.
Gonna go over the top of the tree line. Instead, go for Whitemon. That's an easier target, but good positioning out of Tomato. They'll find the tether away. And signs of life for TSM.
A couple of times now that Armel has just been a little bit off the mark with the toss, but yeah, we can see that they are capable of taking these team fights, but it has to be around the Ravage. They don't get the potential to just stand and fight unless that Tide Hunter ultimate is available, and well, now it's going to be on cooldown for another 100 seconds, so what can you take in the meantime? You've still got a full minute left on this this Aegis. Have they got a full nullifier completed already?
Mid lane, another attempt onto FBZ. This time he does have some backup, and Yamich is ready in the trees, just waiting to spring the trap, and is going to jump onto Tomato. The status resistance will minimize some of the duration, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter, though, as Armel even looking for the +1. Finds a combo onto Whitemon in the backline. And that'll result in a double kill for FBZ right in front of the Tier 2 tower, so they can also get another objective.
Not just this, they can get a Tier 3 tower as well. 15 seconds left on the Aegis, but more importantly, the Nullifier coming out now. So you're not worried about that reactive taser. You're not worried about the Blood Rage either, to allow that Bloodseeker to actually do a ton of damage into your team.
Oh, it's such a minor thing as well, and Yamich just cuts top, so maybe they can go for that top Tier 2 tower if this push doesn't work. At least they're going to have the map control in their favor as Aegis does tick out. Let's see what the call is going to be for Secret. Crystallis still feels strong with Tomato down for another 5.
Incredibly strong.
Whoa.
Look how much damage he's doing into these towers with that Orb of Destruction as well. For a little bit of armor reduction, and this is the last glyph that they're going to get for the game. This is before he's even got that Aghanim Shard for the open wounds. We were talking about how important that's going to be at just ripping through the Tide Hunter. Of course, he's got a ton of damage, but a little bit more control provided to the rest of the team as well. So Secret in prime position to be able to close this one out.
And what a huge 2-0 would be for them as well. Like we said, Secret was 0-4, but they had very competitive games on day one. They just weren't able to get over the finish line. They will, of course, still have to do that so far, but with a 12,000 net worth lead, they're going to look to go back again. It's almost a fake back. They've got that scouts out Ari. They're going to see Kasane shortly as well.
Korea might give away the position.
They got Tomato.
They've found the right one.
What a jump. Once again, Secret always being able to catch that prime member they need. Be able to start the fight. Armel's already even setting up just in case someone... there's a straggler outside the lane, but no one will be there.
One will be there. Didn't have to pop the open wounds for that as well, so they might not be aware that he's got this one available unless they're checking his inventory right now, but that top lane is just free food for this Secret roster. Able to take that one out nice and easily. Puppy as well. is in a position to just keep this push going as well. The timing of the drums just allows even the Tiny from some of those right clicks to really start to come into front part of this equation. He's going into a Silver Edge next. Against the Tide Hunter, feels pretty damn good and just allows for even more initiation and setup.
Let's see how they're going to be able to take the fight. This could just be the last fight. A smoke wraparound. They're going to start on Brile. Awkward reveal. Kasana's going to be ready with the Ravage as well. They're all grouped up, but the Crimson Guard will mitigate some of the damage, and they're splitting their attention onto multiple secret members, and they just shrug off the initiation and look determined, dive deeper inside the base, or relocate out, but it means Kasane has no boys to protect him. As that was the last fight. There is nothing left in the tank. If you buy back on Tide, there's no Ravage to work with, and Secret still have 5 members.
Yeah, this one is done. Secret have been able to crack open the base already in that mid lane, and now they're going to do it a second time around. No Ravage, no cares, not even a Rupture to be able to play with. That's a big reason why a lot of teams pick the Bloodseeker against the Lifestealer, is that if you can't have this transport, you can't actually do a lot of your right clicks off, but have the ultimates, they have nothing to worry about, so they're just going to go down. 3 charges left on the drums, a fully charged up Desolator as well. They are going to have no base to be able to play with. 5 minutes, dominating performance coming through from Team Secret. Still having some fun. Armel doing a little bit of tower damage just by tossing all Meg Chrysalis up in the air. Even giving him the high five right in front of the fountain, and they're not even going to tab that last hurrah, just calling the GG.
Man, all right. I'm like, whatever they did on Secret, they found a pretty goddamn good recipe now. Like whatever the talk was last night. I mean, I know you got Heen, you got addition of Eki as well as a analyst, which is over there in Riyadh with the boys, but. Whatever they spoke about last night over those games, this is a completely different Secret. They look very good.
They do. I don't know if it's something as simple as this, but just pick the Batrider, man. It is such a strong hero. They weren't picking it at all in like the 3 months in the lead up to this, and as soon as they have 2 Batrider games, they get their first 2 wins, and in really dominant fashion as well. They're just able to flex it in such an effective way that you don't give away a lot of your draft, make these really non-ideal rotations happen, and it's always good to have a BKB piercing stun, so I love that they've not stayed stubborn with this. They've chosen to switch things around a little bit, and it's clearly paying dividends for them.
Yeah, I'd like to even loop the Primal Beast into that as well. I think this is, I mean, that was another hero, right? Which they open up the draft in Game 1 and Game 2. Like, just provides them so much. Yeah, these heroes can be flexed in multiple roles. Armel's got a mean Primal Beast. I even think that, because we got to see under Entity aren't here, but we saw Katomi and Entity as a whole look very good with the Primal Beast as a 4, and I think that's something that we will see later down the tournament. That is still like a secret weapon in a way. So whatever they've done differently from Secret, hopefully they are able to continue that, because this is a much needed 2-0 over TSM.
I mean, even just like, I'm going to talk about the Batrider point just for a tiny bit longer, just because I think the first time they picked it up was actually yesterday against Asta in a game that went for 69 minutes. Like, if you're taking Asta to 69 minutes, you know you're doing something right, you know? And for a team like Secret, who a lot of people were predicting to be towards the bottom end, if you're going that deep into a game against one of potentially like a top 6 favorite, then that has to give you a lot of confidence. And clearly, you know, Asta prioritized the next game. They won with it in 40 minutes, but this time around they pick it twice. They get 2 wins in really convincing style. So big props need to be given to Secret. Big props potentially to their new analyst that's with them in Riyadh, and hopefully for their sake and their fans, they're able to keep the wins coming.
Hopefully, but the next series is against a formidable opponent in BB Team, who, again, like we were saying, they took Game 1 versus Liquid. I'm not quite sure how Game 2 is looking, but that is a scary team who are yet to be defeated so far. In fact, I think they 2-0 Liquid.
They are still yet to be defeated. Yeah, yes. They're still yet to be defeated. How long was Game 2?
32 minutes, 32 I think.
Minutes. Yeah, that is... As long as Pure just doesn't open up any apps or any programs, we'll be good. No Spotify, no Twitch chat, nothing. We just want to see Dota being played, and they can do it at such a high level.
That they can indeed. A very scary team that Secret have to go up against next. But of course, that's our last series of the night on this stream, in fact. But next series we're going to be covering will be the boys on EG taking on OG. So EG currently first place in Group A. OG currently tied with 6. So they need to get some wins under their belt. It's going to be about a 30-minute break though. So plenty of time to get some food, get some water. When we come back, we've got our third series, EG versus OG. We'll see you guys shortly.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong.
Hey everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. It is another great day of Dota. I'm happy to be here. My name's Cryptic, and of course, joined by the wonderful Fogged. What is up, man? Another great day lined up. We got some sick series.
Yeah, we got some good ones, hopefully. Let's make sure that they're, they could be a little bit volatile for sure, especially in the first one. I don't know what OG we're going to get, what EG we're going to get for sure, but I like your shirt, dude. You look lovely. You look nice and summery today.
Ah, thanks. It's Arizona. It's been, I think we had a low of 91 this week. So,
Jeez.
It's very, very, very nice weather. I mean, realistically, it's just, it's going to be fun. Trying to be in good spirits,
That's good. Yeah, I mean, we've had quite a bit of rain actually here in New York. I'm sure you guys need that over there, but everything's been pretty
I don't know
lovely.
what that is anymore.
Yeah, I bet. No, it's been lovely, and we're blessed with Dota, and we're blessed with a lot of variety. I think we've gotten to see in this tournament. I didn't actually get to check how many heroes total so far. I can check pretty quick, but
we've had
quite
a
bit. Yeah, I feel like we've got
much more than the last patch.
Yeah, because Bali, I feel like we didn't even get to see some heroes even attempted. Sometimes we did get a couple, but we didn't even get to see like Dawnbreaker and stuff. I think we've already had Dawn pick here, I think, yesterday and stuff. So quite a bit more variety. So it's always cool. I mean, we do have a lot of teams, of course, too, which does cause that, but yeah, always cool to see. And some of these unplayed heroes have been banned in some situations too. So yeah, always good to see a tournament that has lots of heroes being played.
I think that's like one of the best things that's been about Dota. I think competitively compared to other games is just like it typically has had a very diverse like pool of heroes, right? That are usually viable. And I think it like this last patch, it was like the first time in a while where we really felt that just wasn't being the case. Like we're like, we're really limited to like 15 heroes.
Yeah, that one was pretty ridiculous. And then I mean I guess the Lina major and everything too. We could have like Lina dominant for so long and everything. But as we get closer to TI, I always like when I see the big team fight heroes start getting buffed, start getting any type of love. And I think I checked yesterday before we left, but when I saw Earthshaker, I think he was 100% win rate. It was a small sample size, but I love when it's these big team fighting heroes that start like crawling back into meta. Like ET, he's 26 picks, 62% win rate. Pretty damn high, so definite excitement setting up for the potential TI of constant team fight heroes. So
yeah. Dude, I mean, when we saw the Elder Titan start getting picked early on, we're like, okay, maybe is this just like a niche thing? Is this what they like? But not every team is starting to look at ET. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it definitely is. I guess there's like more and more people just experimented with it while during scrim time and everything, and also just the rise of the illusion heroes, the rise of the Enigma, the rise of the Chen, all these summons and everything too. More team fight, ET starts to crawl back in, so yeah, definitely fun to see, and definitely fun to see that OG, they love it. I'm a huge ET fan, so always super happy to see a team playing it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what ends up happening in our first series. For those of you, like we said, maybe tune in a little bit too late here. We got OG versus Evil Geniuses coming up first, and EG has looked pretty dang good so far in the tournament. They are at 4-2, I believe, right at the top of their group, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 4-2 at the top of their group, kind of tied with Quest, Xtreme, and then Gaming Gladiators right after them. But dude, you like kind of look through these groups and you're like, okay, all of these teams could be at the top of their group at any day of the week. Oh my goodness, these are stacked.
It is incredibly stacked. And it's, Bali, we ended up being like, anybody can almost beat anybody to an extent, but I think we're definitely going to start seeing teams being more powerhouses as this starts to progress more. And AG, this could be a bit of a tough matchup here, I feel like, for OG. They're definitely a bit of a wild card, I would say, for OG also, too. Definitely a little bit of the underdog coming in versus EG, but depends on which EG shows up. Bali, like we said, he was, of course, riddled with illness for Matthew, so they looked quite, honestly, at their worst form, it felt like. But
yeah, they looked really
they're looking much better. So,
and it's like not to take away from like their abilities, right? Obviously, Matthew being sick was pretty rough. He's one of like the biggest playmakers on his team. He's one of the biggest shot callers.
Yeah,
it's that's a rough situation to be in, but looking good now. Also, I want to take us back a few days to when we were at play-ins, right? OG was probably one of the best play-ins by a landslide. They looked incredible in their series versus Entity. Like that was probably one of the hypest series that we've seen so far. Probably one of the cleanest series we've seen from OG in a while.
Yeah, it's well, who knows? Honestly, I'm still just like I don't know what we're gonna get because I think they took a game, if I'm not mistaken, from both Xtreme and from 9 pandas. I thought they were going to lose to Xtreme because Xtreme is just looking up and up and up. But yeah, it's always impressive to see that they're able to do these kind of things. And they even busted out like Meepo. I mean, they're showing a massive hero pool on OG. And they tend to, though. I think Iragi, he usually ends up being like 16 different carries or something like that in most of these tournaments. But
yeah, I mean, should be fun, like to see what they do with here if they want to try and. I mean, I would love to see a Meepo game personally. I have yet to see it on the new, like in its new iteration. I feel like all these Meepo games have somehow avoided us.
Yeah,
but
and it's crazy too because I got to play. I've still been spamming pubs. I don't have that much time because we're casting all day, but I've still been playing a lot. And like my stack always ends up playing versus like the Sing Sing stack, and he's even doing like the offlane Meepo, which I'm starting to see across even like a lot of these high tier pubs. It's this offlane Meepo. Ace was doing it in some games too. It is pretty tough to punish. It's really quite silly because you're playing offlane and then you just send your Meepo through the twin gate and then you're just like you gank the safe lane really quick and then you TP back to your other lane. You can actually do so many different things with this Meepo that I've seen. It's pretty sick.
Okay.
And it looks kind of broken actually in pubs, but
I was like, in pubs, I imagine like a really good Meepo with like good awareness of the side lanes could just kind of own. That is neat. I hadn't really considered the off lane or side lane Meepo, kind of affecting through the twin gates because a lot of times Meepo traditionally was played mid, right?
Yeah.
But there was a tiny area where it was like safe lane carry because its item build was super strong. But yeah, I kind of like that. Off lane Meepo could be kind of cool.
This new build has actually just changed Meepo. This Atos build that I feel like I'm seeing everybody go. It's just you're super tanky. You're a ganker. You're not like waiting for any timing. You get it so fast. You're just like try Atos. So you're just showing up to fights at like 12 minutes every single time with these 2-3 Meepos. And I don't know. Hopefully we get to see some Meepo, but might not happen.
Yeah, may not. We'll keep our fingers crossed. This is one of the teams that does like to take the Invoker occasionally, right? So maybe we'll see the Invoker come back. We only saw Stormer pull that one out earlier, which it didn't look bad, but that game, if I'm not mistaken, it was Puck, right? That just went absolutely ham, maybe. So
yeah, I can't even remember. All I know is it looked okay. I still felt like he was putting the game on hard mode for himself rather than just picking something that's just easier to execute, and rather than playing super risky, having to play a Midas hero that takes time to ramp up, and then there's no big timing. Hopefully we'll get to see some Invoker love in the next patch or something like that to increase something. But
yeah, it'd be fun. There's a lot of heroes that I've got like these glimmers of hope for that come post. What is it? The August patch they said that we have, or I think that's sometime right? We have like the big TI patch coming somewhere in August. So probably here after Riyadh is we'll have it's a big shakeup, good balancing, the 7.34. I'm just hoping that we bring Ricky back in some fashion, not for any personal reasons or anything, but it'd be nice to see.
Is that because your name, or just because you
maybe?
Like really,
yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Where is your name from, by the way? Actually, I don't think I've ever asked you that.
So this was like. Back in high school, I started getting into like kind of computer science, and I eventually learned about Alan Turing and then cryptography. And so I essentially was like, okay, like this is kind of cool stuff. And so cryptic is essentially an anagram. So it's my entire first name and my last initial, but mixed up in like a way that spells cryptic.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
That's actually pretty sweet. Cool.
So it was like kind of clever me in high school, and then I just decided never to change it because it'd be too difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear that. I'm not even gonna share my email name because it's something super complicated and stupid because I thought I was clever when I was in high school, and now I'm just like, I just look at it and I cringe every time I send it as my business email, but it's been too long. All right, let's see what we get here. So I think this is going to happen a lot more, especially if you're playing versus OG, taking out the Enigma, the IO as well. Those are always going to be nice bans. EG, I feel like this is one of the few teams, this and Quest when they have Amar. Timber, even though he's got it nerfed, I think you probably first to ban it. You're playing versus Whisper God. We'll see at the end dying taken out. So, Snap's in the pool. Brood's in the pool. What priorities do we get?
Dude, I feel like Whisper's Timber is just still legendary. Like, it's so ridiculous how good he is on this hero.
His Bat and his Timber are too good, honestly. He makes magic happen. And ooh, okay.
First Ench. That's cool.
That is.
It's got to be Panda's hero. It doesn't seem like It's not, to me, it doesn't scream a Matthew hero. Like,
No.
Matthew a lot of times likes to play kind of these go-in.
Is this like because they expect the ET coming, so they want like this dispel in lane plus just a way to like take creeps and bully him with the creeps?
Ooh,
I don't
like
know
that.
though.
That could be cool.
It can be a bit both ways. I mean, I think OG's just gonna take the ET probably plus Darkseer, but
I was gonna say it blocks a little bit of the offlane pool as well, like typically Beastmaster stuff like that. But he just goes to Axis build. How do you feel about picking the Darkseer into the Ench though? Because yeah, I was like, you could just enchant the Ion Shell or the Surge. So you still have kill threat out of the Darkseer.
Ench is usually the counter pick for the Darkseer, so they must have. Okay, so they're going for a duo. That's what. Okay, so they're looking to just play it with these two to look to kill the Ench. But okay, I mean you're kind of picking it into a slight counter. Besides just the Ion Shell purge and the Surge purge, you know, I talked about the other day, the wall, stealing the wall illusion potentially, and also now it's like you see the Darkseer, so you get to prep your lane for it. So EG, it's like you want, you avoid these, your TBEs, your morphs, and stuff like that. You don't want to favor them as highly. You could just rush that Bloodseeker if you want. They don't like it that much, though, from what I've seen recently. Or, I mean, I say recently, but in like the last month or so. Unless I'm mistaken them. I don't think so. I just don't remember seeing them play it at all.
I'm trying to think, like, do you just go and pick the carry? Yeah,
they actually do the morph. Okay, I mean, because so the one thing is, it's like, yeah, you see clock, so you can be a bit elusive, but now you actually give him a wall target the whole game. It's a bit interesting.
I'm curious what the Morphling build is nowadays as well. Like, you probably don't go Aghanims on this hero in most games, I'd imagine. But maybe it's still worth it. I don't know.
That's really interesting, though, to see this, so I will have to see what effect this has, because, I mean, you'll be able to do a good, like the farming in the lane and stuff like that. You can keep distance, but it's about the mid-game, end-game, when the Darkseer just starts walling you every fight, potentially going for an Aghanims also, too. I mean, we saw what Zai did to Tomato the other day, right? Like, Tomato was actually, like, I think he was, like, 9-1 in the game or something, and then 3 consecutive back-to-back fights. Zai actually pretty much solo-killed him when he got Aghanims Darkseer, so we'll have to see what effect that has in the later stages of the game besides early game.
It's like there's a lot of options that you could have picked for into this Darkseer clock lane, and so it's
I'm not sure.
A little bit interesting. Like Bloodseeker has been one of the big ones into the Darkseer. Maybe it's a little bit too difficult into the clock. I'm not 100% sure there, but
maybe they just don't like the hero. I look and I'm like, they haven't played Bloodseeker in. Good lord, I don't even know. I have to keep scrolling. I'm just looking at like the last more than a month of their gameplay, more than that even.
Yeah, it's so weird too because I know Pakaz played it for a while. He played it and didn't really touch it like around Bali.
Dream League Season 20, his last game he played it looks like, versus BB, and they lost. Yeah. He won the game before that with it, but then he lost it. Then, as far as I can see, he hasn't really touched it. Which I might not have one like recorded here, too, but yeah, still definitely interesting to see. I guess they're gonna look to ban out some of these counters though, so they take out the Naga Siren.
You got to get rid of the anti-mage still, right? Like, it's one of those hero matchups that is pretty rough for the Morphling.
I would imagine so. I'm just definitely still, like, a bit curious to see why they wanted it. I guess it is Pakaz Morph, which is, I mean, he is amazing.
Yeah.
They do have the Enchantress to steal the illusion, so, like, maybe that's the other thing, too, right?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Do they ban the AM? Let's see.
Yeah, it's like they're really taking their time on the last ban here. They will get rid of the Primal Beast, actually. Okay, when you consider Darkseer, Primal Beast is a pretty scary hero that can still be on the map if you don't have a way of addressing it. And they've already taken the Clockwork, which is one of the better ones.
Yeah, I guess because they also, like, it does own Enchantress, but Morph, it can be a bit of both ways, because you can actually turn into this and trample waveform and do tons of damage and stuff like that. I've seen a lot of players do it. But
ton of mobility, too. Between waveform and onslaught,
yeah,
like, you're all over the place.
That must be protecting something else that they want, then.
But we'll see. I mean, a lot of attention on the Snapfire, which isn't that surprising. I kind of expected this to be, honestly, a first pick for EG, considering that they play this mid. They've been playing it mid for a very long time, and it's also something that they have flexed offlane to Whisper in a lot of scenarios if they need to. but does end up getting banned. We'll see the Broodmother get removed as well now.
It's just very different to how I've seen them draft throughout this tournament so far. Like the Ench usually prioritized a little bit more about their killing combo and stuff like that. This is like I guess they've really wanted. They have a different approach versus OG about looking to play like this. I don't know, securing their safe lane in some type of strange way. I don't know. I mean, they did do this the other day. They did this versus gaming. Yesterday they picked the morph into the Darkseer and they ended up winning. So, and that was actually that was without an Enchantress to steal illusions and stuff like that too. So they're just very confident. So okay, fine with that.
I like it.
Because is a beast.
Dude, he really is. I remember like the first time like I was kind of just like blown away by him was this like he sold I think an item, bought a refresher on Slark and 1v5'd an enemy team on high ground defense, and I was like, oh, okay.
He's just one of these clutch players, and he's so young. He's got so much growth. He's like what 17 or something or 18. Like,
yeah, he's incredibly good.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just like, we'll get the Coddle again. I mean, we did see, that was Seb, yesterday, the day before, he owned on it super hard. Got like a super early Vessel, so maybe he's thinking about something similar. More magic damage burst. Solar Bind makes a lot of heroes more killable than usual. Like even like a Morph, extra burst damage for him can be pretty nice. And they're probably thinking of some type of pairing. Maybe they do just go for something like that Ember route and Underlord.
This is another EG classic, right? They actually play around the Underlord Fiend Gate really well.
And they flex it.
Yeah, and they do flex it, because Sea Smile does take it mid occasionally.
Yeah, so if they see like a good matchup, perhaps maybe this is a preemptive kind of pick. If they do think like an OG's going for maybe like a Coddle Ember strat or something like that, and they're just going to put this under and park him. I mean, that matchup can be a bit weird, of course, but you will have like the catch for him throughout most of the game. And now they're picking even a secondary catch too, so I think they're preemptively prepping for like the Coddle combo.
Man, that's a really cool Lion pick.
This hero's hype, and he's good versus Darkseer too, so more answers to the illusion in a way, right? If the wall comes out and he has Shard, so they will have two different ways of being able to stop that Morph illusion from being created. Okay. Matthew's very aggressive on this hero too. Can suffer. That's the one problem about the clock versus the Lion versus the Clockwork. You can run into some issues where if he just finds you all the time, you know, you're just free food until you do get some type of itemization. We'll see how that goes. Okay. Seeing more Drow.
It makes sense, right? One of the better Morphling counters in the game. It's also kind of on the tier. Like that last Brood ban, yes, the hero is really strong, but it's like Drow needs to be able to just sustain lane. Can't deal with it. The Legion command. This makes a pretty good matchup.
Yeah. Wait, because it's 21. What the hell? I thought he was so much younger. Whatever. Maybe I'm just a boomer. You know, he feels 17 to me because I'm 12 years older than him. I don't want to. Yeah. Okay. So we'll see how the lanes ends up going too, because this Drow versus Underlord. I've seen this one quite a lot. If you do get like an early advantage versus the Underlord, you can actually really pressure him. But if Underlord gets like some type of advantage himself versus the Drow, and he itemizes this Crimson and stuff, and like Vanguard, it does cause a lot of issues for Drow.
Yeah, she really. The thing is we've been seeing these Drows like kind of rely on getting that Yaganum Scepter to do damage, and it hasn't really paid off in some of the games. Like, it just feels super slow.
Yeah, at least especially Ramses. I mean, he made so many mess ups in that game. He bought the wrong
getting
component,
solo killed twice.
Getting solo killed twice. Yeah, this was a bit of a blunder, of course. So
5 seconds remaining.
In a vacuum, though. You know, Drow Ag should be pretty good this game, right? You're up against a Morphling, you have Enchantress.
Absolutely. There's situations, though. This is where I feel like Morph can maybe go the Aghanims route if he wants to. Then you just turn into a Drow. Drow without
and then he just has his...
Very sad. And then you have the Hypothermia as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, then you just have Hypothermia. You're just Drow. Okay, this whole like Morphling just being better versions of other carries is kind of getting old. But in this instance, the fact that he gets Hypothermia is pretty nuts.
Yeah. I mean, Manta's obviously needed this game on the Morph burst, but
oh yeah. I like the Lycan ban.
Yeah, it's definitely. Drow hates Drow. They can't like play versus that, and they do know that EG Flex is the Underlord, so this is good awareness. They banned the Brood and that, so they have no answers for summons right now. Clockwork, Coddle, Drow. These heroes don't do anything to it early by any means.
Are you required to ban the Beastmaster then, even though it's a good lane for the Drow?
Potentially. Okay, that makes sense. That's the classic. I'm fine with that. Yeah, that's cool. That's a Whisper. That's a Whisper classic. And a Drow anti. Oh geez, I don't know how they're gonna set the lanes right now. Is this gonna be a Coddle Darkseer lane? Because Coddle Drow that sounds pretty horrible. They have to have Drow with Clockwork to be able to protect and secure this lane. Otherwise, it's strange. So that's the one. That's my concern right now for OG. Unless this is like some mid Coddle that they're flexing somehow.
I mean, maybe. What if it? I can't imagine it's anyone but Seb playing the Coddle. But you're right. I mean, they could flex it.
Oh, they're doing their Brew versus Drow. This is a classic here for EG. Whisper actually really likes this. You can run into some issues versus the Clock and the Drow, but now you can actually, you switch into Void Stance, and the status resist actually allows you to use your split during Battery Assault. So, because in the, normally you can't actually split during Battery Assault, but
yeah. But it somehow like removes the stun duration fast enough.
Just a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure, like 90% sure. So, OG, that causes some issues. They're really they're kind of lacking on the team fight. And this is another illusion clear. So they have Ench, Lion, Brew to clear the wall.
And it's really easy for him to have the illusion clear because you usually go the Aghanim Scepter on Brewmaster a lot of time now. So you're always going to have that spirit kind of running around. And it's usually going to be the wind spirit, right? Because of the Ghost Walk plus the Cyclone. It's just really easy to disrupt and find catch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like what EG's got right now. OG's just, I'm a little weirded out just because how they're going to set up the lanes. Unless they pick a secondary melee support, and then they run Clock Darkseer plus melee support and a Coddle mid, but... They'll pick the SF to hard counter, because they know this is the Underlord in the mid then. So they're looking to just crush that lane. And okay, let's see how the other lanes go.
I don't
a miserable
hate
lane.
the SF, but...
It's a miserable lane for Underlord. Like, miserable.
Yeah, it is. It is really rough. I would say I don't hate the SF pick, but I feel like it's going to struggle to some of the same things that the Drow does. But
yeah.
I guess when you look at it this way, Morphling can only cripple one ranged carry. So
this is a this is a BZM though. This is him saying, "Pick me this. I got this game." I've seen him pop off on this before on the SF. I don't have the most faith in it, but if he's able to just really destroy C Smile,
10 seconds remaining.
And he just kind of snowballs that lane, that lane it's going to be super hard. So I like EGs, but I can never really count out BZM sometimes on these X Factor heroes.
Yeah. Well, should be a fun series. Should be a fun first game. We're seeing some classic EG heroes here, and some classic OG heroes. Seb back on his Coddle, Yuragi's Drow, and like you said, BZM on his Shadow Fiend. Should be pretty exciting. I am very curious to see how much of an effect this Brewmaster is going to have, because his lane's not going to be super easy up into the Drow. But if he gets, his Ag's timing, if he's able to find a little space, could be solid to help kind of secure some team fight wins for EG, I think. Because I think their team fight is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, it's just, I'm looking a lot at these lanes. I'm just curious to see if they are going to put Taiga in safe lane and Seb with the Darkseer. I imagine that's what they're going to do just to be sure to secure Yuragi's lane. Because that just feels better. Even though you want to have the Darkseer with the Clockwork, perhaps, but we'll have to see how this ends up going.
I think they just pick this Darkseer into Enchantress, and they see the Morph, and they're like, yeah, we have no kill threat into these heroes, so maybe I think you're right, might just put Seb up there and just give him the mana battery for DM.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. They're just going to play some like farmy rather than pressury lane overall. Okay, I mean, I think we're in for a pretty treat. I mean, BZM on one of his super flashy heroes. I've actually been watching a ton of pubs in between the games, between all of our games too, and I've been watching him just play like all these unorthodox mids, like Mirana and stuff like that a lot, so always fun to watch.
Yeah, I just love Shadow Fiend. He's one of my all-time favorite heroes. He's just so cool, so fun, and yeah, BZM, an absolute specialist. So we're going to jump into this one. It is game one of the evening, everyone. It is EG versus OG. Going to be a very, I would say, exciting series overall. Both these teams looking pretty dang good right now.
Yeah. We'll have to see so much how these team fights go down, how the lanes go down, and this could be a very exciting one. Let's see if it is going to end up being that. And I am actually stuck. Oh, man, my camera did that thing where I'm stuck on one player. So I am going to just be clicking. I am going to be on Matthew with my camera, at least, and watching our observer.
If you restart, it should fix.
Okay, I'll try. I'll try.
Yeah, I think that bug is still there for, like, if you spectate a friend's game or something and then go into a lobby, it locks your camera. It's very weird.
So weird because I just opened Dota. I mean, it happened. Whatever. It's a feature. It's a feature.
It's still beta. If I look at my Steam folder.
Let's see if we get any funky little wordplay entry thing under tower to try to prevent creep waves and stuff like that. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case with these two teams. Or just standard Dota.
I'm really curious if we're ever going to see that attempt again, because that was so bizarre.
Yeah, but I mean, apparently, yeah, it's like that YouTube clip a bunch of people have been doing and stuff, so. It's just funny how they both really were so aware of it, right? Like, they were so positioned for it. Okay, so we'll see Panda
he sees the ward.
Yeah, wait, what?
Panda?
Oh, now he sees it. He was very tunnel visioned.
See you later, nerds.
Oh, okay. Well, that's... Okay, well, that happened. Now he's gonna tend to entry it.
What is this? Oh, man. Unfortunate for Panda there. Has to spend some extra money.
He gets the XP. It's always worth it. You may only get one extra gold bounty because it was two centuries, so 100 gold spent for 101. But look at that XP.
Yeah, that's true. It is a quarter of a level.
Yeah.
That is a big deal. Top lane, Matthew just getting ran at by the Clockwork Yuragi with those frost arrows, trying to slow him down, but Whisper with the body blocks. But there it is, the blood grenade. He's healing through it.
He's okay.
Okay. Pango comes out victorious against Blood Grenade. Now we know.
Yep. Very nicely done. I'm so glad they did this lane setup. Whisper, he might be going... No, he's okay. Good stun. Ooh, maybe.
I thought Matthew was going to hit the courier.
Okay, I'm really happy to see that they did this lane setup. It was kind of expected because they, you need to have this body, especially when you're playing versus the Brew, so happy to see that OG did this setup. And mid, they're going to destroy. I think mid is one that we don't really even need to look at too much, because just, unless we want to see some kills maybe, because we could definitely see Smile die versus BZM. BZM should have a fantastic matchup.
Wow, he actually just has his bottle right now. Unfortunately for him, his Ray stacks expire, and he won't be able to get the mid-range raise there. So good awareness by C-Smile, but yeah, if that bottle was delivered just 1 second earlier, C-Smile dies there.
Yeah. He might not be able to get either of the runes though. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna look at mid. It's just that's one that's just at an absolute wash. There's no way that he can actually do good in that matchup as the Underlord, unless there's just a huge mistake for BZM. And looking at the other lanes already too, Xep is just playing to farm it up. He just keeps throwing the mana onto DM. DM gets purged and stuff like that, but he's got mana to work with. So these lane setups are actually quite nice for OG.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely really okay with them picking this Darkseer into Eng and obviously the Morphling to follow if this is just how they decide to play it. Right? It makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I mean we'll have to
trying to play this aggressive lane.
Yeah, we'll have to see the repercussions in the mid game, right, of what happens. But if they're gonna play it just to farm up rather than to go for full pressure, I'm cool with it. I mean, Seb gets super farmed on his Coddle. Yeah,
which he definitely likes to do. We'll probably won't see him diving mid tier 1s again at 10 minutes, but maybe if he has a really good start, we'll see. CS starting to even out a little bit, but the Brewmaster is just getting crushed right now.
Yeah, the Brews start. I mean, Taiga playing the lane beautifully with Yuragi. Might be able to find Matthew.
He's gonna have to go north, so yeah.
I'm impressed that Chris is actually holding like this. I mean, there's a humongous creep wave under BZM right now, so he is going to be getting much more here, but he got 2 range creep denies, which I didn't think that he would.
Walks over and takes the bounty rune away. He's got nothing better to do with his time right now. He can't go anywhere near that tower.
No. He actually loses potentially the entire wave. Yeah, he's going to lose a whole wave almost here for BZM. 1 range creep. Yeah, fantastic start here for OG.
Ooh, a little bit of a pause here. I agree, C-Smile.
It's so interesting how they do this, I feel like, quite a bit, like especially Whisper, where they pick the Brewmaster into the Drow lane, and then they end up really suffering, but the mid-game is what they try to play to catch up for it, so, I mean, it's a choice that they make, but this is quite a deficit, so 2 lanes that are pretty OG favored. One, of course, that EG is doing decent in. I Whisper.
Does Taiga get in range? I mean, he has to throw a blood grenade on Matthew just to make sure this Clockwork can't stay on top of him. So many resources being expended in this top lane.
I mean, Taiga's like bodying both heroes almost.
Yeah.
And he's got triple Mango, Clarity, Blood Grenade, so he's going to keep looking to pressure, keep getting Yuragi this space to farm. And I think
That's
Yuragi,
huge.
he's got Falcon Blade already done.
Early Falcon Blade is so sick. 10 stick charges as well. He's not gonna... He hasn't been pressured even the slightest amount in this lane. He has nothing to worry about.
No, now it's like very difficult for you two at all. He hits really hard and he's super survivable. He always has mana to spam too.
Nice.
And he's holding, did I see he's holding skill point? I think he is, right? Yeah.
This is such a sick play from Taiga. Just forcing this creep wave into the tower. Like, they really wanted to hold it, and he's just like, nope, this is going into the tower.
Yep, he's like, I am not giving you lane positioning to try to go for mine. He's even body blocking the wave, look at him. So he's really trying to make sure that Yuragi's as far away from that tier 1 as possible. Yeah, Taiga, I mean, he's playing this top lane pretty much perfect so far.
What do you think about Whisper going for this early urn? Like,
yeah, they always do.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to on Brewmaster.
Just because it's Cinder Brew?
Yeah, just for your self-ignite. It also gives you kind of everything you want on the hero. You get some armor, some mana regen. Armor plus armor always for Strau is nice.
It's true.
I'm always fine with the urn. The Vessel, sometimes I'm like, committing for the Vessel sometimes can grief yourself, but maybe he's feeling like, you know, anti-heal can be an okay versus Darkseer Coddle. Matthew, playing pretty far aggressive here. And BZM actually just got the raise on him.
Woo. We'll be alright. We're seeing a lot of rotations mid lane here for the 6-minute rune. Seb showing up now as well as Panda. So, good cogs out from Taiga, but it is going to be able to trap them away from top. And the rune, it's an arcane,
Taiga
and
gets it.
No one clicked it. So, yeah, it goes to the hands of Taiga, instantly dispelled. But, oh, that is so rough. And BZM will secure his bounty rune as well. They lost the bottom one, so there's no bottle refills here for C-Smile.
Everything going OG's way right now. Even DM, I believe he has his Vanguard already done. He's been uncontested bottom whatsoever. Now he can just cut as well. And he is very difficult to bring down with their heroes with the Vanguard this early. As soon as it gets delivered, there we go.
They're waiting for the Surge to kind of go for that enchant maybe, but it doesn't matter. He's just too tanky with the Vanguard now.
Yep.
I don't think you're going to have to do anything on DM now to just be able to sustain the lane.
Yeah, they're at the least trying to poke him to keep him a bit low so they can potentially go for a kill if he does stay that low, but this is a dream start really for OG. Kind of all 3 lanes. I mean, you could even kind of say that bottom, like, not won, but you could kind of say that they win in a way, because even though the Morph is farming, DM isn't slowed down whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like a 2.5 lane win, I'll call that, kind of in a way.
I mean, look at Coddle's CS, like, on top of the lane, right? Like, you have a ton that you've gotten out of this.
Yeah, and he's got so many stacks prepped, too, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's got at least 2 or 3 or 4 even. And yeah,
Triple
BZM.
stack on both hard camp and ancient.
And he can just feed BZM the mana, too, and he can sap some of this XP. He's going to be super high level, super high farm. 2K lead just off these first 7 minutes. They play these lanes beautifully.
Whisper might be in some trouble here. Great cogs. Whisper needs to get outside of these, but he's taking a lot of damage.
6 already on the Drow.
Nice Hex. Dude, yeah, I didn't even realize that was a marksmanship proc, and Whisper will fall. Finally, a first blood coming through, and it goes the way of Taiga's Clockwork. Well deserved after how he's played this lane.
And Panda.
Panda with a wraparound here. Going to see if they can maybe bring down the clock. But Matthew just getting ran at by Yuragi now. He's out of mana, out of resources. Yuragi just walks him down. 2 kills now in the top lane. And Panda in trouble as well. 4 points in these Frost Arrows. Double kill for the Drow. Treads Falcon Blade. That is it. And he is super fat now.
He is enormous, and they get a kill also on mid. This is devastating for EG. I mean, these lanes are just going far too well. Double Falcon Blades. The 2 squishy, agi kind of heroes, no longer squishy any means. This you couldn't ask. There's no way you could ask for anything better. A 4K lead already. Continuously now throwing rockets onto Pakaz. They want to try to catch this Morphling too. BZM's making the move.
There is not an easy game for Morph at this point. Because like
No.
previously it was like even if you were under farm, oh, he got the silence, but the second raise misses. The third one will connect because of the waveform out, trying to TP. The Requiem, not in time. So close.
Unbelievably close. I think if that other raise hits, then they probably do get the kill.
Oh yeah, I would agree with you for sure.
Yeah, that was. I mean, very, very nice rotation there from Iragi to get the attempt. Either way, they bully Pakaz out. And he doesn't even want to, like, fully heal in base. Like, you see he comes out low HP because he's got the Morbid Mask and he's a Morph, so trying to get his farm back going. Panda, not going to get away. This is quite a showing here from OG. They came to play this morning. Seb earns Dawn level 6 already, too. They've got some extreme momentum coming off of these first 9 minutes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of joking when he said we're gonna like he might be diving tier 1s again at 10 minutes, but you know, he can do it.
I cannot believe he's the same level as Whisper.
Yeah.
I mean, the stack gaming, how much the experience they give, it's so important nowadays.
Especially if you're like in the area when they're taken, right? Because then you double dip, because you get the 30% no matter what, and then you're splitting the rest.
He's higher level than Whisper. Like, having level 6 on Kato early is pretty damn impactful. This, like, honestly, Solar Bind, it's the same now at level 1 as it was at max. That's the crazy thing about it. So when you just get that unlocked, it gives you so much kill potential, especially with a magic hero like BZM, who's going to be mixed damage. We see he's going down the hybrid build since he has a Drow on his team. He's going for right-click build, but either way, those raises, it's always going to be amazing. He's gonna have his vessel so early on this Coddle.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. It's like Coddle, he's not that much behind Whisper in terms of net worth. Whisper didn't buy boots, right? And they're gonna have a you know, a little bit of advantage getting to the vessel now, and it is being delivered on the courier. But you need like another hero, I think, at the moment to guarantee these kills.
Yep. I mean, the Brew, the scary thing about Brew when you do get under-leveled versus these Drows and versus SFs and stuff is your Brewlings are not safe in the fights. They're fairly squishy. They've gotten buffed over time, of course, but the level 1 split, it can die if you start to fall too behind too early. And he is kind of their only team fight, I would say, on the side of EG Whisper right now, since Chris is having such a tough game. But this haste...
Yeah, smoke up here. They're going to go for the wraparound. Nice hookshot in from Taiga. And there it is, the Void swap into that Primal split. You talked about it. It's a very good way of dealing with the clockwork. And Yuragi's in pretty deep here still, but here comes BZM. There's going to be a lot more damage now to worry about. Taiga, they're trying to finish him off. They get the cog. What a beautiful grab. You get the Bruce dead. He grabs him on the last raise, takes all 3 of them with him, and sees Smile now on the run. Taiga ends up dying to the finger of death, but a huge win from OG. They don't lose the Drow. They clean up 3 heroes.
They lose their 5 clock, and they get 3 massive kills, and it's big ults committed from EG. Well, for OG, they don't have to commit much. They don't really have those big ults. They have Requiem, which wasn't used. They have a hook shot. That's really the only big thing that was used there. AG, they're getting clapped right now. And the Brew, right there, we see it, the level 1 split. It can just die if you do fall behind versus Drow, versus this SF.
Man, that was wild. Bottom lane, Pakaz, he contested for this Lotus, and he is just dealing with a 1v3. Gonna try and waveform away for the moment. A wall gets dropped. He's got Magic Wand. He's got a greater Lotus. His team is kind of running down here as fast as possible. You have no Fiend's Gate. Stick comes out, waveform in a couple of seconds, pops the Lotus, trying to waveform back up to the top side, and he has made it to his team because safety has now been secured.
Here comes
if
Yuragi.
he can get away, but there it is. BZM with a raise, finds him anyway. DM's here with the help of Yuragi. They've taken down the Lion. They're looking for more. Yuragi will just TP out as there's no way to cancel it. You've now lost C-Smile. Flood Grenade comes out. It might be a full team wipe, and it's looking like it is Whispers trying to find something, but it's not going to be enough.
All right, he'll burn him out.
Oh my god.
He'll burn him out, but damage is done. This is EG looking for a fight. No cooldowns available. Running into OG. BZM just gets the flank. Yuragi too. This is brutal. The flex of the Underlord is most definitely not working at all this game. They have actually shot themselves in the foot, it feels like, with the way that OG set up their lanes, and Panda just TPs into his death.
Yeah.
Damn.
He gets the ward down, though, Kobe.
Probably spotted and gonna get the ward right away.
I don't know what you're talking about. No way.
Seb already has his vessel done. There's no Manta even on the horizon for this Morphling. He's so far away. Matthew dead too. BZM.
They will find DM here.
Okay.
So this is a well, will they? He gets a nice vacuum. Okay, yeah, they do get him. This is at least something. It does, you know, cost you your primal split, but I think it is definitely worth it for Whisper. He needs anything he can find right now.
It's literally, yeah, anything they can get. They have to try to get some type of kills to crawl back in this game because it really is a bit of a beatdown right now. Mid tower. Skid will survive Taiga. Maybe the sacrifice here.
Yeah, it's like he is in a real deep. The enchant doing, I mean, this solar, the spirit vessel, 4-point cinder brew. It is a timing for sure on Brewmaster. You have to respect.
Yeah. And Pooh gets the last hit. They give it to Pakaz. Very important. He needs his Manta ASAP. Like, he's actually so easily killable right now since Seb has Spirit Vessel too at this point. Same thing with the Drow. It does look to show up. And Yuragi's been enabled so much this game. He's having such a flawless game. This Axe is going to come so fast. And he actually pretty much has it done once he has the point booster if he wants to do the disassemble stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's see if he doesn't mess up the disassemble. I imagine he's, you know, planning to disassemble the Dragon Lines for this.
I mean, if
he hasn't bought the blade yet.
Yeah, even if he has to. He could even just wait and just all and buy it afterwards. But.
Yeah, I mean, two really heavy right-click damage cores here in the form of the Shadow Fiend and the Drow this game.
Yeah, and I like that one of them went for the Hurricane Pike and the other is going for the counter versus the Morphling. So BZM goes Pike. Now they have ways to kind of bail each other out if someone gets focus fired from like the Lion and the Brew. So really, really cool stuff. Great itemization across the board from OG. And for EG, right now they just need some time because fighting into this OG draft, if you don't have the numbers, you're just going to get destroyed. So OG sticking together. Not giving any chance of any Fiend Gate kind of usage for the numbers.
They place another ward. They have 2 wards here in this bottom area. See Smile will scout the ward right now, but the hook shot comes through from Taiga with the help from Seb. The Spirit Vessel is out. He's trying to get away from these cogs, but my goodness, that damage.
That's the supports.
Just the supports.
Solar Bind, Blast, Battery Assault, see you later. I don't even think he had Solar Bind, maybe. I didn't see if he did, but
I don't know. I don't even think it matters. That was just a ton of magic damage. Yeah, so Yuragi did disassemble into the Aghanim Scepter, so Hypothermia is available for him. It's going to be a lot easier for him to farm. It's one of the reasons that we see this, you know, picked up pretty early on Drow Rangers. But also really good counter to, I mean, honestly, most of EG's lineup.
Yeah, all 3 cores, honestly. Even the Ench actually did go for the Nature's Attendant build, so it even is relevant versus her. It's so early. He's level 12 now, too, so level 2 marksmanship. I think it's just time to Rosh. I don't see how EG can contest a Rosh if OG just looks to force it. They have the sustain that comes from the Coddle, the pipe that comes from the Darkseer. Nearly has his mech, too.
BZM should be able to just freely stack up all the raises here on Roach as well, which will just help make it that much faster.
Pakaz at the least has Manta, so one small positive thing for EG.
Yeah,
that's
there
just
it is.
about that.
Roshan goes down. Aegis will go into the hands of BZM's Shadow Fiend, which is, I think, a little bit surprising, just because he's the one with the Hurricane Pike. But
maybe Yuragi's just feeling like he's gonna be fine.
Just farming, probably.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Maybe BZM's like, I'm level 14, I'm the one with this 6 kill streak. I mean, you have a 4 kill streak, but let's protect the 6. He's almost 15 too, so they almost have another big timing on OG also. So presence affects the buildings. That's going to enable them to even potentially start knocking on high ground really early.
Man, it feels so bad as Morph where he has this Manta style done and he has to instantly queue up a BKB as well.
Yeah.
Like he has to play so defensive, and it's going to limit the amount of damage he can do in these fights. And you do have damage issues on the side of EG.
You have a lot of, you just have like issues across the board from how disastrous the lanes went. Top tower is dropping. They'll use the glyph. That was their, isn't that their tier 3 glyph? think it might have
was
been.
their tier 3 glyph. They've already lost the bottom tier 2.
So that's their tier 3 glyph. So OG, if they want, they can look to maybe get a gank, go for a tier 2 push, and potentially go for some high ground push soon.
This is a sick smoke. If they find something, they can definitely attempt the high ground. And
Matthews
Seb will scout C Smile.
Matthew was scouting because he saw where the rocket came from. He started pinging right away. Seb catch.
Ooh. And he gets the solar bind, and it's in so much trouble. Matthew's going to put his life in danger here. And looking to tumbler throw into the low ground. Okay, that's kind of nice, but the solar bind connects. And here comes BZM. Matthew, not going to be able to get out of this one.
Seb claims it. A hook shot.
Ooh,
Mid,
hook
that's
shot
deep.
mid. All right, nice force staff there from Panda.
Nice tumblers. Jump away. Must have not seen the force yet. Probably thought that Yuragi could just get the kill, but... C-Smile has had a kind of like negative of a game, it feels like, on the Underlord with this position that he was put in versus an SF. Oh, bottom.
Yeah. Yep, bottom indeed. Looking to go on to Whisper. He will go ahead and Ghost Walk away the Storm Spirit, and he does have the Shard, so...
Yep.
It's, you know, gonna have no problem at all. Just split canceling on the other side of the map. They're like all sitting here around the Earth one, and they're like, oh, never mind.
I mean, it is rare to see someone buy it, I guess, like when he's having like this tough a game. So that's kind of cool. Good play there. How much longer does it add as well, too? I always forget the extra duration.
I don't remember the extra duration amount.
I don't either.
It's a pretty... I imagine
it's quite a bit of time.
Like, at least like 4 to 6 seconds, I would guess, maybe? Maybe more?
I'm drawing a bit of a blank. Whatever. Push is coming. I mean, they know they used their glyph. That's why they went to the bottom side. They don't have the presence effect buildings just yet, but this tower's dropping, and there's no glyph.
Yeah, they've got to find something here. The first Cinder Brew is out, the Spirit Vessel as well, just to burn through the pipe. They actually forced staff Yuragi into the high ground with a hook shot as a response from Taiga, doing some great work to vacuum back the Underlord, just evaporated.
Whisper
now they're looking for more. Nice push forward into the cogs. They've trapped Whisper. Pakaz on the backside. He almost finishes off Yuragi. They get a great Requiem. The fear is there. They do get the Drowse. Pakaz will die in the process. BZM with a triple kill. DM grabbing his second. That is going to be 5 deaths, at least 2 buybacks from EG. Pakaz trying to hold the high ground here with C-Smile. You still have an Aegis.
You got Yuragi, but you had to commit a hell of a lot for it. And BZM he's like, okay, I'm the true carry. 15's hit, presence affects buildings. Rax goes down.
Yeah, they actually just can't play into the Shadow Feed at all. DM with the pipe back up off cooldown. Taiga, of course, at any moment on this clockwork has just done amazing work.
Yeah. Look at them, all full HP. The sustain that comes from Coddle Darkseer grouped up. Yuragi does die. An aggressive force stab, I believe, from Panda, I think it was, to start things off to push him in. I don't know. They do at least get that kill, but it cost them 2 full buybacks, and they still lose the buildings. All the growth there of Pakaz is just... I mean, he barely had any growth at all. Any type of item that he was looking for next is just gone.
So do you think this is partly the effect of, like, the Morphling pick early, or is this just the other, like... more of like a execution problem with the lanes?
I think they got a little too cute with this Underlord flex, picking in this brew, and then they got SF'd, and then they just got smashed both lanes. The bottom lane looked kind of okay, right? They did get this trade farm, but your Underlord has literally 0 game. Your Brewmaster pretty much had no game also, so... I mean, BZM and Taiga kind of just smashed this game so hard in the first 8 minutes that it's caused so many issues for EG that there is not really a mid game for them right now.
Yeah, it's like, I'm trying to figure out what this Underlord contributes to the game at the moment, right? Like, he's a Pim, Alice, and Firestorm, right? Like,
I think he was really expecting, because they saw the Coddle, one of these spirits, so they're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna have it plus Atos and blah blah blah, and then he's versus an SF, so his itemization, it also just looks wonky. Like, what does an Atos do this game? He's not looking to catch these elusive frontline heroes, he's looking to get to the backline. Underlord's itemization is just hard versus that. It's like he might have actually had to go like BKB, and I don't even know what, but I don't even, either way, it's like his lane doesn't allow him to really get that kind of, get that kind of farm or anything like that. So it just, I don't know what he gets. It's like Halberd,
Speaking of EKBs, finished up here on BZM, and they've caught Pakaz. He gets the Manta off, waveform away. Hookshot just barely off the mark. Matthew lives by the skin of his butt cheeks.
Get away. Whisper does have Ags. I mean, these are small little item timings. Just these buybacks, I mean, hurt them so much for the damage dealing, particular in team fight. Like Pakaz just dies so fast, and he's a damage dealer.
Nice dispel from Whisper there. Does it actually allow him to survive? No, he's surged up here on the clockwork. The chase continues. Throws the finger even to try and do something, but it's not enough. Bit of malice into the Firestorm. They will hold the clockwork, but yeah, they've got so many force staffs too. They've picked one up on Seb now as well. The clock plus, of course, the pike on BZM. And well, so you have four force staffs against the Pit Lord.
4 force. Like anything, damage and everything. OG, they'll back it up. Don't want to force the issue too much here. They've got lanes to go back to.
I don't know if you've noticed, but can you just click DM's item key real quick?
Another one.
Make it 5, baby. There really is. It is such an incredible value item, this game for OG. Like, I don't know how you deal with force staff.
I mean, it's so good when you have like a drow and a step that you're protecting, right? Just repositioning these heroes is godly. And even maybe potential for aggressive force steps at this point. I don't think DM needs it, but why not? EG unable to really get much farm whatsoever here. Pakaz gets like 1 or 2 camps and then has to run away. I think, what, did he go for his Hurricane Pike, I think? Yeah, so he went Hurricane rather than even hoping for a BKB now at this point, so... If he doesn't have Manta up, he could just die.
Dude, it is just... I feel like it's only a matter of time before OG find like one really big pickoff, and then the game falls apart. I mean, it's kind of already fallen apart a little bit here for EG, but...
It's very fallen apart.
Yeah, it's like one big pickoff, and then the game just ends.
Yeah.
Their high ground is so fast.
Yeah, it's super... I mean, they're playing it safe. They're just pushing lanes out. Roche is back up in about a minute. They were pinging it. If EG comes out, they'll fight them, but they're going to wait for ages to go for the big push. And EG's getting nothing. They're just getting like the 1 or 2 waves that are running into their base to get this farm. So, yeah, OG's farming like 90+% of the map. And Panda... BZM finds him.
He's running. He's running. He's trying. And there's it's looking a lot not like he's getting away there. They do smoke on EG, so they're like, okay, Panda space. Maybe we can find something else here.
Maybe just trying to catch because they were split off somehow here.
Yeah, I mean they are. They're split 3-2. They had the ward here that scouted, you know, a little bit of where Seb was, but fortunately for them, OG does not make these mistakes. They have been so clean. They immediately portal from bottom back to top. They're going to reconnect with their team. They're just reading this so well.
Yeah, it is a treat to watch, honestly. This whoever is, I mean, it's definitely going to be a bit of Seb making a lot of these calls, but this macro game, the lane setups too. I mean, that was probably the team together making that kind of an obvious decision to have this clock and everything, but these are crisp moves. And shot calling. Roche is up. Oh, very clean.
Will be second Roche, of course, so the bonus cheese there. Shouldn't really take too long for them to take it at all. Do you think you give Aegis to Shadow Fiend again? I mean, he's 10-0, so probably, right?
I think you might. Yeah.
He does again. Hiragi will take the cheese. I mean, this Drow's kind of just the supporting character at this point, it seems. You know?
Yeah, maybe also that she's like sitting further back is what she's got.
Yeah.
How much extra range does she have? Like 100 and something extra attack range, so she's sitting further back and museum's more sieging. And the kill spree.
Yeah. He's also just like providing a little bit of agi for, you know, the Shadow Fiend. Just kind of like, alright, you got the minus armor on the buildings, you just hit there. I'll sit behind you, just in case.
Yeah.
Alright, nice little cyclone there out onto the Shadow Fiend. Try and slow down this push. Get something on the side. I guess C-Smile does manage to Fiend's Gate over and take away that Wisdom Rune, so that is something. But BD on Pakaz. I mean, this is about as good as it's gonna get, but he gets stunned up, forced the Manta, waveform away. And again, OG, I mean, they've committed very little at the moment. It's just going to be that spirit form and the hook shot. They are still feeling pretty confident taking this high ground. Force Staff 1 of 5.
Whose was that one? That was the Clockwork. Yeah.
Who knows, dude? Someone, we got to get a little counter of Force Staff usage at the end of this game. Oh, that is huge. They actually grabbed the companion. That is a really big problem there for EG. Matthew burning down here just to this damage. Well, they're all kind of stuck on the high ground. Again, Force Staffs are available, of course. BZM gonna let the Requiem rip there, sends these Brewlings back into the base. As they just haven't done much of anything. The sustain from these Caudal Illuminates are too much, and Whisper doesn't cancel. He ends up just dying instead. Okay, this is rough. Pakaz does not have the Manta, tries to get away to the base and just dies instead. C-Spell will fall next, and there it is. The GG comes out. This one, a beatdown from the Bell.
Beatdown from the lanes from the Bell. I mean, OG, I want to give them a lot of credit, honestly. They did play super well this game, but I also, I think EG definitely shot themselves in the foot. Like, they tried to do this clever kind of swap up thing with the lanes, and then this last pick SF broke the game for them. And yeah, they've done this Brew versus Drow thing a couple times, but I think, yeah, I guess Taiga just played the first 2-3 waves especially just way too well. Whisper's so far behind, Yuragi's chilling, and this dive up here is disastrous. This is the first Brew split when they're already quite behind in the laning phase. They lose, what, 3 heroes? They end up getting, I think, like 1 or 2, but they lose
they get the 2
so
supports.
much out of it.
It's like you only get the 2 supports. You like Cyclone off the Drow to try and like buy yourself some space, but BZM just double raises your summons. And Taiga actually just trapped all 4 of them again. Like, it's pretty nuts, like how much impact he had on the Clockwork this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They got so crushed after lanes. There's no hope for any team fights or anything like that. Even though they have some, some team fight that can come from Brew and stuff, it just never exists. The lanes just go way too one-sided.
BZM was involved in a ton of kills as well. He finished 10-0 and 10, 28 total kills for OG. So really active for this mid lane SF, despite it being an SF, right? Like, not really this. He's typically seen as like more of a greedy mid farming hero, but he's involved in, the majority of OG's kills.
Yeah, it's a BZM classic. He probably asked for it. He's probably like, I'm gonna destroy this game, and that's exactly what ended up happening. I've seen this man do this on this SF. Not so much lately, but when he's played with OG in the past, for sure. So.
Yeah. And basically a non-factor, the Morphling this game, right? Like, we see Pakaz usually is like this super flashy, really high impact player for EG. There was almost no impact that he had just because, like, he farmed a little bit in the lane, but at that point, like, everything else was such a disaster. He had nowhere to go, no plays to make. Like,
he was just getting hunted, too. Like, he's just getting constantly hunted. They lost, I think, most of these tier 1s super early. They lost so much map pressure and so much map presence just, pretty much as the lanes ended. So for OG, very clean. For EG, got quite a bit to fix. Maybe just, if you're going to do this type of flex thing, you got to be careful for these SF last picks, because this is just an unwinnable, untouchable matchup for Underlord.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Well, we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back. It'll be game 2 of EG versus OG here in the Riyadh Masters. Stay tuned. We'll see y'all in a bit.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me, what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want to be? You want to walk? Show me what's up, then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Leave them with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. enter new dimensions of you. Tsunami.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. Hope you enjoyed the little break as we're getting ready to go into game number 2 of EG versus OG. My name is Cryptic, and of course, joined here with Fog. What is up? You had a little bit of excitement in between the break, it sounded like.
Yeah, I got some deer visiting me. I've been having them a lot in my yard. I guess they really like to eat my garden. I've been planting a lot of new stuff. I'm a boomer, you know. I'm a gardener now. I water my garden at 7 a.m. or 6 a.m. every morning. And then the deer come and eat it every day, and I get sad.
Oh, well, that's fun.
But they're cute, I guess.
That is cute. I thought about having a garden, you know, and then I remembered I live in the desert, and I was like, I guess I'll have rocks instead. That's about as far as it goes. So
yeah,
instead I decorate the interior of the house, and that is my like boomer thing now that I do.
Yeah, I mean we're okay at that. I mean I think we moved in like 2 years ago, so we've actually done a good amount of like decorating inside, and then yeah, I really wanted to have my own like herb garden. I hate buying herbs, so but yeah.
See, I could probably find a way to do like a small herb garden indoors, but then kitty cats are just so curious, and I was like, oh, I'll wake up and all of them will be gone. So
yep, that's always
onto the game though. We got Dota. You know, I guess that's something else we could talk about.
Yep, and we're going to see a little bit of adaptation. So OG, they tried to get their Enigma. They banned the Rubik, hoping that EG would leave it, but not going to be the case. Let's see if we get any type of changes this time around. I don't think
they even
for OG
picked the
much.
Enigma into the Rubik the other day, and
they
didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, I think this one they were trying to get, they're trying to get like a quick little sneak in there, right? You know, it's like, oh, whoops, they forgot. Haha, we got Enigma, but it's not going to happen. So see if they do the same route or if they go for something different.
And there's a lot of like really popular first picks still available. I mean, you have
Undying's
Undying
in, but Snap's in, so it's like, yeah, we'll probably have a little bit of trade-off of which one they want, and maybe Undying just gets left, the Snap gets picked.
Or they do something totally different. And there it is, the Elder Titan.
Cool. Do you pick something to secure lane to pressure versus it, or do you just pick your own strategy here now?
I would really like the Snapfire. Like, it's just an EG classic. They
Legion
go
Sky.
for the Legion.
This is their classic. This is what they've had the most success this tournament with. I think they've won every game with it. So
they go back for the Ench as the ET counter.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, they love this Legion. Like, they absolutely love it. Pakaz's playing it like crazy. So
really, it's been Pakaz?
It's flexed.
Okay.
Yeah, but Pakaz played it. I think I saw him play it twice. Let me check before I make stupid things. I made stupid. He played it once. Okay. So either way, it's flexed. They played it on. I can't see if they played it on all three or not, but either way, they do flex it. So if they see an opportunity where they'll look to play it as a carrier or something like that, Pakaz will take it. If not, definitely can't play off lane or mid. I think it was on 9 Pandas for some time, I believe it was, or BB that was doing even the Legion Commander mid in some situations. So hero on the rise.
Oh, I agree. This hero, for the games that I've played in the off lane over the last like month, honestly, the most success, the most like chill the experience has honestly been with Legion Commander. Like, this hero, very difficult to actually just bully out of lane. And if there's anything we saw, like I think Pure yesterday is a great example of what can happen if the Legion goes unchecked.
And they'll just take the Darkseer again. So they do not care at all. I mean, they made it look amazing last game too. They did not care. The Enchantress didn't slow down DM whatsoever. So
yeah. I was curious if they would go back for this. It's like you're picking this Ench with the intention of kind of hoping to block the Darkseer pick, but OG just doesn't care.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
I mean, they do love this Ench on EG. They even do pick it, like, not in the first two, but I actually thought they were going to go for kill combo here. I thought this was going to be either Legion Sky or Legion Snap, so definitely different. It, of course, has, like, the Dispel and stuff like that versus the ET, and maybe they thought this time we'll do better versus the Darkseer. That's not with, like, a coddle behind, but unsure. OG's even just going to protect. I mean, this is, you have ET and Darkseer, two heroes that don't want to get Dispels first, so they're going to take out the Oracle. And there's the Oracle Legion too, as you mentioned, I think yesterday, quite a bit of times that we've seen that.
It's just a really kind of sick combo. You just go for the duel even if you know you're not going to win, right? And you're like, I'm just going to stun this character for 4 seconds.
Yeah, I might not win, but you're not going to win either, ever, because Oracle won't. So. Unless an axe comes out of nowhere or something, I don't know. But
Man, I miss Axe. That was a fun hero.
Yeah, I miss Axe, especially when we got to see the dream happen. The Ratio getting dunked on full HP on a Dusa. We'll never see that again in a pro game.
No, man, that was... I actually did get to... I don't think I was actually game, but classic.
I mean, Owen, I'm literally watching the whole time. Like, if any pro player in the world, especially one that's won like multiple majors, would do it, it's gonna be Dyrachio. You know, that's a Dyrachio death. Yeah, it happened, but yeah, no X for us. So, see what other bans we get here. Yeah, you ban out the Pango. Okay. I mean, that's another hero that if there was no Oracle and Dispel, but you know, Shield Crash is great. If they did want to go around.
They banned the Bloodseeker this time. So this was kind of what I was expecting as the response into the Darkseer last game, but they go with the Morphling. I think it's just worth banning out on OG, even though, like you pointed out, Pakaz hasn't played that hero in a while. It just feels like a much easier hero to play in this current patch.
I mean, it's the best hero versus Darkseer. Like, that and maybe like your, I don't know, Jugs or something. I don't know. Like it just feels like it has just a built-in sustain. It's just good at all moments. It's yeah. You can pick even a weak support with it. OG's actually out of time though. So.
Whoa, they are. We've just been having a good time chatting it up. I didn't even realize. Yeah, they have no reserve time left.
Did they get a penalty maybe or something? Because that looks like it went down really fast. Maybe I didn't notice, but whatever. Undying Band comes out very late. They'll be able to grab that clock. Okay, and this is really nice versus ETN versus Darkseer. So we set them up to get it.
Beast on this hero too.
Yep.
Did you notice Panda's build on Ench last game, by the way? It was
0-4-4. Yeah, I hated it. But I didn't want to touch on it because I think the game was pretty screwed. Like, even if he didn't have a better build. I guess he was just playing, like, I'm going to heal up the Morphling so he doesn't get pressured. Try to purge and just use creeps or something rather than going for harass. But I don't like that. I don't know. Max heal just feels very wonky. It seems like something in the past. They'll get their snap.
Grab the snap. That's good.
Yep. That feels great. And they'll get the SD, so they have a save.
For the duel?
Yep. Yeah. Looks solid.
You don't have the Skywrath follow-up. You don't have Snapfire possibility now. So what is playing around this Legion Commander? Like you said, they can flex it. They could be Pakaz's hero into the Darkseer lane. Actually pretty great into the Darkseer lane if you think about it. You have easiest sustain through Moment of Courage.
Mm-hmm.
I actually wouldn't hate that. And then kind of saving your last pick potentially to either flex the Legion between Pakaz or Whisper.
I want them to have some burst though. I don't really like these Legions when you have like literally no way to secure the duel.
So that's
right
the
now
question.
It feels weird.
It's got to be C Smile's hero, right?
It's gonna have to be him. Yeah, probably. And the thing is, like, OG, even with this, they actually have like 3 different defensive capabilities now with the SD, with the Snap, and the Darkseer, Surge, Disruption, Cookie to disjoint through things. Even the ET Stomp, stuff like that. I mean, they actually have a lot of defensive capability on OG, if EG looks to run at them.
I'm trying to think like what you can pick into Snapfire, because that's the problem like with OG getting the Snapfire here is it's like you're kind of just guaranteed to not have a great lane. We haven't really seen anyone find the answer to this hero in the mid. They will just go for the puck. So a hero that at least offers a good amount to the game, right? It's really good at picking off these supports.
There's not a lot of stuns.
Coil is super value.
There's really like there's no instant disables whatsoever that Puck has to worry about. Like ET Stomp, Cookie, and then there's like Vacuum. There's really limited stuns for this Puck. And we've seen these Pucks pop off. And this is like the way to jump to these backlines, stop the kisses, stop the SD from getting these saves and stuff like that. It was a pretty cool pick.
Yeah. I think BZM had like the most insane Puck performance that we've seen at the moment. But
yeah, I mean, I just saw too many good, like GPK also. I don't know. He went absolutely bonkers mode yesterday. So this hero can do that. You know, this hero can actually turn into like a pseudo carry in a way. If there are no disables, you're able to get to that itemization like Kaya Sanj, Overwhelming Blink, Octarine, etc. You really do just do the most damage in the game. They can't get a hold on you. So let's see what OG looks to grab. He gets the last pick to get some type of catch.
Banning out Whispers heroes.
Banning out Whispers, and what would the pick here be for Yoragi if you want some type of extra catch? If they even care to have extra catch, or if they're just going to try to go for itemization versus the puck. I guess we'll find out.
I feel like you don't want to pick something too vulnerable to the Legion duel or to the Legion lane, because it still could just be the off-lane Legion. So that does kind of limit your carry pick options, but...
I love the TA ban from EG, actually.
Yeah.
I think the TA would have been brutal. Because it gives you just go shard, and instead of having like a disable that comes from your safe lane, then you have silence that comes to be able to try to catch the puck. And the lane would be, yeah, pretty good. For Yuragi, it's just tough. Yuragi does like to play so many different heroes, so...
Can he go TB? Or is it too rough into the Legion?
Could be a bit too rough. Maybe unnecessary for him to go down that route.
We've already seen the...
what about Razor?
Okay, they go back for the Drow. Okay, Razor is definitely in their wheelhouse. It's a sick Razor game, too.
It looks like a really nice Razor game. It gives them the group up and stuff like that. And then it maybe will just push the Legion to a different lane as well. It doesn't give them, like, crazy type of scaling and all that, but they have, like, a really strong pressure draft if they want to go down that route. It seems a little strange, but...
So what are you worried about if they go for the Razor? Like, say you take Razor here. What offlaner could EG grab? Whoa. Okay, so an unorthodox carry for sure.
So,
but
that
one of the lane
anti-Legion.
dominators.
Yeah, he's the anti-Legion kind of hero. I mean, I think everybody always just immediately gives up. They're like, we up, Troll Warlord, the other team won. Right? I think most people immediately almost think that, but this hero can be annoying even for Clockwork. Like, you get axes on you and you're stuck inside the cogs. You can't even kill your own cogs and stuff too, so that's a little annoying.
You're not trapped. I'm not trapped in here with you moment.
Dude, it's the worst. I hate playing it. Versus like any type of mischance when I used to play Clockwork. I'm just hitting my cog and I'm like, please let me out.
I mean, I honestly, I am probably one of the in the minority here. I actually really like Troll. I think it has definitely fallen in terms of like being competitive in the carry meta, just because he doesn't. There's not like something very unique that he does compared to others outside of just dominating lanes, and that is a pretty strong component of the patch at the moment. So I don't know. I think it should have a pretty solid lane if he's into the Legion. The question is, do you move the Legion?
I don't
back for the morph.
Oh, I mean, this is into the Darkseer, into the ET, into the SD. There's limited stuns. I guess that's what Pakaz is looking at with Chris, that they can be very elusive in these fights. But again, he's picking it into the Darkseer, and now it's also an ET. So, and even SD. All right. Do I really have faith in a Troll?
I'm going. I think OG's draft again is super solid. I actually like Troll Warlord. Like I said, I think I'm in the minority there. I think it's pretty decent. Obviously, the ult is one of those things that, like you said, people kind of like, oh, GG, Troll, you lose. But
I kind of like it.
I kind of like it too. It's a pretty good Troll game. Once he has Manta, I don't know how he dies.
I just don't see what heroes they have to burst and kill him. Like, if there's like some things that come out, this feels like it could actually be a... I can't believe I'm saying this. Feels like it could be. Could be a good Troll game, because it's literally this lane. I feel like Whisper's not going to get off the bat again.
Yeah, you probably just go Battle Fury straight into BKB. This like Battle Fury, like a casual Yasha, BKB, go back for SNY. Like that's probably just your Troll build this game.
Yeah,
like it's not a great Ags game by any means for him. So I think you just build to tank and be like strong in fights.
Yeah, I mean I like OGs. They've got the save. They've got auras that they're going to be able to build too from their offlaner to tank up, and I definitely feel like EG has some limited damage unless they get this big itemization and stuff like that for Pakaz, and maybe Chris like pops off. I'm worried for their damage in fights.
Yeah. This is gonna be fun. I think the first time this might be the first Troll pick of the tournament. We'd have to probably go go back and check. It's just such an unusual hero.
It's been picked twice, and guess what? It won both games.
It won both games. Okay.
It won them both, baby. And one of them was versus a Monkey King, so that's versus
great matchup.
LC and Monkey King. Those are the two like best situations that you want to have this Troll, I would say. So, all right. I mean, let's see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Troll hater. I'm not in that camp. I like the hero. I think there's games that are very good for Troll, and I liked him being more of a niche pick than, you know, what was it, 6 point whatever ho ho ha ha lane game where it was just Troll every game because he was just OP. But as a niche pick, I think Troll is really, really, really strong.
Yep, I could definitely see it working. I'm definitely liking OGs, especially also EG. They looked pretty shaken up after that last game. Like lots of things going wrong, and also now it's Matthew playing the Enchantress, so that's something different than what I've seen usually.
I thought they might do what OG did last game and just kind of lane swap, put the Clockwork in the safe lane. You know, just.
The battle begins.
Yeah, I'm wondering the last time I even saw Matthew play this. Maybe he played at this tournament once, but I highly doubt it. I feel like I always just see Panda play it. Maybe once. Yeah, he played it once earlier in this tournament. Okay, and he did actually pop off.
So, Panda will go ahead and just take the portal back to top. We're not going to see any like potential First Bloods or tri-lanes here, as Whisper on the Legion Commander doesn't have an easy lane here. This is going to be pretty rough. It's usually just going to open ranged whirling axes on the Troll. You have Taiga on this Elder Titan with early, you know, Astral Spirit. Their level 3 timing is going to be pretty damn strong.
Yeah, I mean, even their level 2 timing could be very, very strong versus EG.
Nice enchant there on the Taiga. Otherwise, Whisper is going to take a beating, so very good.
Yeah, that's why they went for this.
Cause. Did a ton of damage.
So I'm curious about this morph pick. You know, Steb just decides to play a Shadow Demon, so he's just going to constantly put this morph under. Very annoying. Even versus Clockwork, too. Clock goes in for Battery Soul, and you just put him under. And yeah, they'll get the kill bot.
Well done, well done. It was just a matter of time. The Ench cooldown? Yeah, it's just the level 1 cooldown's too much. That's really what it was. He used that Astral Spirit immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, it's you can easily just like, even though Astro has 23-second cooldown, you put it out, and then you wait, and then it comes back, and you actually have that, like, you know, so much time in between that it comes up. Yeah, exactly. So this feels like a tough lane. Or it's gonna get tough in particular for Whisper. Mid, I mean, we'll have to see how this matchup goes. This feels like it. Of course, Snap probably with some advantage here, but see what Puck's able to get out of the lane.
I think we've seen this exact matchup a few times, and I think it's like the Snap getting like the casual crown, the like level 4, 5, and 6, just suddenly has like a 20 damage advantage over the Puck, and then you're just getting out CS constantly, right?
I think it's like as soon as like that level 3, level 4 starts to hit, you just start to out-spam him, out-harass him, and then yeah, the base damage is too high.
The miss on the bottom lane. Dude, Whisper missed 2 attacks in a row onto the ET.
Painful.
Whirling Axes, baby. Good stuff.
Super good lane for it. Why you want this Troll in that matchup. Up top.
And they'll press the attack yet to remove it, right? It's like he needs to get to level 3.
Makai's doing a good job at least of killing those illusions instantly, so Seb does put him under, but yeah, they instantly turn and kill him. Yeah, I might need to take press at 3, just so you can get the Dispel to be able to fight back.
Oh, that's a cool little voice line. Did you hear that?
Yeah, do you have the stomach for this Enchantress? Like, I heard that too.
I've never heard that voice line before. Dude, this is what I love about Dota, honestly. One of my favorite things is just the random hero interactions.
I don't think I've ever seen... Cool. I don't think I get to see, like, Ench Legion too much together. Taiga, nice stomp. We'll be able to get himself the Healing Lotus.
Instantly pops the Mango, pops the Lotus in. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that's maybe... I mean, a lot of people do appreciate, so maybe I shouldn't say underappreciated, but I love the little nuances of Dota. The little voice lines and all these kind of weird things.
We need any Slacks or Loregasm fans here. It would be great if you could explain the lore behind those two, because that would be cool. I'm sure there's something.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Someone message SVG. He's a lore master, right?
True. Taiga's hit 3. Matthew has to be very careful now how he uses the enchant to try to protect. Whisper starting to fall a bit behind on these last hits. But DM also getting a bit slowed down. He's actually almost only level 2 as well.
Okay, and the instant enchant, the turnaround potentially. All right, nope, still just it's so hard to fight into the Troll.
Yeah, and he's got the Healing Lotus now passed over to him just in case of anything. Matthew. No enchant this time.
Boy. Oh boy. Run, buddy, run! It's actually just going to turn around onto Whisper, and it's going to work. Actually gets a decent proc there on the moment of courage.
Maybe both?
Will end up dying. Matthew trying to get the turnaround onto Taiga, but another miss. Oh my goodness. Taiga surviving so long in these fights thanks to the win rate, or thanks to these missed chances.
Yeah, at the least up top, they do get that kill because he's having a much better time up here. He's getting free farm, and they're actually slowing DM down. But yeah, Whisper, he is getting crushed. Taiga doing an excellent job, and I cannot believe he lives the miss. And mid, it is starting to get into that big favor now for BZM. The stats are coming in. He's got mana plenty. Chris has to use orb to secure last hits.
It's like anytime you walk forward, you just pump fake the scatter blast, and you're like, oh, I might take 300 damage right now.
Oof. And then he takes it anyway, and he's gonna need a cookie.
Yeah. Oh man, it's so much damage. Snapfire. Good fort onto the tower here as well.
He wants to push him out.
Yeah, that scatter blast is 1 second away. And C-Smile will be forced to walk base.
Good plays there. Yeah, these two lanes are definitely quite dominant here coming out from OG. Top, as we said, Pekka's having a good start. DM dies the once, but he still is farming pretty okay. I guess he's actually behind Whisper. So.
Well, he just gets Mortimer Kisses. He, unfortunately, unable to connect on them. And C-Smile will get away. Okay, a decent attempt there from BZM, but yeah, very, very sad first use.
Very sad first use, but he's going to have almost like a level and a half advantage, it looks like, soon. At least like a level advantage. 6 about to be hit on the puck, but he's like 6 and change. And he pushed off the power rune, and he gets luck. BZM against the DD top.
Ooh, a nice play here from Panda. Be able to set up these cogs. Does just pop the DD here. Coil does snap Seb, trying to buy him some space, but you're in so deep here. The enchant as well, just to offer the assist, and BZM should end up falling. The kill going to Matthew. Unfortunately there for C-Smile, but it's time to probably get out of here if you're Panda. Yeah,
Big damage.
Taiga is crushing this Clockwork. Ice Armor doing some heavy lifting here to try and keep him alive, and it looks like it will be enough, but...
It saves him. Yeah, that was sick. Actually, the
close.
Ice Armor, it's enough to protect him. Good double rotation from the supports. I think the disruption actually maybe griefed him a little bit, but DM, nice purge, Matthew.
He's got the strength one, right? Yeah, there it is. And that will be another kill. Good patience from Matthew there to hide in the trees.
Because top of net worth.
Completely different from last game.
Being set up for success.
They're getting double ruined, maybe.
Hiragi
from Panda.
He might even get a kill.
Cogs. Oh, he didn't get the cogs. Oh no, Yoragi just coming out a big winner there.
Oh man, that's gonna hurt these two supports. Level 3 Clockwork now. How the supports are on the side of OG. What? Yeah, 4 and change. That's brutal. Because though he's having an amazing game this time around, so could be that X factor. Even though his puck is really suffering, he's doing well, and Whisper isn't doing horrendous. I mean, he's struggling for sure, but he's actually ahead of the Darkseer still, but might die now.
Yeah, he's in some danger right now as he does have a Lotus into an overwhelming odds if he wants, but it looks like he might just, he'll just die anyway.
Power run?
Dude, I just can't under like...
Ooh, Chris, he didn't have his bottle in, I guess. He's actually just instantly grabs it instead of bottling it.
Ooh,
oh well. Doesn't get a refill. That kind of hurts. DM jungling now at this point a bit. Hey, Whisper shows up again. They're pinging him immediately.
Nice cogs. Good vacuum back. DM with the surge away will be fine. That will be the first wall. But bottom lane, they're looking for Whisper once again, and gonna be slowed up. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. He needs some help and fast, but it is just way too much damage. Much better use of these second Mortimer Kisses as BZM helps find the kill. C-Smile thinking of going for it, but he's alone, so he will just back away.
And that is some real hate onto Whisper. 4 deaths now at this point. And they're really trying to put the pressure and slow down this Legion's game. And he actually has his Blade Mail somehow finished, but...
Okay, Legion has 4 deaths, but somehow C-Smile has nothing. Like,
he's got only 32 last hits. I mean, sometimes it does take Chris a couple of games to get warmed up and stuff like that. I mean, that last game definitely hurt him a lot. This one, he's I mean, Pakaz, work cut out for him for sure. Whisper at least has Blade Mail, so he does have situations where he maybe can catch some of these people off guard. But no boots. Not going to be easy.
You're going to have to do some pretty heavy work on Matthew as well. Like this Enchantress, he's got the 3 points enchant, 1 point impetus this time, so not going that 0-4-4, but he's going to have to open up a lot of the map here with like the pressure he can put on the map.
He finds a good Dark Troll Summoner, and he's not doing horrible with like his levels or anything either. He's actually pretty close to the OG supports in that department, and he's actually more farmed than them, so pretty good stuff at the least for Matthew, even though he didn't get these Wisdom Runes.
Yeah, it's the Clockwork that's having a rough time. Puck able to dodge out the Stomp there, orb to the mid lane, gonna head towards bottom. A regen is gonna be waiting for him, so that's quite nice. Does have the bottle this time.
Yep. And whoa, he does find him. The Blade Mail. Whisper.
He actually just solo killed him with a Blade Mail too. Okay, you know.
Oh my goodness. I mean,
that one probably shouldn't happen.
The 0-4 Legion finds a pick.
A big fight breaking out. The wall will come down, trapping both supports. The Mortimer Kisses to follow. They are just... There's like eight creeps, illusions, a wall, and cogs all on the ramp there. You're not getting out.
Good move from OG to react there. The one thing, though, by EG, it's Pakaz now. They get a kill onto a Troll Ward. Pakaz, he's had no pressure. He's top net worth by 1,000 gold now at this point. Puck's still super behind, but that's a big kill for Whisper. 0-4 and finds a kill like that. Now he's up to 1,400 gold.
Yeah, I was gonna say I did not expect Whisper to find a solo kill. It's a lot of XP that he just pulls back, and farming with this Blade Mail is gonna do pretty easy.
Yeah. Cool. I don't think I've ever seen the naked, literally naked Blade Mail. Bring a protection, wand, Blade Mail. Not even boots, nothing.
Yeah.
Dude,
cool. This is Whisper, dude. This guy just somehow makes it work. I don't know. That's wild. So, because casual Falcon Blade into the Dragon Lance, this time Morbid Mask and Treads. Very farmed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he needs to just immediately rush a Manta or anything this game because he's not playing versus like the silences and everything like that. BZM has Atos ready.
The snap is just... Zero's looking pretty good.
Yeah.
The biggest question mark is going to be Seasmouth Puck, I think, because he is just so far away from even his first real item, right? Like Blink or Witchblade.
He's just got the Knuckles right now. Trying to set up for a Power Rune. They've got the Clockwork in the area, but Panda's still level 5. Can't go for any connection, but he'll secure the Rune.
So, grab that Witchblade, like you said, the Blitz Knuckles out now.
Panda just trying to find his level 6. He's jungling as this Clockwork right now. Getting closer and closer to it. DM, level 9's been hit. He's doing the same build he did last time, just straight to the pipe. So just counteracting the early damage that's coming out from EG from the Puck. I think he likes that most games rather than going for the mech. I think I tend to see him do that.
Pipe has just felt like such a ridiculous item early in the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, with the way that it works now, of course.
Yeah.
With how the barrier works with the reductions and stuff like that, so it is pretty damn strong. And did Whisper just rush the Blink? Is it just no boots Blink?
Dude, he actually has Blink Blade Mail on this off-blade Legion.
It's like 0-4. He was 0-4. 1 kill, and he's got, okay, cool item, cool timings. I think OG, they're still in a very, very comfortable spot, but, you know, Pakaz is probably telling his team, you know, guys, I'm having a really good game. I definitely have potential to be able to carry this.
He needs to be careful, though, as they are setting up top lane here, it looks like.
Yuragi's on Panda.
And, yeah, Panda gets the hook shot into a Shadow Demon. And a duel on the backside. The Blink reveal, but the nice disruption out from Seb will buy BZM some space. They're going to continue the chase here. The wall is down. The coil is there. They grab 2 in exchange for the Clockwork, but Pakaz is just getting beat down by Yuragi. The roots are there. He needs a waveform. 1 second. He's got it, but he goes right into DM. He's trying to get away. He's able to sustain through a good amount of it. EG actually looking pretty okay if they can get out. See Smile. Goes in. Gets caught from the root. Well, should be able to jaunt away.
They all get away. I mean, they're very low HP, but they're able to keep Pakaz alive. I mean, Whisper, a Blink duel catches BZM off guard. I don't think they expected to see the Blink come out after they were like, yeah, this Legion's shut down. Somehow still gets this timing. Good hold. And everyone playing pretty much, you know, pushing the limits of their heroes there. Like 10% HP, 20% HP across the board.
Yeah, that was super close. Ends up just being a 2-for-1 exchange, but honestly, really happy. You're only losing the clockwork there. He already got his level 6 prior to the fight, so
and
he's got everything he needs.
It was like pretty much perfect, because if BZM even gets, let's say, like a scatter blast or a cookie off at the end there, maybe 1 or 2 heroes do die, but they actually focus him perfectly to get him down, even though he's quite tanky. Nice move from EG.
Okay, they don't lose their Wisdom Rune this time. C-Smile was ready to go. Grits his Witchblade completed now, so this will help a lot with your kill threat onto the supports. But he's only level 11.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that's actually not that bad, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
He's recovered. I mean, honestly, he's recovered pretty decently, all things considered, with the tough lane that he was in. Does Orb aggressive. OG can't punish. I mean, they're just so limited on catch, really, on OG. So definitely going to see some situations where this puck morph can dance around team fights until there is perhaps some more items. Panda
is going to go for the TP, but the stomp catches him at the last moment. He does have... Okay, he's not going to be able to hook shot. Good stun there by BZM.
And now BZM, he's got the Boots of Travel done. Yuragi, Battle Fury's finished.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Still has some good timings. But Picaz, he's big this game. He is definitely getting some good timings on his itemization. And let's see what it's going to be. Right now he has Butterfly queued up.
Dude, it's such a good Butterfly game. It's the best thing you can build against the illusion.
Exactly.
Like from wall, and it's also incredibly strong against Troll Warlord.
Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. The one issue is then you guys are going to have trouble killing the illusion. You have Enchantress to take it and stuff like that, but
yeah,
you know, these illusions will be really strong if he does decide to go down that route also.
Ooh, nice little illusion deny there. As BZM smoking up to see what he finds here. It's going to be Picaz on the Morphling. He's like, that is not the hero.
No.
We cannot kill that one. So, they get the tier 1 top. That's quite nice, at least.
I was just watching Whisper up top, lingering.
And the disassemble into the pipe is done. He's got the mana boots going back for the Guardian Greaves. And they're just going to go straight to the Roshan. I mean, that's one of the benefits of the Troll, right?
Scouted immediately, though.
Yeah. Panda's going to start making his way into the tree, see if he can maybe find an angle to try and steal this, but we'll just back away. Does he?
He has Rocket up in 5.
His Roche dies pretty... I mean, he just got double bashed on Troll. That slows you down a good amount. Those extra couple seconds, but...
He's not even going to try.
He's not even going to attempt it. Yeah, they don't care.
Man, I was hoping we would get at least an attempt. We were talking about it the other day, right? Like, we just don't see Roche steals. It just doesn't happen anymore. Not even attempts, really.
Yeah.
It's too hard.
Clockwork, like one of the best heroes at it too, and he's just like, you don't feel confident because there's one angle you can come from here, right?
Yep.
He has to come from the right. It's like, it's rough. Would rather just not die and risk it.
It's nice that they didn't move anybody either. So it's just like just Panda who kind of rocketed and then he kept farming. Everyone on the side of EG's farming, and now, I mean, look at Chris. He's got Blink. Level 12. He actually takes level 2 coil. I usually don't see most players do this. You usually want to max your phase shift first, especially if you're going to get the blink timing, so you can get the blink thing, but...
Oh, yeah. He's got a duel. That's level 2 duel as well, so up to 38 bonus damage. I mean, he's fighting the one target, right?
Yeah. And Picaz commits his item build, so Eagle Song's finished.
I like this a lot. I actually think this Butterfly is going to do some serious work.
Yeah, I mean, Yuragi's going to have to perhaps switch up his itemization really, really early. Let's see if the illusions get dealt with. I'm going to be watching the enchant in particular to grab them.
I guess you have overwhelming odds too, right? That's a pretty decent option as long as he holds it, but the problem is he's going to be looking for the solo kill on the back line, right? Alright, mid-tier 1 taken by Matthew and his creep, so decent work there. Who also just has a casual Dragonlance.
Yep, and he scouts the Arcane Room for his buddy, Whisper. He's able to just kind of walk away. A lot harder for OG to set up for these pickoffs.
They have a good sentry here to get the D ward if they actually get vision. Yeah, C-Smile sees it immediately, backs. That's good. That's a really smart D ward.
Yeah, and they can do these type of easy little plays with the blinks and with all their elusive cores in comparison to the limited catch of OG.
Oh, great flare. You have an Arcane Rune on the puck. It's like, if OG commit, you probably want to defend, but you don't really have to push anything right now on EG, right?
No, they're just looking for pickoff with Whisper here. He definitely has solo kill potential on most heroes. They're all group up, though, still on OG.
Look how farmed he is now. Him and C-Smile. they're back in the game. Like,
they've just been farming. They're playing the farm here. They're like, okay, OG is just grouped up, so they're starting to lose control of the map heavily here. This is really good calls here from EG. Play the farm game. They've got no catch.
Oh, BZM in the mid lane. Do they go for it? He thought about it for a moment, maybe looking to go bottom here, see if he can actually scout. Dude, such a smart rotation. They see him. And there it is. The blink duel, the damage from Matthew, one more impetus. They've done it. What a grab.
How is Whisper doing this type of stuff, right? Like, starting 0-4, and he's actually the difference maker in this game, I feel like, so far with his movements. He's found a pick up on Yuragi, slowed down his momentum, pick up top, another pick on BZM. That's 2 times that he's found BZM.
He's a full scaling core now. Like,
really
66 bonus damage.
Yeah, huge. And it's given so much space. I mean, Pekaz continues to just be massive. I believe the butterfly is finished already.
There
and
it is.
yes, he's smiling. He's full at his... I mean, he's pretty much at his entire what you want to be at as a puck in this game now. So hard to catch him.
He's going the Orchid, maybe into a Bloodthorn. Do you like that on the Morphling, or would you rather him just go for something to tank up a little bit? I mean, all of these items to me scream like he's trying to make this like wall illusion be useless.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to go down Bloodthorn route, then he has True Strike too, and that would be an interesting pickup there because those go for it.
He's going to solo off the Tormentor really quick, thanks to Morphling being one of the only heroes that can do it. And bottom lane,
there's quite
disconnection. Nice hook shot away from Clockwork. He gets out, dodges the gank.
That's kisses.
Down.
Yeah, that's a pretty big commitment. We're definitely seeing the lack of catch on OG. It's coming into play massively. I mean, EG, they're playing the whole map. Everyone's just farming. Matthew, I'm watching him just farm. Yeah, Matthew's farming, Puck farming, more farming. Panda's just kind of waltzing around scouting stuff. He's the one who doesn't really need to farm. And OG, they have this Aegis, but haven't really gotten much of anything out of it. It's just been EG getting more and more.
And it honestly just comes back to that call of, like, they scout the Roche as they hit it for the very first time. They're like, screw it. Yep. This Aegis won't matter. Like, we don't care. They have a 9,000 gold lead. This has been the last... This gold lead has only really been going for the last, like, 6.5, 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, it was dead even up until that point.
I'm, like, clicking around for itemization onto the heroes on OG, and I'm like, man, maybe they need, like, a Hex really early or something, because I'm really seeing just no ways to catch and deal with this Morph and Puck inside these fights. Even when they do kick off. Right now, it's just been them dancing on them, but...
Dude, Matthew is so farm. He got his shard, from the Tormentor earlier, so now he has the 2 summons, and he's just split pushing lanes. He is as farmed as the mid laner.
Split pushing lanes, farming jungle as well. They're
he's got a full
farming
pipe.
so much. An extra core to play against. And one that getting to these backlines, catching these heroes on EG, it's difficult.
Yeah. I mean, you already talked about their lack of catch. You now have a Drums Hurricane Pike on a support. So... that's not easy.
No. And soon a BKB even finished on Whisper, so perhaps Whisper could be the one that they can maybe find in some situations, but... Okay, OG. A lot of downtime has been hit. They've smoked up now looking to try to find something, because if they can find like a team fight, perhaps they'll be strong. Pickoff is just very impossible.
Oh, they get the Force Staff away, and there it is. The smoke gank fails once again. It's like, who goes in? You don't have a blink on your Darkseer. Seb doesn't have a blink yet either.
This lack of catch is problematic.
Your catch is like whirling axes and an Athos.
Your catch is going to be Yuragi getting a basher and hoping that he can actually get on top of targets and bash them down at this point.
That's true. You have an issue to deal with the silence though, right? Like, that's one of these things. Like, he will need a BKB eventually. If he gets caught by silence into duel or something, or just dueled in general, and you don't have the SD there to save you, Yuragi might just die.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what he needs to get. Like, Basher is probably the hopeful. BKB feels like it's like an item you're playing to lose. That's the one thing. I feel like he needs some type of aggressive item rather than some defensive in this game, because they're getting more and I'm sure they feel it too. They're just getting more and more behind. They're not farming nearly at the same amount that EG, and I mean, EG's got this Morph Puck, but there's just no catch.
BZM's Snapfire item progression has just completely fallen off. He went back, he goes for the Boots of Travel, which is kind of like the standard, what we see out of the mid lane there, but he hasn't really used it in any way to like help him farm. He's just kind of been following his team around and then like TPing back to maybe like stop this side lane push from the Ench and then goes like runs back to his team or something.
He's just free kills if he gets found in every fight.
Oh, speaking of free kills, they find Taiga, and that's going to be another duel victory.
It's a gem. Oh
no!
Boy. I mean,
Okay, that is rough.
EG's just doing whatever they want on the map. Like, literally anything. OG can't really respond to it whatsoever. Now they have Gleipnir on BZM. That doesn't feel like it's going to fix the issue so far. I mean, Chris is actually just in.
They saw Seb. They just got a glimmer. He's hiding in the trees, but I found you, buddy. You're not getting out of that one. No duel, of course, but just an easy kill. Both supports now down. 40 seconds without buyback. You could potentially just go high ground.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a butterfly Morphling with rally creep around him, too. Yeah, you can go hit the high ground.
And Whisper's duel is going to be back up in 15 seconds. That's far before the Shadow Demon comes up.
Matthew has now surpassed BZM, and he's about to surpass DM. 4 cores.
They're so farmed.
Yeah, huge.
Oh my goodness. All right, first fortification will fall. There's going to be the wall. And it's doing a decent chunk of damage into the Mortimer Kisser. So 2 big spells out. You get the tier 3. And EG's going to consider that good enough.
Huh? They got the tower. Forced them some type of reaction, too, from spells. It's a wall and kisses, so...
They won't have those for Roche.
Yeah. BCM is looking to maybe try to catch Pakaz in some type of sneaky way up here, but they need more. And even then, if they have more, I don't know if they even can bring him down. It's actually scouted out. There's a ward right on top of him. Whisper's already here.
All right, I love Pakaz. He held his item completely, and there's the duel. Nice save here from Seb. Shouldn't be able to burst him in time. Yeah, you still lose your Snapfire, though, which is pretty dang rough. And C-Smile grabs a 2-hero coil. We'll be able to get the pipe off in the Surge. We'll save them for the moment, but C-Smile is still in. The hook shot comes out from Panda, the flare, revealing them. Traps DM. They take a quick kill onto the Shadow Demon, and it is some heavy bleeding here from OG. 3 dead. Triple kill for Pakaz as the Roach respawns.
This is the game he wanted last time. He is having a dream. Oh. He even catches Taiga.
He's absolutely going to catch Taiga an ultra kill. Okay, that's some stylish plays there. Vacuum back, Surge, come on.
AG just... They did it. After they scouted Roche, right? It literally did anything they wanted. OG found nothing after that. After this whole situation where they catch BZM a couple times, there's been nothing from OG and EG. They've got this. Another set of racks. Draghi just has to watch.
Yeah, that is it. Full set of Erics, no fortifications left. They know the Roshan is up. They're going to flare it right now. And yeah, you do have to respect, you know, Wall's back off cooldown. Mortimer Kiss is coming off cooldown. So maybe you want to grab a pick off or grab like your next set of items before you actually do it. Because, I mean, they're sitting on buckets of gold right now. There's 3K on the Morphling, almost 2,500 on Enchantress. C-Smile's got another almost 3,500 gold.
I mean, OG has to go look and try to contest this, but this is such a difficult fight.
One thing I was about to mention, Pakaz went back for the Silver Edge, and now he's queued up the Bloodthorn. So he's got a break into this Troll, which is fantastic, being able to stop the Fervor.
Very cool. Lets him find more positioning, too. Like, he can just find anybody with Whisper. He can just get on top of them together with Legion like this, too.
And the Whisper gem, right? Ooh. Whisper needs to be a little bit careful here as Yuragi's trying to chase him down. Nice 4-staff play, but it's the backside. C-Smile, he's found 2. Putting BZM as well as Taiga in some danger.
Hey, look at Chris go. He's just standing in 5 heroes. There's no stunts for him. There's nothing to catch him.
I mean, they really want to try and stop Seb from being able to save. They want to go for the duel, and there it is. C-Smile just jumps in again. He might just kill him. He does. All right, there's the green light for Whisper, man. He's looking, there it is, the duel onto the Troll. He's got no save at all. Absolutely destroyed. BM will fall next. Mortimer Kiss is out, doing some decent damage. They take down the Clockwork, but 4 dead once again. Actually 5. C-Smile just solos off BZM on the backside. Their recognition. Yeah, we can just out-farm them. Like, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
This is sick. And Troll Warlord, it is unfortunately kind of like the big question mark of like, will this hero come online? Will Hit start to dominate? I think, unfortunately, that just Blade Mail duel that came up from Whisper just ruined his game.
Yeah, and I think like a couple of these other catches. I think this whole top fight that they did when they end up losing like so many heroes, you get caught with like, the kisses and everything to it. It stagnated like everything from OG, and they went for like a Roche, but EG, they didn't overreact to it. They just farmed. So it's just really good decision making from EG, and Pakaz just having an absolutely free game this time around.
Yeah. This was good stuff. I love this. It would have been a little bit odd to see EG just get O2'd, especially if it was similar to game 1. Like, that's not something that happens all that often. Like, they're usually pretty good at adapting, but this felt a lot more like EG. OG just kind of maybe getting caught off guard here, not realizing what the EG game plan was. And honestly, I didn't really expect this to be their game plan. It looked so bad in the first like 6 to 10 minutes.
For the puck and for the Legion, yeah. I mean, Morph was free farming the whole time though, and then it ended up getting down to the point where like 1 or 2 fight losses, and then just they're too elusive, and they dance around the map. So 1-1, and all things right in the world. I feel like we're getting tons of these 1-1s, but I feel like it's appropriate because these teams, it's like some of these games just look so weird, like where it's just like the game is over at like 8-minute mark, and then some of these other games go like 60+ minutes or something like that. It's tough to really predict.
Yeah, well, our next series will be Team Secret taking on BB. So that should be pretty exciting because BB has looked incredible so far in this tournament. Secret, a little hit or miss sometimes. They're kind of right in the middle. They got a 2-0 earlier over TSM, but they've dropped both their series versus Talon as well as Aster. So they've got their work cut out for them in their next series. We'll see what they can do. But for now, we will be sending it to a short break, and then we'll be back, I think, maybe 25, almost 30 minutes maybe before this next game is going to start. So stay tuned. We'll see you all then. This is again the Riyadh Masters. We'll see you after the break.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمة وإن تبغى راب خفيف أجيب تويستر أنا أجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب إكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
my will. If I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Riyadh Masters, and hope you guys enjoyed the little bit of a break there we had between these series. Quick one between EG/OG as we get ready to go into Secret versus BB Team, and honestly, should be a pretty exciting one. Hopefully, depending on how Secret does, I think that's the big wild card. Well, you know,
Yeah.
Fogged, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I mean, I'm hoping for some good stuff coming out of Secret, but I'm still, even if they bring some good stuff, this is probably one of the tougher matchups I think they've been put in. Yeah. I mean, it's BB. They are looking incredible, and they have been just always on the upward trajectory throughout the last couple months. And I mean, we got to see the beautiful display of them yesterday. They dismantled Shopify, and even this morning dismantled Liquid as well too. They're looking hot.
Dude, that's the one that was super surprising to me is how they looked against Liquid, because that was convincing both games.
And did you see how they did it?
Minutes.
They did it in an old school way too. So I actually got the glimpse of like the end of the game a little bit. It was with the gyrocopter, one of them versus the Enigma. So an old school throwback counter in a way that they decided to bust out, and they used the ET to buff it up, and Nightfall owned.
So did they just do the flak 1 and try and kill the Eidolons, or because like the previous idea was like you use flak cannon to take the Eidolon, then the counter response was you build buckler, and it was just like it's so weird.
I think like overall, I didn't get to see the laning unfortunately, but I think overall like Gyro has been a pseudo Enigma counter for quite a long time. Besides just that, but it's also throughout the game because you can itemize Aghanims, be like damage, Daedalus, etc. And then even if you get Black Hold, you either can just kill this Enigma, or you sustain with your Satanic and stuff like that during it. So that's literally what he did. So it was cool. super insane fast item timings. He got enabled by the ET and a Coddle, if I'm not mistaken, and they ran like an inch off lane. So it was really cool strategy that BB decided to end up doing, at least in that first game. So we'll see what we get this time, and let's see how Secret withstands this pressure of this team that just seems unstoppable.
Yeah, that is. I mean, the fact that it went that well with such like a kind of, I would say, out of meta draft, right? That's a lot of things that we just don't see like traditionally, but they made it look super good. All right, cool. I like it a lot, and just another trick in BB's hat, I guess.
Yeah, I mean they also excuse me, I'm actually choking on something. The second game they actually owned Liquid so hard that Nisha I think went like 1-12 or 0-12. I didn't get to actually look at the scores at the end, but he had like an 8-minute Atos, I think it was, on Snap. This game was like absolute stomp. Like literally at 10 minutes or something, I think it was like an 8K gold lead when I tuned in. So yeah, I mean if they can dismantle Liquid like that, I mean, Secret's got quite a tough matchup versus them, and let's see if they can get some good hero matchups and stuff like that at the least, because they're going to need that.
They first phase ban out the Enigma, even despite their success against it earlier. It is one of those things that like Puppy has a lot of experience playing. He plays it super greedy, and Secret have had some success with the hero, so rather than risk it, they're just going to remove it from the game. I also like the Broodmother ban, something BB team love to play if they get it.
Yep, they flex it too, so definitely something that you want to do if you don't have any type of great Brood Lancers. Even though they do play like the Nagas and stuff like that, we've seen they can just flex it and do whatever they really want versus it anyway, and then they just counter the Naga. Tough team to draft first. As we've seen, BB just massive hero pools across the board, not afraid to bust out some unorthodox strategies too. They'll even ban out. Okay, I mean that's an interesting one.
Yeah, first phase Storm ban, dude. What? So
wait, what?
That one I don't quite understand. As like, obviously, yeah, GPK can play it, but
I mean, they did open with the Coddle Storm and stuff like that, but we have seen Storm also like
you can just pick a snap, right?
Yeah, I mean they could just pick a snap, but we did see like Kiyotaka did. I don't know. Kiyotaka did some magic on his Storm. Literally,
yeah,
like, Giga carried a game even in the late game. So
okay, well they banned the Snapfire. Don't want to give that one up first phase. I don't blame you. This hero just seems absurd in the mid lane. So rather than give it a free lane, they will go ahead and ban it out. And Secret have overall first pick. Lots of heroes still in. Of course, the Undying, one of the big ones. And with the Snapfire banned, you might want to go for it.
5 seconds remaining.
See.
Also the Ench, something that we see a little bit more often.
ET as well too, rising up, but they'll go with their bet. They had success with it this morning, so I think they want to stick with that. They did win twice with it. And there's the Undying. I feel like that's never going to be a hesitation pick. For the most part, if Snapfire is banned, it's just going to be this. It's like the best 5 position to lane secure. That and the Clockwork for the most part. So
Yeah, you obviously can flex the bat and hide where you want it to go. We've seen it as a support. We've seen it in mid lane. Some teams played it as off lane, like Whisper on EG. But yeah, Undying is just such a stable hero. It is hard to not pick this.
Just ruins the offlane pool. You don't want to play like half your heroes versus this because you could just never even get out of the laning phase and still secure, for the most part, most of these carries. Let's see what BB looks to go for. They'll just stick with their supports. And this is a flex, as saw Pure did play it in a carry role, or in a 3-position role.
That's so sick, actually. Just like the 3-ench. Because we've seen how much damage and how effective like an Enchantress can be if she's, a farmed support, let alone a core.
They might just primal here. I mean, that's what they won with earlier. They felt very confident with it, so.
Very good primal heroes to go, right?
Yeah, it's good versus, it can be good versus both of them. This is maybe perhaps a bit of a flex also. So Secret was actually the team. Yes, Crystallis is the Monkey King guy, the Grandmaster tier, etc. But they use this, and we've seen a couple teams in the past use this versus the Undying.
Yeah, and it was Yamich that played it, right?
Yeah, Yamich played it. So, I mean, they're keeping it flexible, and maybe having that answer also, too.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll start to see the bans come through. I think both picks on Secret here are nice in the fact that they are both flexible, right? Like we talked about. We kind of move these around. BB, I would say it's fairly straightforward. Yes, they could move the Enchantress offlane here for Pure. But Enchantress into, like, if they move this, like, Batrider to just, like, a 5 or something, it could be pretty rough to deal with.
It's one of the best heroes versus Edge. Yeah, it always has kind of been one of the better kill threaders.
So, we'll see. They ban out the Terrorblade. Very good core matchup into the Monkey King in general. So, that's kind of nice. But we'll start to see what they want to do here. I'm just so excited to see what BB come up with, because their drafts have been so sick this whole tournament. Like, they've been playing a ton of heroes. It'd be cool to see the teams with like the most hero variety, because I feel like BB has to be up there.
Yeah, probably. I mean, they even busted out like Oracles, Axe. I think we've seen like different offlaners almost every game, I feel like, for Pure. But he does play something different every single one of these times, so. A lot of Snapfire. I think that's like the one thing that they've played a lot of. Snap and Legion, I think, have been the most abundant inside of their drafts, and maybe some bat supports. But yeah, definitely flexible.
Yeah, Snap right now, second most contested, or second most picked. It's actually Rubik still. That's the most picked hero of the tournament, but she's still boasting a 52% win rate. Batrider actually crushing it. What in the world?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't have my stat.
He's 34 picks, third most picked. It's almost a 65% win rate.
I mean, we can definitely understand a bit of that, right? After we get to see some of these 4 positions, how much they get. It's actually absurd how
they farm like crazy.
Yeah, they get like these Blink Dagger drums at like 14 minutes. It's like it's literally core timings. So, yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, the game Yamich played where the Batrider was just literally out farming all of the cores. That was cool.
Yamich or Antares maybe was?
Oh, Antares. Yeah, I meant Antares. I don't know why I said Yamich. Yeah, Antares did it, right? It's just like, yeah, he had, boots, windlace, blink, drums, and he was, it was like 15 and a half, 16 minutes into the game?
10 seconds.
Yeah, they're banning the Void. This Batrider still potentially, I mean, this opens up the flex more, right? This is like, if we want to run it as FBZ, which they have, and it, honestly, FBZ carried that game that he played Batrider, if I remember correctly. And I think that was versus, what was it, versus like the Monkey King pick? Oh yeah, this was a brutal game. This was the Execration Monkey King one. But anyway, yeah, they can keep it open because of that Void ban time dilation. And both teams really hiding it quite a lot here.
Yeah. I think, like, the bans, they make sense for the Batrider, but they also make sense for the Monkey King core, right? Like, both of these bans address, like, counters for both these heroes.
True. Yeah, very, very true.
And so it's kind of cool.
Yeah. We'll see the
and then
Blood
they just
Seeker.
kind of play, flex them based on what they see from BB here.
5 seconds remaining.
Both sides there might be some weird flexing that goes on even toward the end here. It's going to be tough to maybe see who's playing what, and then what we see.
Timbersaw Bloodseeker removed. I mean, the Timbersaw is just that hero is just so strong. I'm surprised we haven't been seeing it more, but I guess it's just almost always banned.
Yeah.
That does kind of make me feel like they're... I mean, nah, it's just Chrysalis. They're just banning the Bloodseeker against Chrysalis. Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe that too. But it could also be to protect stuff as well. Like, this Bloodseeker is very good versus a lot of these popular, Darkseers.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering, is like, is this a preemptive ban here for Darkseer or what? They actually just get rid of the Morphling. Okay. Hero we saw kind of be feast or famine in the last series, but because he was doing pretty well in game 1, right? It's just the rest of the game was kind of a disaster. Game 2 we kind of just saw a completely different side of EG. So maybe Morph is still pretty viable as like a non-Ags builder, right? Like that that Falcon Blade, Treads, Dragon Lance, Butterfly, like it did work.
I mean, when there's the super Morphling players, I think there's a few that really always do stand out. Nightfall and Picaz are two of the biggest ones for me. Like, these guys just make super flashy plays on it, so... Lots of carry bans. Very Nightfall. I mean, it happens when there's two supports already showing, of course, but...
Both teams went through a lot of support time. Reserve time in this phase 2, right? Like,
it happens when there's so much...
20 seconds.
It happens when there's so much flex, right? Both teams are just thinking about, like, what they want to do with these potential flex heroes and protecting the further picks rather than anything, maybe anything super in particular right now that they're worried. And yeah, AM ban, instant Dusa. Undying Medusa. Tough to pose much threat onto this one.
Darkseer is available. So you could just move this Batrider support. Monkey King is not one of the worst carry matchups into the Medusa, I would say, right? Like, I feel like it's okay.
It's okay, yeah.
But you could respond with like Dusa, a aggressive position 4 if they really wanted, or just move Monkey to 4, right? Just go Monkey King and Darkseer offlane.
I think that's probably what they'll do. There's always going to be this Enchantress to steal the illusions and stuff like that, but we're just seeing more and more Darkseer. This hero does seem to be one of the better attempts to be able to not... You play the lane, but not really, because you're playing versus Undying, so you just end up like getting that itemization, then you cut waves and stuff, since they can't really chase you with a Medusa plus Undying.
It's a really good PL game for Secret, if they can get it at the last phase. Right now, there's a lot of heroes that you could still pick on BB, but... Say you move Monkey King to... Yeah, it's like you have to wait till like the 23rd pick. There's no way you could pick it here.
No, they'll just counter it still.
If it squeaks through, it might not be bad. But yeah, you have like Beastmaster, you have Lesh, you have Ember, there's all sorts of things.
Okay,
Shadow Demon, do double downing. That's cool.
Yeah, they've kind of revealed now which one it's going to be, like where this Monkey King is going to be, right? With this Batrider pick, unless they do flex this even more now to mid, but...
Yeah, I'd say, what about Batrider moving mid?
Yeah, I guess it still is a possibility here. You'll have to show it, though. That's the one thing on Secret. You have to show your entirety of how you're going to be laning on the last pick. SD versus Dusa, another really, really strong pick versus Dusa. So multiple illusions. These are very frustrating to play.
I mean, we've seen Medusas just lose late game to Shadow Demon alone. Like, you just disrupt, do the inverse fatal bonds. I can never remember the name of that ability now because it keeps changing.
Disseminate, yeah.
Thank you.
So what they do now with this is now it's just the overwhelming summons, because these supports, Shadow Demon in particular, hates to play versus this, and it's the scouting. I think that's the biggest thing that we've seen. It kind of always from Lycan is just how much information you can get from these wolves. Finding the Shadow Demon, killing him off before the fight starts, then the Dusa kind of just gets the free initiations and stuff like that. This is another hero that is an insane win rate. I think it was like 70% or something like that when I glanced yesterday.
I can check. But who was it that played the Lycan the other day that went the Summon Wolves talent and got the Necro book or whatever?
That was Miero?
Yeah, and dude, the amount of vision he got, he was just splitting his 5 wolves across the map. He had his shard, of course, plus the Book of Dark, or what is that thing called?
Book of the Dead.
Book of the Dead, thank you.
Yeah.
So like the 2 sets of Necro minions as well. It was just like he had so much info going to his team the whole time. It was awesome.
I really thought that game he was going to take the reduction down because he was versus a Tiny and Terrorblade, which is probably the 2 highest base damage kind of heroes besides Universals. But Either way, it ended up working for him. Yeah, these wolves are really strong, so I do like this pick.
Update on the Lycan win rate, 78.5.
Across, what, like 20 games or something?
14.
Or?
Yeah, 14 games. It's 11-3 right now.
That's insanely high.
Quap, Queen of Pain banned. Quap, Queen of Pain. Quap and Puck will be banned.
I was
they,
like,
they go to the Ember Spirit as well. I mean, this one makes sense. We kind of thought Ember Spirit. Actually, with Ember being banned, you could potentially go for the Phantom Lancer, but you have a Lycan issue.
I'm just unsure about picking a PL like this.
Yeah.
Because the Lycan.
It's like you might just leave the Medusa to be addressed by the Shadow Demon Darkseer.
I mean, there is like very limited catch though when you look at it too. There's not really much stun at all. I mean, 0 on BB in fact. Like literally 0 stun.
Yeah. Storm's banned, Ember's banned. Puck Quap. What is another elusive mid hero? Am I missing one?
Oh, they go back for their shaker. Okay. They seem to really like this. So.
I mean, Armel absolutely dunked last time on this hero. It was so sick.
Okay, I mean, this is... But he doesn't see his matchup. I mean, he's just confident.
You just get... What? I mean, you can't Shadow Fiend, I guess, into this. But...
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, the Quap ban, that's a really good one now seeing this.
TA? I mean, I don't know if you want to TA Dusa, but that lane sounds miserable for a shaker, but...
Wind Ranger, maybe?
Okay, they'll tiny it up.
Okay. It's a little bit more straightforward.
Yep. I don't think I've seen a Tiny versus Earthshaker matchup. It sounds like Shaker does pretty good.
We will probably be seeing the Chrysalis Monkey King.
Yeah,
it makes sense. Like we said, it's not the worst matchup into Medusa. You can honestly go for a Diffusal eventually if you really want one as well. But
okay, I mean, they
for the most part pretty good.
I mean, BB desperately needed a stun, so they're like, we need to find GPK hero that can actually make plays around the map because they were pretty limited for that at the moment. We'll finish it up with a Tiny Secret. Seems like they got what they wanted. They do have the answer. Like they do have some answers to the Dusa, but is it enough? I don't know. They're special when they play this Dusa. I feel like Nightfall never dies.
Dude, Armelk has a lot of echo potential this game. You said it yourself. Like they go in mass summons. They've got a lot to play around, and now you have an Earthshaker core who's going to have a real good timing on his Blink Dagger. I don't feel like it struggles too much into the Tiny mid. Like he's going to secure his last hits. He has Enchant Totem. Should be, not too difficult. No one to steal Fissure this time around, so an even easier game for him. I mean, I'm
hyped to just watch a shaker. It's risky, but I'm hyped to see it.
Yeah, it is. I'm kind of on this train of like I like underdog, so I kind of like the Secrets draft a little bit more anyway. But it's hard. It's a hard opponent up against BB team here. So
yeah, and BB's got good ways of getting information and getting to backline. That's what I see from the Lycan plus the Tiny. They're the ones to address the Shadow Demon. Same thing for Ench, just sending creeps on him and stuff like that too to set up this Medusa to just stand her ground. This should be fun. I'm looking forward to this. I'd like to see if Earthshaker ends up working. I think it's worked every time that I've seen this tournament so far.
Yeah. I just want an exciting game, and I think we're going to get one. So for those of you just tuning in, it is Secret versus BB team here, and pretty cool drafts as we've got. Once again, Armel on the mid shaker. Sure to be an interesting one.
Yeah. I would say that Secret are in quite a bit of a timer. I think that they have to play pretty aggressively to be able to stay ahead of this Medusa and stuff like that, because there's definitely crazy potential for BB in later stages of the game. If GPK even has a good game, we've got Wolfbite, Tiny too, like let's say. So there's some crazy kind of stuff that can eventually get there. And this Dusa is, I mean, it's a Nightfall Medusa, so.
Yeah, it's good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Versus
no
mana burn.
Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, it's potential for super linking or something like that. But yeah, there's no mana burn is the one thing I do see from Secret. Yes, they have the walls and the illusions and stuff from that from the SD to be pesky, but there's going to be save. There's going to be this Enchantress stealing some of them inside the mid game. Let's see how these lanes go down too.
There is no mana burn for sure, but how do you feel about like Monkey King building a Diffusal like third item or something, like into like Disperser?
I kind of wouldn't mind like an early itemization from him, some Echo Saber plus Diffuse, something like that if he wants to go down that route.
It's like that's the option, right? You could potentially go the Echo Saber build into Diffuse, or you go full farming into like Battle Fury or something. But but we'll see.
Okay.
Nice grab there on the runes from both teams.
I'm just unsure about Battle Fury. I feel like that just you're giving the Deuce too much time. That's the only thing, but maybe I'm a bit of a wrong read on that one. We'll have to see. Secret starting is 3 right now. Gonna secure Crystal's lane right off the bat.
This is a really, really good play if they can take him down. Of course, can't TP his Boundless Strike's available.
He's
Blood
got the
Grenade
heal.
comes out. Save, goes for the heal. A nice pushback. There's the Boundless Strike. And first blood for the Bat Rider.
All right, well, that's going to set up Yamich for some nice success. We saw how much these bats are able to farm. And FBZ, he is going to get every single creep. Nope, he gets 1, okay. Nightfall does get 3 of those denies.
Dude, he's just going to have he has boots on Bat Rider. Like, they're just already on the way.
That is very, very nice versus Undying.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to have...
Undying's fairly quick, but you're not even close to the Bat Rider now.
No, Bat's like, what, 330 base now? So, yeah. He's going to have, like, a solid 70 movement speed over him. And Medusa, he's going to have 100 move speed over this Dusa, so that could be pretty cool.
Didn't Bat Rider used to be, like, 285 at one point or something?
They massively buffed.
FBZ, it just died. Like, he just didn't respect the Mystic Snake bounce and the amount of damage from these decays, and FBZ going down, that is a massive loss in this lane.
Yeah, and he has... Well, he gets hit, what, triple decay, so he's down to, like, 400 HP rather than, like, some 600 HP. Bottom is going great, though. This is the lane that should go quite well for Secret, I would imagine, with the Monkey King versus this Lycan. The Enchantress maybe can be a bit of an X factor there, but I'd imagine Chrysalis has a pretty good time down here. It's a battle of denies.
He, like, really wants this Undying Courier. Sees it a few different times here, but we'll just end up pulling the wave, so he's chilling.
He's expended a lot of mana on Yamich. He's going to get the stick charges, of course, from the Undying here, but...
Level 2 holding the point for now.
You almost
nice
always
wave
go.
drag.
Oh, he actually takes sticky. That is rare.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a lot of damage here. The slow's enough, and Toronto Tokyo will fall. They've got to clean up the tombstone. Yamich taking way too much damage. He's taking the creep wave as well, but
he lives.
Will survive thanks to the stick.
Hot
Nicely
stuff.
done.
Very cool.
And bottom lane, they get the kill like you were talking about. A rough lane here for the side of BB, and Boundless Strike comes through to give Chrysalis another round of Jingu.
Nicely done. And Yamich, he's actually just going to, looks like perhaps suicide here, just to be able to reset, get back to that top lane faster. Oh,
I like that.
Very cool. Mid playing versus the melee. Armel, he's having that advantage at the moment, 9 and 8 versus the 7-5. This is going to be, I feel like, some like maybe low last hits in mid, just both prioritizing so much on denies.
Yeah, actually they are. That's funny.
Both playing around Tree Grab, one playing around Enchant Totem.
Ooh, he has a fort. Yeah, nice fort on
Nice
the wave
fort.
there. Otherwise, you just get tossed, take like 4 or 5 tower shots. So good plays from Armel. Ooh, he has to be very he almost gets tossed again, going for the deny. All right. Bottom lane, Chrysalis is absolute free farm for the most part. He is 18 and 5. He is looking very good.
Yeah, they set this one up for success. The first blood, plus he's playing versus Lycan, so yeah, very, very nice for him right now. Same time, though, yeah, Nightfall is same thing, up, and he's getting what? Pretty much same exact deny, so.
Yeah, he had like a double wave, meet him at his tower, and just farmed the whole thing.
He's a little bit low on mana. Yamich trying to go
has
for
2
this.
stick charges, actually. He might just solo kill Nightfall.
I think he just might.
Pops the stick. It's not enough. Does he bother throwing the blood grenade? He's just holding it. We'll throw it now. That is huge. And he might find Medusa's courier here with the boots.
I think he is. Yeah, he is.
Oh,
yeah,
that is rough.
What godly movements.
Dude, no. I mean, you said he has 100 move speed on the Medusa, and you just don't have boots now for another minute and a half almost.
Super cool. And he's even going to take away the bounty rune too from GPK, so GPK can't get for that refill. And they did double check the water rune, so Puppy... Or, sorry. Yeah, Puppy had checked it earlier. Sorry about that, yeah. So GPK no fill up. Armel is going to be full mana with a water rune. He should pull ahead now by a decent margin. Already leading that mid lane anyway.
Yeah, GPK being out of mana is rough. Oh, you're right. Nightfall in a lot of trouble. They have Vacuum still, and Yamich will just run him down. This is the worst case scenario for this Medusa lane, but actually holding his ground for the moment. He's a ton of damage under the tower. No blood grenade this time.
Ooh, no blood grenade. It's only level 1 Firefly because, you know, he did have to go with this skill build. He actually ends up tanking and surviving it. Wow. It looked like he was going to drop. He just stopped taking damage completely.
Wow. Did maybe the Ion Shell expired? I'm not sure.
Maybe.
Yeah, that is big. I mean, blood grenade would have secured the kill. I'm almost positive. Like, that would have been the deal breaker there, but...
I mean, Nuffle either way is still under pressure. His courier's dead. He's low mana. He's scared to walk up here when the spat respawns.
He's walking so far. Yeah, look at Puppy as well. Puts a nice aggressive ward here behind the tower, looking for anything, and it might just be Toronto Tokyo's Undying. They're even bringing in Chrysalis. Okay.
They'll clean up the tomb, and they'll probably clean him up as well.
Yeah, there's no way they're letting him get away. Meanwhile, Nightfall walking all the way to the base. They'll give the kill on over to the Monkey King, and he will just go right back top, or you know, or I guess bot top to the Twin Gate.
Super nice early game here. First 6 minutes looking crisp here from Secret. Armel is 6. Power Rune's about to be up 2. Will he get the luck? GPK will get some.
Chris is taking a ton of damage. Gets enchanted, losing those Jingu stacks. As Puppy will help clean up the creeps.
And he's alright.
He makes it away.
Alright, Secret. Really nice. Really nice moves. Good ways to slow down Nightfall. And he's slowed down, but still top 2 net worth. He's got treads after he gets that little bit of a cleanup kill.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I like what they're doing. This is cool.
They're watching the Twin Gates a little bit more here. I see Safe has put a ward down on top of it too. Trying to watch for these movements around. And Armel, he's got a full level advantage. Well, there's some creeps coming in, but almost a full level advantage over GPK because of these denies. Moves coming down.
It's kind of funny how high level Toronto Tokyo's Undying is because they had to zone Nightfall out for like 3 waves. So he got like, he's like only a level 4.
Puppy gets the deny?
What? Alright, I didn't see that coming.
He stood like as close as possible to it and is actually just secure that. Wisdom Runes, looks like it should just be a 1-for-1 exchange.
Very important for Yamich to get that one. He needs the XP. It's his second point of the Firefly, and now infinitely scarier.
Yep. He has been making these aggressive moves. That does mean, though, that there's no stacks, right, for the side of Secret. Yeah. So that's the one thing, I guess, the trade-off we do see from some of these Bat Riders, where instead of playing so aggressively, they just rely on going back and just quad stacking, 5 stacking, 6 stacking. So maybe see some reflect of that onto Yamich.
It's just something really funny happened bottom. I'll bring it up in a second. But top lane, Wall comes out. FPZ just gets the Medusa illusion. Might just try and put some pressure onto the tower with this one, but Yamich just running after Toronto Tokyo here. Up to 3 stacks of the Napalm will finally come out with the Firefly. The Tombstone does get dropped, but with Armel here, a quick dunk from him. Almost find the kill. And Nightfall, he's far enough away, so 4-hero rotation top for the Undying. You need to get the tower out of this, right?
Yeah, you definitely do. In the meantime, Benboom, they're not reacting to it. So they're like, we're sacking the Undying. I saw GPK. He's just like, I'm playing for Power Rune and looking for a kill afterwards. He's on top of a ward, though. Instantly dewarded.
That Arcane is going to do some work, but it's a bait here as in comes the Wukong's command. The jump in, the damage from Armel, as well as just the chain stuns. The dunk just in case. He was afraid that Hurricane was going to get him out, but all right. A lot of spells committed for the Tiny. They keep the tier 1 mid alive, but they don't get the tier 1 top.
GPK struggling for sure. I mean, Armel, his rotation works up top. GPK waits, gets a rune, ends up just dying because he's under vision. Crystallis, I love how active he's being, and he actually is just going to go straight to Fusel, not even an Echo Saber in between. So I like the way that they're playing. Okay. All about that early aggression to slow down this BB lineup. This is nice. And Puppy now is going to go
really
back
good
for stacks.
Game.
Yeah, even versus Tiny.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The inhibit will just allow you to chase down a lot of these heroes outside of Lycan and Shapeshift, but gives you a lot to work with. Yeah, Tiny Mana Burn is really rough to deal with. You just have nothing left. You're just a big rock. You take a lot of damage, but you can't do anything either.
Looks like Save just really wants to push forward for this mid tower. Now that especially the Echo Slam is on cooldown, they're really just trying to whittle it down here. FBZ trying to pressure up top. Pure's timing on his Dominator, it's still going to be pretty damn good. So it's going to be coming out any second now.
Yeah, he actually was super high on the last hits. Like, he's actually second on last hits, 61 and 12. So his net worth looking really strong.
They're just playing like a little bit of a farm game here on BB. Like, look, the Enchantress Save is just literally straight up jungling. Nightfall is just farming jungle camps up here.
Save like farms a camp, brings a creep mid. It's just been rinse and repeat for him. He's trying so hard to get this tower.
And he's gotten almost all of it, really. It's doing its job. And they're now ensuring that GPK is getting a secondary power rune. First one didn't work out, but they're just chilling back and farming. Secret still trying to pressure. They'll find Nightfall for a second here, but he's more than fine.
Yeah, Mitch is just having some fun top with Nightfall. Walks up, steals his creep, walks away. They get the mid tower finally.
But FPZ does get the other tower up top too.
Yeah. Going Crimson Guard. I mean, against the summon army that you have of BB plus the Medusa, I mean, it's a fantastic Crimson Guard game.
Super nice. So I guess that's the other one that we get. It depends on the games, depending on if you're playing like versus mass physical or mass magical, the Pipe or the Crimson. Usually we see first before mech now.
Has Blink. What? No!
What?
Hilarious.
He didn't have that. The timing on that is so unlucky.
Was that him farming or was that him predicting? I mean,
he was avatossing the wave to walk away, and just happened to be the exact frame that the Earthshaker blinked in. That is absolutely nuts.
I mean, okay.
Yeah, why not?
I mean,
that's one way to kill an Unch.
He really wants to secure these kills, I guess. And they are looking for Nightfall up top. They've got the wall now. Yamich still no lasso.
No lasso, but on the creep wave.
He's about to get it.
Yeah, there it is. That is a super dead Medusa. Wait a minute. A lot of mana back there. But they actually just canceled the TPs. They're like, all right, Nightfall's dead. They thought he was as dead as we thought.
Ooh, maybe he's telling his team, he's like, guys, I was fine. Oh, just kidding. Pure's coming in to try to get some cleanup. FBZ Surge on cooldown 2 seconds. Save is here with the Dispel. He's just going to TP.
Yeah, that's up. Vanguard plus Helm, super tanky.
And he definitely knows that there's only one stun on BB. It's only the Tiny, and that's going to continue for the whole game. Unless there's an Enchantress creep, or I guess a Lycan summon. Secret. Really nice aggressive moves continuing to show. And Armel, I guess he's feeling like the game state, BB's not making any aggressive moves. He can do these type of Echo Slams just on like an Enchantress to get that money. They're not punishing that Echo being down.
Yeah. It's... The rotation of like Pure to top lane under the Shapeshift, I feel like just cost them so much time.
Yeah, costed them time, and they're all just TPing out right in front of their faces. And now Crystallis, the Diffusal's done, so he can look to get even more involved as well, too. This is very, very nice early game.
Back for the Echo. So he is going to... Yeah, I mean, you feel like you have to have Echo on Monkey King, right? It's just too good.
I don't want to see...
Eventually, the Harpoon is solid.
Yeah, I don't think this is a farming game for Secret. This is like... They want to be the ones pressuring a little bit more, so... You can definitely understand why he wants to go down these early item builds. And the Crimson Guard's done, too, for FPZ, so... Some nice timings coming in for them. Echo's going to be up in 20 seconds also. BB can't make aggressive moves.
You want to just play around mid, or what's your next objective here if you're Secret?
They have blinks. I think you just make a rotation on the Amich and look for a pickoff. I think you just keep hunting this Dusa.
14-minute Wisdom is coming, and they're smoking kind of towards that direction. That would be a great find.
Oh, they're even scanning, maybe perhaps expecting the Dusa to be there in the triangle. They might still look for her.
They're going to go all the way around. They're going all the way around. They know, yeah, they're pinging. They're like, this is the spot we want to go.
I mean, look
Worst
at
case
Nightfall's...
scenario, they get the...
Look at his mana.
Rune. Dude, he lost all of his mana on this Ancient Camp. Oh,
he's just a free kill.
That's a blink. Yo, what? That's a blink. What? Just Brown Boots blink.
Yamich, Yamich, Yamich. Love it.
Okay. Well, free kill onto the Dusa, and securing this tier 1 tower is a big win for them. And of course, now really hard to contest the Wisdom Rune.
GPK has blink. Armel's showing. Oh, the totem!
What is this? What is the timing on these things?
Secret's ready.
Echo, it's only a moment before that comes out. Wukong's command, the back wall. Okay. Armel with the tip back the other way. Dude. That has to be one of the most ridiculous things I've seen happen in a game ever.
First the Tiny, then the Shaker. He's tanky, though. 1800 HP. He's got the backup, too. Secret. This macro game is phenomenal. They absolutely have baited BB now, I think, 2 or 3 times, and they're perfectly set up. Armel's Echo's all working. This Earthshaker has yet to lose. 100% win rate at this tournament. Armel showing why he wants to play it. 6k lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh my goodness. I'm just like, I can't believe. I was like, oh, it happened once, probably won't happen. It instantly happens again on the next blink reveal. That is just so funny. Oh my goodness.
I love this build.
So does a game.
I love that he didn't go for like drums or anything in between this time. Just straight blink. Yamich definitely being that big difference to him and Armel. Just doing so much work in this early game. 14 minutes, they have this type of lead. Maybe now Crystallis is like, damn, maybe I could have gone farm item, but either way, I mean, this is going to be very good with what he's playing against anyway. And for BB, it's just, I mean, farm and recover until some type of timing, but that was your blink reveal and you get decimated. So GPK, he's like, all right, I got to queue up Midas. This game's a problem.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I mean, you have to scale late now, right? You're playing to be another core because your Medusa is countered.
Your Medusa's countered by the DS, the SD, and the Monkey King itemization at this point, and she's been killed now, what, 3 times?
That has 99 CS.
This
I mean, it
beautiful.
seems like a decent amount, but not if you're a Medusa.
No, I mean, Monkey King has 120. Medusa usually wants to have like, and 10 CS a minute is the ideal, is the top ideal kind of thing. But I mean, they're just hunting him. This is incredible here by Secret. This is the best. Actually, you know, I've seen most of their early games kind of go like this. It's about what they do in the mid game afterwards, how they continue applying that pressure. That's been a bit of Secret's downfall, but this has been flawless, and they're not slowing down. I see them passing off smokes. Lasso's back up.
20 seconds to Echo.
They see Tokyo. They don't want this kill. They're going for the wraparound.
I mean, this is so sick. If they can get a deep ward behind the mid tower here, which looks like what they're aiming for, or just right onto the high ground. Surge
they see
on
Nightfall.
They'll see, yes, they do. Target spotted. In comes Yamich. The immediate wall to come out as well. He is out of mana. Even catches him with the blood grenade. A boundless strike for good measure. And Nightfall. Easy pick up there.
Nice last hit
Toronto
there for
Tokyo
Crystallis.
just bails. He's like, I'm out, dude. You're dead. Sorry.
Yep. There's no way to... I mean, at this point, Nightfall, he's a squishy.
Yeah.
This Batrider is a total menace on him every single time so far. And look at this. Puppy's found top.
He's found Pier. Does have the disruption of bias in space as Armel comes in. He's got the Echo once again. And Pure actually almost gets away, but not. GPK will clean up there onto Puppy. And another enchant totem into a fissure. Out of mana, out of life. Double kill for Crystallis. It is all Secret right now. They are looking so damn good.
The shot calling is gorgeous. I mean, they're
They
taking
got
Puppy,
Toronto Tokyo
so...
mid, maybe? Oh, Yamich? Okay, he's going to burn out. A little bit too far from him. Good TP in from Save.
That's pretty big kill. I mean, Save is transitioning a bit here. Can't ever disregard these Enchantresses. He is almost the same net worth as Batrider, but... I mean, Secret's, whoever's making these calls, I mean, Puppy, very likely, but the macro game so far, it's been beautiful. Like, they're covering each other's bases so nicely. Everyone's... It just feels like they're always there. Because they always have the numbers. For BB, they do have the Medusa, now having the Manta style. But it still is...
farm really well.
It feels like it's just... I feel like that's all that's happening, though. It's just them farming, farming, farming. Maybe with this timing on the Helm of the Overlord, perhaps they can think about doing something, but... Secret's just playing too quick around the map. Echo Slam's on cooldown, but they have, I mean, Wukongs and everything to cover if a fight kicks off.
His Ags is done.
Ayo. Armel.
So,
what a boss.
Into the Silver Edge is his next item. Just going to start, you know, see if he can grab a 250 gold creep in the mid lane. You can't run away. Oh, okay, he's just going to let go. I was like, you can't really run away from the Shakers and Enchant Totem, but I guess they still have that tier 1 mid, so.
He doesn't want to get baited going for it. Bruno spawn top.
That's a regen. That's a great rune if he can get it. But
Secret's got another smoke. They can look to fight. I mean, they're so much stronger at the moment than BB. I feel like this is what they want to do here. No Echo Slam, but either way.
Beautiful line draw. They're going straighter the wraparound into the top rune. And they'll scout the Medusa Manta, so they know she's near, at least somewhat nearby.
They need to keep hunting, though, on Secret, because
They
that
see the
gold,
Firefly.
that gold lead's stuck at 5k for this entirety of the game, pretty much.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
they scouted the Firefly with the ward. They know something's up here. And they are Delta splitting. Good dodge here off of BB here.
Ooh. Might still find Pure. Mel. Oh, he stops the chase. Now do they swing it? Okay.
Interesting that they all portal to the bot.
Yeah. They're getting split up quite a bit here on the map. I'm watching BB, I'm watching Save using his creeps to farm, even farming enemy Ancients. Dusa as well, too. So, I mean, BB, they're slowing the pace of the game down.
Oh, absolutely. That gold lead has plateaued completely.
GPK's got his Midas. No. They're looking to take it late.
Yeah, they've got to find some big connections here. I mean, Roshan would be really nice, but you don't have the best Roche lineup at the moment. Like, there's no Solar Crests.
No
Chrysalis
auras.
obviously goes for this, like, Echo, Diffuse build.
Yeah. And I think for them, it's just to hunt. Like, hunt them as much as possible.
Yeah.
If you get a good wipe, then you can go for that. Just Roche. See if they can get any picks. They don't have any vision here. Armel leading the charge. Immediately, BB walks away.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
And I'm just, like, summons on one lane, summons on top lane. I imagine it's going to be a shard picked up maybe soon for Pure, if he wants to. They're actually smoking up, perhaps looking to catch something. They're splitting Secret up a bit. But Secret's not falling for it. Or they're trying to split Secret up.
Dude, Save has not left this area of the map. He has just been sitting here the whole time farming.
Getting quite a lot of value out of it, too. Because he is, like, putting some pressure onto the top wave, too. And Secret, they continue to just run around as 5. Trying to find these picks. From 5k down to 4k.
Where are we at on Darkseer's items? So Crimson Guard as well as the Guardian Greaves are done. Picking up the Aghanim Scepter right away as opposed to going things like the Blink Dagger.
Okay.
But FBZ is potentially in a lot of danger here. Yeah, there's the Avalanche. The toss does have the to drop the wall. Gets a lot of health back. A nice boundless strike. Okay, the Impetus grabs him. Toronto Tokyo not be able to get out of this one. Chase forward from Armel. Gets the fissure onto the Tiny. As you cannot outrun the Shaker. Nice toss Blink. Okay, maybe you can if you got good movement there from GPK. That was sick.
I mean, they get in, they drop everything, and I think as soon as they see any type of reaction, they're instantly everybody's out. Like, they're like, okay, we got what we came for. That's a big move. I mean, BB, they're pulling Secret all over the map, and they're getting this farm.
A lot of space for Dusa.
Yep. I think Save did it. Did he end up doing the most damage? I don't know. He did a ton. He got like 7 or 8 impetus.
Almost, yeah. Second most. Top was Tiny, then the Enchantress. Yeah, 4 points impetus with Dragonlance Grove Bow. Enchantress scales.
And Pure, he almost has a nullifier now at Nightfall. He's got, I think, the Eagle Song pretty much done. They're starting to get some pretty big items. Like, that Darkseer is going to look a lot more fragile when that nullifier comes out.
Oh, yeah.
And down to 3k. Secret. BB's starting to get more out of the map.
And we are not far away from this butterfly on the Medusa. It is done.
Wait, does he have it?
Oh, wait, no. That's just
oh, okay. Yeah,
I thought he had the rest on his courier.
Okay.
I was like, whoa.
I thought he only had the Eagle Song. Actually, I told him more.
Not that far. But it's a very good butterfly game. We talked about this with the Morphling versus Darkseer matchups, right? The wall, doesn't do as much damage into the Medusa. It does make the illusions a little bit tankier, so it's kind of a little bit of a double-edged sword. But you can take one back at least with the Enchantress.
Yeah, exactly. And it's gonna cause issues for Crystal's itemization because he's got BKB, he's got all these early items, but now it's like he will need to probably itemize an MKB next, which could take some time. So, and BB, they are trickling really back into this game. Gold lead is almost non-existent now.
They're finally going to start putting some pressure on the tier 2 themselves as Chrysalis and Armel get some damage done. There's going to be the fortification. As Yamich comes back, he's looking for a lasso onto GPK, gets the pushback. Nice avalanche. The Enchantress is here, and they are too afraid to go for anything else.
They want to chase though.
Maybe
like,
you could
they really want to try to catch something because they're getting toyed with. Like they're getting split around the map constantly, and you were mentioning like their push and their objective taking, it's quite lackluster. BB have just better ways to take towers and better ways to cut constantly with these summons and everything that they've been doing.
This feels so bad. They have found nothing in so long. Like
yeah.
They brought 4 heroes to the top lane, don't even get a support, and meanwhile, BB back off. They farm up on the Medusa. They're going to grab their Tormentor now.
I feel like
Did they lose their Wisdom Rune as well? Okay, no, they got it.
No, they got it. BB is probably starting to be pretty content about all this. Yeah, sure, Nightfall's not at the top by any means, and he does have to worry about some of these counters and stuff like that, but the recovery has almost completely been made now at this point.
This could be it. Yamich looking for a lasso opening, but they just backed off completely. They're reading this so well.
Yeah,
on BB
perfect.
Team.
They really are. I mean, they're just avoiding them perfectly here. Secret's trying to find something.
Okay, they might get the wraparound jump in here from Chrysalis. Does find Pure. Wukong's command into the Boundless Strike. The pike damage from Save, my gosh. Almost managed to do it all. Pure ends up just continuing to walk. Toronto Tokyo still surviving on the backside. Drops a tombstone, but they gotta find his Lycan at least, right? He's gotta go down. Eventually he does, but kind of sloppy here from Secret. They don't find... you don't get either of the supports. You drop Echo, Wukong's command, like.
And the lanes immediately start getting cut. I just see a Helm creep walking down, Wolves, etc., Enchantress creep, so... Can they get anything else out of this? Is the question now here for Secret.
Enchantress did almost 3k damage.
And look at bottom wave. There's a Helm of the Overlord creep cutting everything down there. Mid's cut as well, too.
Yeah. I mean, this is just great recognition of the game here from BB. They're just not giving it. They're just not giving Secret anything for free. Like everything is costing them a lot.
And it's 18-6, and the gold lead. It's going into BB's favor pretty soon. More and more time for this Dusa. Like Secret, it's like the Roche forcing is not easy for them. For BB, they actually have the lineup that can do the Roche infinitely easier. They can just sneak it, in fact, with Undying, with Lycan versus Dusa. Like, and they actually perhaps are even setting up. I see Secret coming up here to respond.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo gets found on the side. GPK with a toss. They have so much to play with. Puppy's trying to run. The Nullifier is out. He's dead. The lasso will grab Nightfall, but Yamich has to run. Armel running a little bit low on resources. There's no Echo. You still have the wall, however, on FBZ. There's the Nullifier, though. And Monkey King goes in with a BKB, trying to chase down the Undying. Should be able to grab him. Needs one more attack.
He's alive.
He gets away. He actually survives. And now Earthshaker's in the middle. A nice back wall here from FBZ. The Fissure to follow. Nightfall starting to lose a little bit of mana, but again, they just kite this one out. FBZ with another. Surge to survive.
Is that a wolf?
They're not finding anything on Secret.
I didn't even know that could happen. He's a wolf on the tree. That looks really funny, but Secret gets nothing. Toronto Tokyo gets the tombstone down first. They get the lasso on Secret onto Nightfall, but he's tanky enough. Starting to see that fight from BB get together. Echo Slam still back up.
Fort staff.
So is Wukong. Yeah, I mean, he gets away with murder. That was Crystal's using BKB for him, too.
Yeah. Well, you do have Wukong's command, but no wall. You could at least fight the Roshan if required.
They have Wukong's and they have Echo. I mean, their Roche taking is still just not the greatest without a solar or any type of amplification. They're gonna go for it. Gotta get the D ward down too.
Yeah, it's like they need to deal with this ward.
And there is what? Stone Gaze 18 seconds, Shapeshift 18 seconds.
Holy.
BB looks to come up here because this is not dying super fast.
GPK has Ags.
Wait, what?
Tiny's online. Like, he actually just can deal damage now.
Oh god, and there's Pure queuing up Aghanims next too. I was waiting to see that. I mean, we could potentially have that.
I mean, he's just going to get a casual Chrysalis. It's just... The Tiny will be a legitimate damage threat eventually, so...
And Pure somehow
saw that
like
yesterday.
Top net worth almost too. Just from his like split pushing and farming, split farm, take towers, cut creep waves and stuff, he's gotten an insane amount out of this map.
Cured. Will lose his creep here on over to Chrysalis. So, really 250 gold, more going his way, but they do know he's bottom, so...
Secret's got everything back up here. Let's see what they look to make with the BKB. Chrysalis, perhaps this is going to allow him some blanket to finish up his MKB because he's definitely really going to need that. They need stuff to be able to address this Dusa still, even though they have natural answers with the wall and SDs and stuff like that. Secret actually making the aggressive move here. Everything available.
Yeah. It is going to be an MKB before the Harpoon on Chrysalis, it looks like. So, recognizing, like you were saying, he's going to have to itemize for this. They don't have the damage for... Like, you do have some damage for the Medusa, obviously, just because of Shadow Demon and Darkseer, but especially now that Darkseer has his Aghanim Scepter, so that normal punch giving you the extra illusion is always really good. But if you're able to trap this Medusa inside the Wukongs, you get a Nullifier eventually.
As long as they can keep her inside of it, which they do have. They do have ways to do it as long as they can get some clean initiations, and they do have heroes to clean initiate. So, all about execution at this point for Secret if they can get on this Dusa. And they still have to keep applying the pressure, especially with this Aegis.
Yeah,
they don't want to slow down the game. Yeah. True.
All right, mid-tier 2. They will finally claim their first one in the game. Being 30 minutes in, and with the lead that Secret had early, it really felt like they were going to be able to control more of the map, but they're about to lose their Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah, that's rough.
And GP, oh, that was close, FBZ, nice try.
A nice TP, good response, but Get the Wisdom Rune back. But however, they're hunting. And it's going to be Chrysalis manages to find Toronto Tokyo. And he just walks away with the boots bearing, but the lasso will come out onto the Lycan. The Echo gets dropped. The normal punch. That's a much better kill.
Worth it.
I mean, that's one way to deal with the Monkey King having this defusal. You just pop Boots of Bearing and run.
I think that's the second or third time I've seen him do it.
Yeah.
They'll just have to sack Pure. I mean, he does use Shapeshift, but it does cost 2 ults, but they're making a move again. I mean, Secret's still making the active moves. BB's just playing still pretty nicely about the way they're dancing.
Dude, I feel like the waves have always been on Secret's side of the map this whole game. Like, the Medusa's illusions are already down here. You've had, of course, Lycan and Enchantress constantly split pushing.
Hey, Pure is just cutting this top wave again here with his summons, and then Save is just farming this Ancient. I think the heat map probably shows him here for like at least 10 to 15 minutes of the game or something like that.
Undying is actually really farmed. What the heck?
Yeah. I mean, they're splitting up, right? They're playing the split game and the farm game. It's up to Secret to keep hunting.
Totem.
That'd be great to get him out. Is that BKB almost done? Looks like almost finished up for Nightfall. So looking for an answer perhaps versus the Monkey King and stuff like that, so he doesn't get his mana burn, but also just the control so he can get out of these Wukongs and things. Chrysalis, looking for save.
Does he have the damage for this even? He has an MKB, but Save is kind of just dishing the damage back. The Howl's going to come through. Wait, Chrysalis, wait a minute.
Chrysalis?
You have an Aegis, I suppose. He's going to try and BKB his way through it? Does he die for this?
He dies and GPK's coming in.
He's alone. He's 100% alone.
He's 100% dead, right? Or is he going to be able to survive with Wukongs?
I mean, he needs to get the Jingu out ASAP. He has no Boundless Strike. GPK has so much armor. He's trying to survive. The mana burn is there. There's the Guardian Greaves to the back.
No way!
Oh my gosh, it works! FBZ to the save.
Oh my god, GPK literally ran out of mana when he's going for the toss on to save. Chrysalis actually does it.
Holy god.
Oh my god.
That was the highest risk but highest reward play. I was getting flashbacks to the Bloodseeker play where he just died next to the tier with Aegis. I'm like, is this gonna happen again?
I mean, GPK held the toss. He had it, but he held it for some time and then ran out of mana. He doesn't get the toss to push him out of Wukong's, toss for the control or anything. Holy shit. Chrysalis.
That went from being such a disaster to somehow getting 3 kills, and Chrysalis so much experience in the process as well. He got an absurd amount of XP.
You said it yourself. I mean, highest risk, highest reward play I think we've ever seen. Oh my god.
He's 9-0 and 6 instead of 6-1 and 6. Oh my goodness. That is ridiculous.
Like, look at the net worth. That's where it explodes. It was like 2K for the... Boom!
Oh my lord.
That was so sick.
Oh, dude. FBZ, like, max range Guardian Greaves as well.
Yeah, like every little thing.
Zooming in, like, just hovering it. Like, am I in range yet? Like...
That was so cool.
Oh my god. That's... Okay, I know at the end of the day, we did the save of the day plays. That's it. There's no way it's not that one. That's the save of the day right there.
That's the save of the day. That's the kernel. That might be all of it here. If it's Secure Secret getting this win, for sure.
It really does change so much. Oh my goodness.
And now he's got Harpoon afterwards too. Level 20 talent. He's got his Boundless too. Secret. BKB on Yamage for these jumps. They're grouped up and ready. Everything's online. And Armel, he's got a DD for the next fight too, and almost a full AC.
That's nice.
I mean, that was so huge. They got so much because everybody else was farming on the map while this is happening, and then they just joined in. And Chrysalis. Oh my god.
I'm gonna think about that play for a while. That was so cool.
Dropped down to like literally 100 HP or something like that.
Yeah, we'll focus on it again later in the highlights. I'm sure no matter what, that's gonna be in the reel. But BKB done on the Medusa, on the way to the Daedalus. The BKBs are done on your Bat Rider as well, though, so that's nice.
BKB Bat, AC Armel, so they've got quite a bit of growth that they got just after that little kind of. I'm gonna call it mostly solo. I'll give FBC some credit for the Greaves and stuff, of course, but yeah, that was incredible.
You're gonna find himself a little arcane rune there on the side. Puppy Demonic purges the ancient creep. Okay.
All right.
Into the harpoon. Sometimes you just... Neither of them got it, did they? I think it died to creeps.
I thought I saw Crystal.
Did Crystals get it? Okay.
Yeah, I thought I saw him get it, yeah. Purist Overlord is going to be back up, though, so he should be able to grab a creep once it respawns. Still a bottom lane issue, but Secret, they're hunting. They know that they're strong in these team fights at this point now. Boom, not weak in the team fights by any means, rallied around Nightfall, but definitely have to watch out. Crystallis has hit a big power spike here.
The other thing, too, is, like, Medusa, I don't know if she can show until Vac Wall's out, right? Like, that's the scary part. If Medusa doesn't show, or if Medusa shows and they get the fight to start on her, it's just Vac Wall and your fight's probably over.
Yeah, then it's going to have to be like saved, gets the illusion control, but there's two of them, of course, because the Darkseer has the Aghanims too, so definitely difficult for BB because there's so many different ways to initiate on Secret and ways to keep them inside of these ults.
This is kind of funny. The illusion meta here is very nice. Like, Puppy walks up, steals one, and Chance walks up. She's like, oh, mine.
Surprised to see that Secret actually didn't still pick up a gem, though. I'm just watching Wolves literally clicked on Puppy to scout him.
Yeah.
Or maybe feeling like not yet that they need it. They don't want to maybe... Oh, no, sorry. Yamich has one. I'm so sorry. I just thought he was standing on it, but...
Oh, they've caught Puppy. Nice force snap away. He lives for the moment. Self-disruption, but a huge back wall. It catches all 5. You're stuck in the Wukong's command. It is a disaster for Boom.
What
Team Secret clean up in the best possible scenario, and Pure is on the run, but I don't think you're going to get away, man. This Monkey King is hungry. Pure shapeshift for a few more seconds. A nice jump in from Armel. He just needs to tap him.
It's
on
ending.
the Earth Shaker, and you got no movement speed left, son. Bonk.
Oh, I mean, Puppy with the masturbate there. He dies, but a 5-man wall. It could have. I was actually like, "Where's Armel?" He got stuck, I think, during his enchant totem, but they didn't even need Echo Slam. They got completely wombo comboed.
Yeah, I mean, 5-hero Vac Wall inside of Wukong's. And you're playing into like this diffusal where you literally can't get away. Oh my goodness, that was wild. Well, massive win here is they're now looking for the high ground, and Secret up 17,000 gold here over BB, and it is looking. This game might be coming to an end soon. Like,
it does feel like
where's BB gonna go from here?
Where's BB ever able to take a fight? Right? They're able to split and farm, but that's just been about it from them this game.
Save. Really wants to take down the Batrider, almost gets him, but they will respect the respawns coming out from BB and back away. They have nothing. Actually, they still have Echo because he didn't use it.
Didn't have to use it.
But I mean, I guess Wall's back. He's got his 20 talent. I forget about this thing.
BB looking to fight because they're probably expecting Roche to be spawning soon.
I mean, you literally have everything up on Secret. And Puppy's breaking the smoke. He just knows. We'll get caught for the moment. Disruption, taking a ton of damage. GPK will be able to burst him down this time. Chrysalis up in the trees. Will be able to jump away. They know he's here somewhere. And Nullifier is going to come out as it finds Armel. FBZ gets the back wall onto the Nightfall. You've got to deal with this Medusa illusion, but she's going to chase instead.
Puppy's buying out.
Yeah, he's going to try and TP back into this fight. Chrysalis on the backside. The Echo comes out. He gets the BKB on Nightfall, but he's losing mana and fast. And it's a Boundless Strike that comes through. Your Medusa burning to death here. A nice avalanche from GPK, but Yamich able to secure the kill. Now Tiny, the GPK's got nowhere to go. He's trying to run away from Armel. He's got a blink up, actually. He's looking aggressive. He wants to go for Chrysalis instead. He gets him with the tree volley. A great turnaround, but he's going to buy back instead. And now all 5 members of Secret are alive. You've got the numbers. Toronto Tokyo trying to run away here. He yoinks the gem, but
nope.
Chrysalis, there he is, TPing in back to that outpost. Cleaning them up. They get themselves the gem back, and a Roshan likely to just go their way as well.
Good buybacks. Nice fight. Chrysalis does end up going down. I think Save actually ends up doing like all that damage to him from the edge, but some buybacks come in to secure this Roche. I mean, Nightfall just continues to not look like a hero in this game. 2 and 6 and 0. He's just been fully answered. Yeah, he did no damage, and they fully addressed him, right? I think the lasso, I think they got a fissure, and then the full Wukong's right on top of him, even if he had BKB.
He BKB'd before the lasso, too, right? Like, all of the damage came out, like, there was no, like, a lot of it reduced, of course, but it was just oof.
Secret just playing these fights so nice. They have like triple ways to initiate, right? Or even quad in a way with the Darkseer. Earthshaker, Darkseer, Monkey King, Bat, they're all just in unison jumping on the target that they want to go for, and that's been Nightfall almost every time.
All right, Armel. Into the base they go. No fortifications available for BB on cooldown for another 2.5 minutes. So first lane of barracks goes down. The question of whether or not they want to kind of back for a moment or if they're just going to keep the aggression, and it looks like
they're trying to catch on bottom. Look at this.
Oh, you're right.
The
bot's in. Yamich is looking, trying to find save. Does he guess correctly? He goes the wrong one. All right, nice dodge. They will also TP out on Pure here.
Ooh. Barely gets out. Ooh. Holy moly, Armel almost cuts him off. Nice swing. Secret knows like they can go for this mid, but they want to be sure to address the bottom lane because there's this tier 2 here.
Toronto, Tokyo. He went for the Wisdom Rune, but scouted by the Watcher. Gonna give his life for that one. And a free ward as well.
Super good game. Crystallis has been everywhere. 11-1 and 13. This Monkey King feels like he's turned up to every single one of the fights. I'm very impressed with how Secret's moved around the map this game. Reacting in nicely. I mean, BB, they did do their split push kind of function, but everything exploded after that MK play. After Crystallis does that solo play top.
Dude, Armel has Octarine Penta-edged.
After an AC Silver Edge.
Yeah, he's the most farmed hero by like a large margin.
Yep.
That is wild to me.
It's won every game. It's 4-0 in this tournament. It's looking like it's about to be 5-0. This has been
mostly mid too, hasn't it?
I think it's. I'll actually check it. It's been mostly. I think it's only been mid.
That it's so satisfying just one-shotting a creep player with Enchant Totem. Oh my goodness.
Boy's big. Yeah. And he's been. His choice of like solo echoing targets has been phenomenal this game, and then just little fissures and stuff. Keeping people in Wukongs, keeping people in wall. Been on point.
Quick Tormentor, Demonic Cleanse now online. I mean, an incredibly good shard.
I think for BB, it's feeling like some toss back to tier 4 kind of plays is your only hope. That might not even be close to enough. Secret have ways to pull you out of the base with this Bat Rider. Yamich surged, looking for a grab.
Ooh, was hoping to find GPK there. That would have been a good one, but... Oh, GPK, nice read here onto Armel. He's gonna get the cheese off though, and a nice lasso. He's trying to fissure away. Hey, we'll get out with the Enchant Totem, but a nice Wukong command and a very Wait, you can't just repause, boys.
Someone DC'd, I think, or something. Something happened. Crash, yeah.
Oh, that is... I mean, I will say it's understandable with how much is happening in these fights, right? Wukong's command... You have the Medusa, you have the wall, like all this stuff is just causing the games to stutter.
It's also Hal breaks Dota.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's not nighttime.
It's on the same server tick, and it just, yeah.
Yeah, it's not nighttime, but either way, I mean, he's got like summons and stuff in all these waves, so just like, it's Hal is honestly one of the things that I feel like lags the game the most. But yeah, definitely Dark, all these other Wukongs is probably the second most one. An unfortunate position for Toronto Tokyo. I mean, he's got Shard, he's got this Tombstone thing, but he's in the front lines, caught inside right next to his Medusa with Crystallis. This is looking a little grim. Tiny's caught all the way into the front, too.
All right, here we go. We're back in. Tiny, like you said, in a rough spot. GPK trying to hobble away. It's saved by the Tombstone for the moment, but no way really out of that. Crystallis sitting on the edge of his Wukong's command will end up surviving. Still has that Aegis to play with, but these illusions, the Medusa illusions are here. We'll finally clean one up on a fissure. It's caught the Lycan. They're going to be able to go on in here, and it forces have to break the tree. Very nice. Monkey King stunned up for the moment. They're chasing after that. Dude, he's just so tanky. The Trickster's Cloak doing work. That evasion, keeping him alive. I mean,
Save is kind of holding the base by himself as this Enchantress with his fresh Aghanim.
He really is.
How many Sproinks was that? He actually did a good job holding them off, but Secret doesn't lose anything. Just having to use the cheese on Armel.
I mean, to be honest, you don't lose a tier 3 at all. You lose the Tiny, which is rough, but a solid defense trying to waste a little bit of time here on the Aegis. But I mean, I feel like Secret's just going to continue.
They're just going to go again. They've got everything up, right? Lasso, I believe, is it's back up. So is the wall. Wukong's in 15. Yamich might just look for him.
It's like, what if you just go for save at this point? And his blink gets broken by the wolves. He almost got him.
God, Yamich.
But
he actually made fine. There's more. Yeah,
he would have 100% died.
Good disruption.
There was 3 more max range impetus. Yeah, that would have definitely killed him.
Feels like save might become the priority of the lasso instead of the.
That's what I'm saying. I think you have to kill Ench. That's so funny, actually. Demonic Cleanse? Just how much is the heal on that thing? What, 800? Okay.
With the talent, it's
yeah, I see. Wow. I was like, I just saw Barretter's health go from like half to max.
And they're just gonna camp outside. All the lanes shoving in, so they don't have to leave this area here on Secret. Everything's coming back up. Aegis going down in 10 seconds, but they can still keep themselves here. BB's trying to get outside. Okay, does get his Midas off. No buyback still on this Tiny. No buyback in any of them. As the
Lasso's caught Nightfall. Oh my goodness, the damage from Armel. Just completely destroying him, and the Purge almost keeping him inside the Wukong's command. But here comes FBZ.
Oh my god.
FBZ, you're in pretty deep. He drops the back wall, instead just finds the Enchantress and GPK, but your Medusa is in the fountain healing. You are at a massive disadvantage. Armel jumping in deep here, silenced up, but he's so tanky. He's got an Echo. He's gonna drop it, let it rip on the Fury, takes him down. The damage from the edge. Oh, the Glimmer Cape from Puppey to save him once again. Yamich is looking for more. They find GPK. He's gonna go for the tree volley here, but the damage Chris is too much. The damage from this Ench, FBZ has to hit him with this Alpha. They will back away, a clean escape from Secret once again.
Force a buyback, get the kill on Tiny. I honestly, Nightfall is a sliver from dying. If FBZ actually gets the vac wall on him, once he jumps in craziness, he would have actually had the Deuce of 2. They're going to still stick around here. 25 now on the Monkey King.
Oh, that's big. How long on Wukong's? 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
Still. He doesn't have the Shard either. I was going to say, he could like use Shard to go in and follow it up with Abyssal, but...
Everyone hates this Shard.
Yeah, it is one of those ones where it's like very few people actually like to build it or play on it. Yeah, you're right. Every time Hal comes out, the game just lags.
Yeah, it's especially at nighttime. It just because it's that it's global. So 30 seconds, 32k lead. Pretty much everything at the ready.
Last fortification here from BB team. No GPK Tiny for the moment. Level 25 now on this Earthshaker. So Enchant Totem cooldown is just nothing. Oh, they get the wall right on top from the Boundless Strike to follow. Nightfall in trouble. Save goes down and Nightfall's dead as well. There's no way he gets out right. Armel follows it up. 3 dead without buyback.
GG.
That's it. GG comes out. And Secret taking game 1 over BB team. Honestly, we liked their draft. We said there was a tall order to take down this team, but they managed to do it.
They play this just so nice. Their macro movements, the calls really throughout this game were on point from Secret. And Chrysalis, of course, with the big balls play. You can't say anything else about it because that's kind of what opened up. This gold lead was going like 5k, 3k, 5k, 2k, boom. And then Chrysalis does this and it swings to like a 10k. They get a full flurry of items, but there's so much to talk about from Secret. This was from like the entirety of this game. The lanes were amazing. Armel's, these Echo Slams were phenomenal. They always were there with the numbers. This was just impressive movements from them. And BB were just split pushing the whole game. Like, they were just splitting, trying to recover things. And I don't think I've ever seen Nightfall have such a rough game.
Yeah, I mean 2, 7, and 0. Talk about just low impact, right? Like he has 23,000 net worth, but it felt like most of that was just for Team Secret's illusions at this point.
Yeah, and if you look, like I'm gonna just look at some like damage. I mean, he's almost the lowest damage in the game on this Medusa. Lycan did like 11.6, Undying did 11.3, Dusa did 12k. So
yeah, that is.
She just wasn't able to stand her ground. I think Yamich played like a boss in this early game to shut him down, him and FBZ, and then Armel and Chrysalis moving around the map, maybe with Puppey's calls or something like that. But yeah, this was one of the best games I think I've seen Secret play from start to finish.
And, you know, we were talking early on about the Monkey King's build, like how he wants to try and take this game, whether or not he wants to go for fighting or farming. The Diffusal right into Echo ended up being absolutely the best choice, and immediate BKB after that. And this is the play, right? I have to watch his HP here because it felt...
I'm pretty sure GPK could have tossed. I got to be honest with you, but...
Yeah, we'll see. This was just unreal.
We'll have to, I mean, I'm just staring. I need to look at these numbers. Look how low he's going to drop here. Let's see. Because I see Save, like, look where he's positioning himself, like, walking out of the Wukongs
26.
26, and everyone's out of mana. Oof. What a play.
Unbelievable.
Well deserved for Chrysalis after the way that he was moving around this game, to be honest with you, so...
Wow. That is just like... Sometimes like a single play can just change the game. This was just the most beautiful execution from Secret. This is the absolute dream fight, right?
I mean, look
finally
what Armel
get what
was.
you want. Yeah.
I was like, please, the 5-man echo, but they didn't even need it, honestly. It would have been flashy as hell. It would have probably gotten him like a rampage, but all they needed was a fissure to keep them inside of that Wukong's and all illusion. And this, super good game from Secret. BB. That's their first loss, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, actually, it might be, huh? I don't know if they've drawn anything. Yeah, they were 6-0 leading into this, so that is their first loss, and it's dealt to them by Secret. A lot of teams probably wouldn't expect that. I have to say, like, just incredible performance from minute 0. BB finished with 10 kills only. Like, that is really, really, really good in a 46-minute game.
Yeah, I will say that the funny little. So I did do some damage numbers and stuff like that. He'll go a little bit of a funny stat one. Save almost having the highest damage in the game. Maybe kind of expected with this ridiculous farm, but yeah, he couldn't do all the work there. GPK and Nightfall having some of the rougher games I think we've ever had, and let's see if Secret can do it again. I mean, this RML Shaker is definitely looking to be a problem for a lot of teams too.
I want to see it more, man. It looks so good.
Same.
Deathless, Beyond Godlike's pretty awesome. All right, everyone, we're gonna go to a short break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of Secret versus BB Team. Stay tuned for more on the Riyadh Masters. We'll see you after the break.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Riyadh Masters. It's been a fun day of Dota already, and a pretty surprising game one, I would say, in this series of BB Team versus Secret. A lot of people. Oh no, it cut away. What were you showing? Was that Earthshaker?
It was a little Earthshaker guy. Yeah, I mean, I was just giving a little shout out. Armel definitely owned super hard, but that was a really good game from Secret. I was actually going through some stats at the end there, and gotta say, Crystallis, he is owning super hard. I know a lot of people always give him a lot of crap, so I actually just was looking at his kill scores of these last few games, and I think he only has like three deaths, if I'm not mistaken, in the last 3 games, and he's like, actually, less than that. Sorry, 1 death. Apologies, but he's 35 or 36 and 1 in the last 3 games. So,
holy heck!
Yeah, my man Crystallis is actually bringing it in, especially with his comfort heroes. That Monkey King from start to finish looked amazing, and BB, right off the bat, we're going to see some respect being given to the side of Team Secret. The Monkey King, this Bat Rider, the first 2 picks that Secret did in the last draft, they were, honestly, their Earthshaker had flashy moments, but those 2, they did so much, honestly. The early game from the Bat and then the mid game from Crystallis was on point.
All right. A little bit of a different start to the draft here for game 2. They respect ban the Monkey King. They just do not want to deal with it. They remove from the game right away. They respond with the Enigma. They grab Ench Snapfire for BB Team. Great comfort picks for them, but also comfort here for Secret, the Enigma.
Yeah, and
see what they would decide to do with this.
Do they just go for like the early Naga Siren, or do they expect that this is going to have too much that they're going to just kind of full counter it? Because that's what we saw, of course, from Shopify. Attempted that versus BB with early Naga, and they just it wasn't even a game. It wasn't even a Dota 2 video game at all. I don't know what it was, but that's something they like to do. But then that could make it so it's just a guaranteed 5 Enigma, perhaps. But it might be something that they're looking to do anyway. Because the one thing is about Enchantress versus the Enigma. Taking even 1 Eidolon. These are not anymore, but they're still pretty strong. The level 1 enchant used to be like the god tier Eidolons. Now they're just 0 armor.
So annoying. Yeah. I will say Naga Siren on 8 is a lot stronger response than what we saw in the Shopify game. And you can definitely protect Bandit here, but I'm curious if they want to just pick up maybe another flex hero instead here.
I want to see, honestly, I want some aggression. That's what Secret played last game, all about playing fast-paced and aggressive, and it worked so well. I like this, honestly. FBZ played super well. I thought he was also, I mean, everyone from Secret played super well with the way they're moving around, but he enabled this Bat Rider a lot. So besides Yamich looking so good, it was definitely a factor of FBZ. They look good when they're team fighting instead of just avoiding, when they're actually just looking for constant battles. And overall, from what we've seen, Secret is winning, like, I want to say 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 of their early games that I've gotten to see at least. So,
yeah, that's true, right? Every single one of the Secret matches that we've watched, they've all been Secret coming out of the gate really well.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you set yourself up for like good mid-game team fights and lots of like auras and stuff like that, then, if you win lanes and you have good team fight and you have good movement, that's usually a recipe for success. So,
they're making the Oracle ban.
Yeah, making
secure
sure
the Darkseer game.
10 seconds remaining.
We saw BB Team go through all of their reserve time in the Phase 2 bans last game. We'll see, if they have a little bit more. I mean, this is a pretty standard Secret opener, I would say, right? I think they probably have a pretty good idea of what they want to start looking for in this draft, but
yeah, let's see what BB can look to punish with this, right? Because already it is a bit more passive, I would say, when you have an Enigma as your support position, even though Puppey is, he's very good in the Enigma and does do some fun, aggressive plays with it. It is a bit of a, farmy kind of hero as from these 4/5 roles, which is probably 5, but.
So they banned the Legion. Again, a hero that Pure has absolutely crushed on. Same with Nightfall.
Don't blame that, actually.
It does leave the option for the Naga Siren here in Phase 2 for Secret.
Yeah, and honestly, Secret's not banning Rubik either. And BB, they could just still grab a Rubik if they want versus this Enigma and stuff like that. It does look pretty strong if they want to go down this route.
Teams have left it in a couple times, but it's still very rough to deal with, right? Like, it is just one of those things you just do not want to give a Rubik a black hole. They banned the Bloodseeker, so they're protecting the Darkseer lane as well.
Yep, making sure he has that as good as a game as possible. BB will definitely pick that. Puck ban, win range ban. Could be seeing another situation where this Morphling situation happens, like we saw from EG earlier versus the Darkseer. They have the Ench on their team too to re-steal the wall illusion and stuff too. So Zapakaz pop off on it.
Yeah.
Just when I see the puck ban, I'm like, I mean, yeah, if we've seen the puck versus like the snap ends up winning the lane, and then the puck overall game plan can be really, really good to dance around and stuff like that.
That's true. I think the last like 2 matchups of versus Puck Snapfire crushed the lane, and then Puck ends up winning the game.
Yeah.
I think both times that was the case.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a kind of interesting game response rather than a lane response. And that also, yeah, it could be like these morphs that don't want to play versus the control from a puck or anything like that. Right now they'll end the SD, they'll go for their Lich.
Great ban there, obviously. Frost Shield has just been such an amazing defensive tool, but if you can just Demonic Purge your target, it's for sure going to die. So I like this.
10 seconds remaining.
I love Lich, honestly. It's one of the heroes that I've always kind of enjoyed watching, and now it's gotten so much love that I actually was expecting it to get picked quite a bit more.
Lich is actually, I think, my highest win rate support hero.
Really? Yeah, I can make
By like
sense.
a pretty large mark. I think it's like in the 70%.
Okay, so like, go for the TA here. An interesting one.
Is this flexible? Like, could you put this mid into the Snapfire, or are we? Because like I have a hard time imagining you just pick a TA like this and you're just putting it safe lane.
I feel like it has to. Yeah, I feel like it has to have some flex. Yeah.
This is good. Okay,
Nice
so
first
good
snap.
into the Enchantress, great at Snapfire as well.
Good versus Lich as well. This is a really good
Yeah.
block pick. This hero
And
with
it-
Enigma is very strong as well too, because Enigma's always. I mean, actually,
Yeah.
no, it's not. Well, it's not paired in the lane, but if it was, it's not. We'll just go the Void. Okay. I guess now the puck ban makes more sense. I was thinking either the Morph or perhaps one of these more like heroes that rely on resetting and jumping in. So a lot of combos with it right now. They have the Snap and the Lich.
10 seconds remaining.
And definitely some limited forms of catch, I would say, for this Void at the moment. Unless TA gets shard at some point early, then they have some good catch. But Clockwork Cogs, Battery Salt, even Enigma, Malphus, not the greatest tools of going for this Void. But they did pick it into a Darkseer, so that can be a little annoying for a Faceless Void.
At this point, it feels like you probably should just mid the Templar Assassin and find a carry here that can
Radiant team back.
kind of play into this Faceless Void. They do ban out the Lycan.
Yeah, just, I mean, I'm sure Crystallis can play it. I was glancing through like the last several days and everything. He hasn't played it in a month. And he did lose that game, and then the time before that was 2 months ago, and he did lose that one as well. The TA just doesn't sound like a Crystallis hero.
Yeah,
I agree. He's more of an Ursa, Monkey King, Bloodseeker, fighting kind of. But we'll have to see.
Boy, did he fight last game.
Yeah, and they're kind of thinking it's the same thing, that it's probably going to be the TA mid. They're banning Drow.
That's a good ban. This would have been a sick Drow game.
Yeah, this would have been...
Outside of Chrono, but it's like very unlikely you're going to get Chrono on TA and Drow.
Yeah, would have been really nice. And it gives the Gust, the silence. Then they have a catch, an extra form of catch.
Do you ban the Morphling?
Do they just Naga Siren on Secret?
See, I was mentioning that in Phase 2, like they could go back for the Naga, but it's still viable, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Into Lich is a little rough, but...
It's just like versus Void, it can be amazing. If you're not caught in Chrono, you always are just able to song and reset team fights, and you're able to set up for your Enigma Darkseer. If it's something they want to go down,
BB do have last pick, which is nice, so they can secure their offlane matchup at least. We'll kind of see what's going on there. They'll get rid of the Beastmaster. Just the summons. They don't want to deal with it. So...
I mean, both teams targeting, one targeting offlane, one targeting carry. What's it going to be? Do they care?
Still have Terrorblade in the pool.
Do they care about Naga?
Naga, I think, is the scariest, right?
And maybe they feel like they have the answers to it.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, there's even a Medusa.
The thing
but
is, their
Medusa
lineup
is one of those heroes that like struggles late game in a face as
yeah,
well.
and their lineup looks super passive if they go down that route on Secret. Like, Darkseer wants to take some time to farm, TA wants to take some time to farm. Honestly, the Naga actually makes it look also like they probably want to just farm then if that's the case too. That does feel a little awkward.
Do you get rid of the TB? Which I like.
Did, yeah.
I think TB would have been a similar situation as the Drow, right? It's a decent carry matchup, and you're not going to get the Chrono onto both, likely. These supports don't threaten it.
I mean, they're really low on time. They're going something more active. Okay.
You were correct. I like this.
Well, I didn't say Razor, but...
Well, I mean, in terms of active. Like, right? Like, just a not sit back and farm hero.
10 seconds remaining.
The Void has ways to play around this, though. You have ways to... This is the old Crystallis one, you know. This is like some people like to say, you know, his hero puddle or whatever. This is his 5th one. You know, he has like the Monkey King Bloodseeker, his main one's the Ursa, then it kicks down to Razor. They used to pick this for him all the time.
And this limits your offlane pool a ton because you're probably, I'm guessing, bringing the Enchantress bottom, right?
Yeah, you might. And Pure usually just strictly plays like these melee heroes.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. It's like he's got to go something else. Or something with a disengage, so maybe Primal Beast, but it is a rough Primal Beast game.
Yeah, I was thinking Primal, and then I say the clock, and I was like, yeah.
You can't pick heroes like Tide here. Maybe Wind Ranger?
It's banned.
Oh, is it? Oh, shoot. Yeah, then... Whew.
I'm thinking Visage, but I don't know. But I've never seen him really play it. And actually, Visage can be very slow versus Razor.
Oh man, yeah, they are really going to take their time on this one.
They probably also have to ask, is it mid? Is TA safe? Because we've seen the TA versus snap mid. I've seen some snaps kill the TAs, but I've seen most of the TAs win the matchup. And they're just sticking with their Doom.
They actually just go back for their Doom.
Okay, so I mean, it's Pure's most comfortable hero.
Yeah.
And now you probably put the TA mid in the Razor safe lane for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
100%.
Doesn't feel like the easiest lane for Doom. He has the Enchantress to kind of protect and body, but it's a Razor clockwork. They are special. Yeah, BB, like I said the other day, with their Pugna Doom and stuff like that, they are incredible, but that doesn't feel easy.
That lane feels incredibly rough. Yeah. Like I like Pure is one of these people that also likes to go for the Midas Octarine, like a lot of the time on this hero. And I don't know if you're gonna get these auras up and running early enough. Like if this Doom just gets crushed in the lane, your timing on Spirit could be really fast. It is going to be Yamich playing the Enigma instead of Puppey, right?
Yeah.
So since it is a 4 Enigma, which is something we don't see all that often, but he might just leave to go to the jungle and just farm.
I mean, BB's got a really, really strong scaling lineup again, but Secret, they've got a good way to pressure early. I'm just worried. The little weirdness about me is just this offlane Enigma Darkseer. This doesn't feel like it's, I don't know. I guess you'll get some like denies and stuff like that, slow down the Void, but applying pressure doesn't feel like it's going to be very existent. I feel like they could actually get quite a bit on BB up there. But I think on the bottom side, or on the off lane, BB, they could struggle themselves here with this Doom versus this Razor. All right, this is cool. This is pretty cool.
This will be a fun game.
Yeah, this should be. I mean, both teams seem to have gotten what they wanted, so maybe not Pure, because he got what he wanted based off the hero, but that matchup just doesn't sound the easiest, at least inside the early game. Maybe as it scales later on, but let's see what we get.
All right, we're going to jump into game number 2 of our final series here today. It is BB team taking on Secret, and honestly, pretty unique draft once again. Like we've had some pretty,
It's a trap.
like we've been seeing some kind of new heroes here and there. Crystallis, like you said, a master of the Razor, something that they used to pick a ton, had kind of fell out of favor recently, but it's back.
Yep.
We've been seeing teams like Liquid grab it. I like it this game too.
Yeah, as long as they can keep the tempo up, this lineup, it does look pretty cool, right? The Razor, the TA, they actually have ways to take Roche and stuff like that. If the game slows down too much, this Void definitely has ways to be able to reign supreme toward the ends of it, but if Secret can apply this pressure, definitely some ways to be able to take it.
I'm just curious what his build's going to be, because I feel like he's going to want to build tanky on Razor, right? And let the TA kind of be this burst physical damage that they need instead.
Yeah.
Things just like
there's the argument for the Kai SNY because he's playing versus the Doom to tank up, right, for the status resist and all that, but then you're playing into Void, so it feels less good. I'm unsure. I mean, he'll probably just tank up some treads plus small items, and then just look to run around a lot.
Yeah. All right. We might see a fight here at the top rune as BB team are set up on a lot of heroes.
They've got 4.
Puppy just drops the cogs and walks away. That's going to just give Okay, Toronto Tokyo decides not to.
Why didn't he kill it? Yeah, what the? I was like, Tokyo 20 gold, man. Like,
I was like, I thought they were just gonna, as a team, farm the cogs, but they just walk away. All right, never mind.
Every time I see level 1 cogs, I feel like they end up like killing like 6 of them, and you're like, damn it, I just gave 120 gold. Like, what? Oh well.
All right, this mid lane matchup. Armel on the Templar Assassin versus GPK Snapfire. We've seen Snapfire win nearly every single lane, but this one's a lot different, right? Not an easy matchup.
Yeah, no. I've seen it. I saw it. I've seen it both go. I've seen it literally go both ways. I've seen Nisha where he solo killed the TA, and then the TA like kind of comes back and ends up like killing him, if I remember correctly. But first few levels, I say Snap does very well, and then once like 4 comes out, then the TA does good.
Puppy, very aggressive. Drops a blood grenade and then cogs, but save. Forced to go for Nature's Attendance at 1.
The first Link also did not connect. It was a 12 damage Link. He actually threw it onto the Enchantress rather than the Doom, which is a little weird.
Does he just walk away?
He's 40 movements faster, yeah, so that was a bit of a strange one.
Oh, well played by Save, yeah. That level 1 Link cooldown is super long.
It's miserable nowadays, yeah. Getting a fair bit of denies up there. Save actually able to find himself too. Same thing for Pure, so 4 denies in the top. Puppy will get a half pull off, so we'll be able to deny pretty much all 3 of those creeps. Nicely done from him.
That's sick.
Yep.
All right. Not the best creep. You would have much preferred the other Harpy, but I guess it is something. Giving you just the old school ward.
He's giving you info.
Yeah.
No longer broken. Thank God. That was a very silly meta of having 4 positions buying Helm of Dominator to get a Harpy creep. GPK is doing excellent right now. And he's held the wave actually in a pretty damn good spot.
Oh my gosh.
Can't go for
Bottom
him.
lane. Almost a kill on Toronto Tokyo. No blood grenade.
And that is I guess the cool thing, right? He's playing around the Malefice since it did get buffed so much in the the D patch in particular, rather than using Idolize yet. So that's cool.
I think Puppy did this the other day when he played the lane as a 5. I think he went Malefice 1 and then Conversion at 2.
Yeah, and then he maxed Malefice. He had like 3 points Malefice, 3-2, and Solar Crest kind of build, so... Definitely underrated.
It's a good spell.
It is.
It is really, really, really good.
Yeah. I mean, the first 2 points now are the ones that are that much better. The third one is kind of back to what it was once. But, yeah.
This dance in the mid lane is so funny. Like, he's trying to set up Scatter Blast, and Armel's like running in circles, like, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
I've been mostly watching this mid match because they're both like trading really effectively. Armel! Oh!
He's playing with the refraction, alright, he's okay.
Yep, chilling. No fear whatsoever.
Has the bounty rune to fall back to you, so he'll refill his bottle there.
Yep. GPK a little bit ahead on denies right now.
All the lanes are doing pretty well. Nightfall's struggling a little bit on CS here in the bottom.
Yeah, he is.
I think partly just you're against the Darkseer and Enigma, right? Like, Zero can just deny with Eidolon so easily now at level 2.
Yeah, and Void overall laning versus Darkseer is not the best. Sure, you can use Time Watch to dodge some, but it's got such a long cooldown in between it also. You do take a bit of damage every time you go for CS.
I like the fact that you queued up the Midas. I think anytime you play against this Darkseer lane, if, like you said, you kind of struggle a little bit in the lane. And I feel like the Midas is a really good recovery tool for him.
Nice deny,
That was a sick deny.
Yeah.
I don't know how he got that one.
You know how? Universal.
True.
No, I mean,
he has 3 Iron Branches and a Wand, that's how.
That is the build now for all these Universals. Yeah, he's doing great down here, FPZ. On the other side, though, Christos, he is getting slowed down, which I didn't expect. Pure is actually doing excellent. 16-6 right now. He's actually slowing down the Razor and also getting his own farm kind of really nicely here. Ench can sometimes be that X factor here, but that's very impressive.
This lane has been in such a bad spot for Secret pretty much for the last, like, 2 minutes straight. Like, it has been sitting right at this tower.
Yeah, that top lane.
He has a huge wave pushing in, and Puppy does get the pull, but You got to be careful. Like, Ench is walking up at you. If she gets the enchant, like, with the Hellbear and you're out of position, like, she's just going to take so much damage.
Puppy's tried so much.
That link was completely wasted.
Yeah, Puppy's tried so much to reset the lane position. It's just, it's not happening. BB playing this super nice bottom. It's a similar thing, though. They're actually playing with the lane pushed in, but Nightfall is struggling under his tower to get these last hits. They're messing with him a lot. And we're seeing mid stabilize Armel. Now he's level 5, level 3 refraction.
Oh, Puppy. Gonna get the D-ward here, potentially. He really wants this sentry, but he's also trying really hard not to die. In comes Chrysalis, gets the static link. Puppy on the run, has one more blood grenade, might throw it, he does.
This is...
Puts himself down to no HP, but it does miss on Pure, and that would have potentially been the game changer there.
Whoop. Pure.
Puppy ends up getting what he wants and gets the D-ward, but this is such a costly trade. Like, you have no resources.
Everyone's sitting so low up here. I mean, Puppy and just like 3 auto attacks from dying. Same thing for Chrysalis. Scorched Earth is
tango up.
Scorched Earth is about to be back up.
If Puppy finds save here, he could find the solo kill potentially. Chrysalis,
he's found him.
He's got no mana, but yeah, he's finding it from top of him. He's just too fast. Windlace is enough, and we will finally see our first blood coming through. Goes the way of Puppy's clockwork. Beautifully done.
Nice play. Patience from Puppy, sitting in the tree line, just tangoing. Rotation from Tokyo, looking to still set up because Chrysalis is fairly low, but he's actually regened enough. Getting aggro into Pure.
Ooh, he sees Toronto Tokyo, is like, never mind.
Nice play.
Another rough static link, 10 damage, that's it.
At least he
doesn't get anything out of it.
At least he doesn't commit for it, though, because chance of him dying, so good on him to get that. And yeah, mid, Armel, it's like that even now. There's about 50 gold separating these two. Port down bottom, Nightfall. Time Walk is up. Puppy's here going to try to force it.
I mean, they've got a huge wave here. Full Eidolons plus the catapult.
6 on snap.
They will go ahead and... Oh, yeah, you're right. That's big. Mortimer Kisses gonna come through. Puppy trying to walk away. Yamich dodging out a little of the damage here. It actually might just turn around on the Toronto Tokyo. Nice Sister Gates, but gets canceled. And the Eidolon damage, is it enough?
He might go down. Oh!
He's one more flurry. He gets it. Oh my goodness.
Holy
and look
crap.
who they found. It's safe. He's looking for Yamich. He's just salving in the trees, toggled all his items in. He's going to walk back, say hello. FBZ should burn him down, no problem.
And that's a movement that doesn't hit. And Armel, it's a TA mid. He's like, all right, you move. I hit tower. Nice Secret again. The master class of the early game. First 7 minutes. On point. 2K lead.
Yeah. I guess you save your tower, right? Because that tier 1 probably would have died without the rotation, but I don't think it's going to take FBZ and Yamich too long to finish it off anyway.
Chrysalis?
He's got a full Eidolon wave.
Oh! Pure the stick!
Ooh!
He actually lives!
Oh my goodness.
That's sub 20 HP. The rocket? Not enough damage.
Oh! Yeah, it's not enough. It's close,
it hits,
dude.
though.
It's so close.
At least it hits.
Hit.
That was hype.
Yeah, Puppy's definitely an op main.
Yep. That's actually true. You know, he is a huge Counter-Strike player, so... Wow. I mean, enormous pressure that they've done. I'm really impressed with really the bottom lane. Wasn't expecting this Enigma to be able to do that much. Yes, the Dark's here versus the Void, but Yamich, he's done incredible stuff. He's 5 already.
They just literally haven't been able to do anything at all. Like, he is completely free farming on the Enigma now as well. He's got 3 points in the Demonic Conversion. Mana Boot's done. He's just gonna jungle.
He's gonna be a 4. Honestly, the way this is
exactly.
going.
We've seen a lot of 4 positions be able to do this recently, and oh, it's so scary.
Yeah, BB's greed.
They're still pretty far from the Midas as well on Nightfall.
Yeah, BB's greed is definitely, I mean, getting punished. A Doom Void lineup right now, they're gonna be getting abused. In Secret, they're definitely looking to punish that, especially once they start seeing these greedy items get queued up. I imagine as soon as they see like a second glove, I mean, Nightfall's got treads, but once they see the glove, I imagine they're gonna turn things up to 100. I think they're gonna be playing super fast this game anyway, though.
Yeah. We're going to see Armel queue up the Dragonlance, so more like a slightly early game build as opposed to, like the Deso Blink. How do you feel about GBK, like, avoiding the little Shredder? Like, we've seen it as, like, your way of blowing through Refraction, but he's just said, screw it, he wants to fight with the spells.
Black Hole! It's level 6 already.
Oh my goodness, he is level 6 on Yamich!
Tumblers in, gets the connection.
And mid lane... Oh no, yeah, Pure. Top lane just dies solo to Chrysalis. He even drops the Doom.
Secret. Exposing the weaknesses of BB at the moment.
Dude, they are crushing this early game. Again, dude, this has been every game for Secret. These first 10 minutes have been absolutely flawless. Save, trying to run away. He has a TP. Ends up going north here. Puppey could definitely cancel a TP if he goes for it, but they have to close the gap. And Chrysalis, that is not the mana drain there, or the Spirit Link. What is this thing called? Static Link. Thank you.
There you go. I was like, it's bringing up like 3 other different games right now, I think, when you're saying all these other ones. No, that's Lone Druid, right? I think Spirit Link. Whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, amazing pressure, and now a 4K lead just off a laning phase. Do they have some stacks? I think they had one on the Ancient stack that the TA was working on. Yeah, Armel, he'll be able to back up to that one. This is phenomenal stuff. Movement's coming. Looks like they want to try to slow down Chrysalis. He's half HP. GPK's got kisses. If they find him, definitely a kill.
Trying to look back. We had so much going on around the Wisdom runes. It did split 1-1, so nothing. No extra advantages there. I mean, Static Link, he gets vision of GPK. Mortimer kisses come out. Puppey's just walking at your Snapfire now. You're going to be able to cookie for the moment. But another Static Link plus the TA trap. The gap, it's being closed. If they finish off the Snapfire, it's going to be huge. And even Yamich, as well as Armel, finish off the Lich. A massive disaster once again from Bet Boom.
That one was just weird, too. Like, GPK just throws the kisses completely random. It's not even close. They're getting wrecked.
Lich is level 4.
They're level 4, and they're just getting ran out on all fronts. Secret, again, godly rotations. Even Armel turns up. 5K lead. Hey, BB.
5K lead 0-7, dude.
And the only one who can really make moves to fix things, at this point in the game, it's GPK. And both of his rotations have now kind of horrifically failed.
FBZ dropped the wall bottom, just getting a Faceless Void Illusion. I guess maybe trying to force some sort of reaction, but he's not really using this anytime soon. He's just full farm mode.
He's just pushing him off of the wave, though. It's very annoying for Nightfall. Like, Nightfall's like, oh, look at this illusion with Ion Shell coming toward me, and I'm just getting rocketed. I think that's the 5th rocket I've seen Puppey shoot down here, too.
Yeah, he's closing in on his Midas, I guess. He is still over 1,000 gold away. He has 3,400 net worth, almost the exact same as the 4-position Enigma. This gives me flashbacks to, like, Arteezy's Naga Siren the other day.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Against BB Team. Like, they did this to Shopify.
Top Chrysalis doesn't get quite in range. Tried to use the trap to be able to go for Pure, but it actually wasn't in range.
Is he just rushing Lincolns? What is he doing here?
I thought so, but I think it's just a casual cornucopia until later.
I guess that's not bad. Like, it's pretty good for the Razor, but you also wonder, like, could you just have gone Falcon Blade? I don't know.
I mean, it's like a mini Perseverance, old Perseverance, right? When Perseverance gave damage back in years and years ago.
Yeah. Dude, I remember Storm Spirit stacking like 3 Perseverance because it was just free 10 damage and tons of regen.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be cool. I mean, this is going to be BB. This could be a very similar thing as last game where BB's like struggling to find farm, split pushing, etc. and Secret just dominating the whole map. But this time, Secret, they actually have easier ways to take objectives, I'd say. With the TA Enigma, they can force Roshans and keep that stuff kind of snowballing.
How far are we from Adesso, by the way?
He went Dragonlance.
He's 1,600 gold.
Oh.
Did he somehow 1,600 gold? I mean, he's got the Blightstone. He's queued up a Blink, so maybe he goes to Blink first. Hookshot out from Puppies. He's found save. FBZ looking to get in here. Toronto Tokyo just takes a massive hit here from Templar Assassin. The mini slows. Is it going to be enough?
It is.
And it will be. Both supports dead. Secret now to collapse on the mid lane.
They're just everywhere. 9-0. Look at this. Nightfall shows for a second. FBZ's like, I'm going to be extremely annoying and follow you. Get
he walls him again?
Yep. Super obnoxious.
Oh my goodness.
And Armel's just taking mid tower.
Yeah. Why not?
Still level 5 on Toronto Tokyo. It's going to be 14 minutes or so, and he's still... I mean, I guess the Wisdom Rune will hit him, but... Jeez. This is a beatdown. And that's the double Midases, right? Pure, he's got his finished. Void getting closer and closer. You can imagine Secret clicks on that, and they're like, all right, well, let's just keep playing and doing whatever we want, because they're not going to be able to fight us with Midases. They have no damage.
It's a 15-minute Midas.
Yeah.
Enigma has Blink, by the way.
Wait, what?
He has Mana Boots Blink 14 minutes.
Alrighty. I mean,
so
Yamich. This man. He played so well last game on the bat. This Enigma, he's doing the same thing. So high level.
There's no way. There's no way they're going to know about this. Like, Chrysalis could easily just bait bottom, turn around with a black hole. The question is, Do they have the damage if they do this? Oh, Tokyo will grab it for the moment, and maybe this is what they want. Yamich looking for his opening. The Mortimerkins are there. There's the black hole. It doesn't actually catch GPK, and Chrysalis will die instead. So a pretty big blunder.
Whoops.
Puppy and Armel, though, I mean, he has a blink here on this TA. He wants to find his opening. A nice Atos into the cookie. He's still got the blink available, and there's a hook shot back from Puppy. No cookie available. The Doom will catch the Dark Seer, so at the end, Secret will still come out, finding some heroes. Dude, if that black hole clips GPK, completely different.
Yeah, I literally right on the edge of it there. A nice try there from Armel. Crystal's trying to get the bait. Pure, BB, they actually find something out of all this, but then, yeah, Doom now being used, it gets wasted, and Puppy and Armel still kind of lingering around here.
How do you feel about the blink first as opposed to the Deso this game? Like, just being able to play active?
I like it a lot.
Is that the idea?
I like it so much, honestly. Because also, I wouldn't even mind if he goes for the Shard if he wanted to, before the Deso. Depends on what call they want to make. If they want to do like a Rosh, or if they want to play active and just go for kills. Because I think with Shard, then he's got extra kill value onto this Void too.
They're looking top. Toronto Tokyo just getting ran down by Crystal's FBZ. He gets the time walk, but drops the wall once again. Vacuum back. Nightfall forced the chrono.
And he might not get away.
Jump forward from Yamich. He's going to go for the body blocks here. It looks like they will give it up. You know, bottom lane, or mid lane rather, saved. Does die to GPK in front, but they get the tier 1 top. And more of the map going their way.
And Nightfall has to use the chrono just to walk away. Almost gets caught at the end of it there. A Secret running away with this game still. And set up for Rosh. Let's see, IML. By the... He's just going to go the Deso, okay.
He's almost got the Deso,
okay.
Yeah.
Just for the Rosh.
Halfway there.
Makes sense, because then they can force the objective easier, and then perhaps just get a Tormentor and or buy the Shard after. And either way, they're still just running at them. They're still just looking for
Look at the
BB.
portal bot. Yeah. Yamich, no black hole. So gotta be a little bit careful. They could bait this. Instead, he finds GPK, and now Puppy on the front side finding the rest of BB team here. Sinister Gaze to buy him some space, but Crystal's trying to just chase down the Snapfire. And he should be able to do that with ease. Chain Frost actually stopping him for the moment, but he just gets the kill anyway. And Chrysalis will end up dying, but the chase, the damage, the DD here on the Templar Assassin just cleaning up big, and they're looking for Pure now. He gets the blink away. FBZ has the vacuum, won't follow. So it's something going the way of BB team, but it's still just an even trade at the end of the day. The 2 for 3.
Yep, I mean, Armel comes and gets that cleanup. And Crystallis actually barely dies. Save again. I mean, probably going to have the highest damage on his team. I think he did like 2k with Impetus there.
Looking good. Pure. Hanging FBZ bottom. He wants to go for like the Blink Doom play here.
Can't quite catch him.
But yeah,
no
way to do it alone.
FBZ is being super active.
They have numbers.
Now they might be able to catch him. Nope.
Number toy away. He'll be just fine. Reading this very well.
Yep, and playing super nice. Again, FBZ. I mean, this aura carrying Darkseer seems to be like one of his best heroes. 407. Nice itemization too. Just the Mac pipe. No funny business. Going into Greaves this game. Definitely seeing the limited damage on BB for a long time until they get items. And yeah, Deso, it is done. So Rosh, it's on the marm. It's on the market there for a Secret.
Okay, Nightfall. This is the kill. They've even got Yamich here with the black hole. He jumps in. He's going to drop it immediately. Even the hook shot to cancel. No Sinister Gaze coming through. They get 2, and Roshan now just on the table here as the Deso is coming out, like you said.
Oh, it didn't come out first, though. I was like, oh, did he just get
no
2 Deso
kills.
checks? Oh, but no. Either way, I mean, set up around Rush and instantly queues up Shard. Okay, cool. I was hoping he goes for Shard very early versus the Void this game. Even for Snap, you can just instant stop the kisses from distance, too. Yeah,
it was just a casual cornucopia into SNY, and then he will grab the Lincolns eventually. So
yeah. Armel tips Crystallis. Cool. He pulled the Rosh out of the pit for the double meld. He actually made a little mistake there, but whatever.
Yeah.
It's actually SNY. He's gonna disassemble. So yeah, Halberd man. Yeah. Okay. I like it. I like it this game. I mean, I was saying the SNY because of the Doom kind of thing anyway, but yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Bottom save.
Trying to just make some space on this Enchantress, but you're eventually going to burn down here. There's just too much magic damage. And it's a lot of... I will say a little bit of a slower Rosh than expected just because they only bring the 2 heroes for it, but because they only bring the 2 heroes, you get the free kill on Enchantress, you can start pushing out bottom again.
Yeah, I love that.
Nice.
I think that's actually super nice. multiple plays on the map. It's just you're applying so much pressure. I see Toronto Tokyo. He buys the gem. This is what I was talking about versus the Lycan, and this time it's versus the TA. Needs something to deal with these traps, but he's just dead.
Well, yeah, he just dies.
He doesn't have the gem on him though. Thank God for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, dude, is the gem on him? But no, okay, that would have been brutal.
There's no space for BB. I mean, they're trying to farm, but look at how the way Secret's playing actually on the map. They're all split up around each other, just hunting everybody. They know that BB's just playing to farm. GPK. Aggressive cookie.
He needs to be a little bit careful here. There's going to be the hook shot with FBZ here. They drop the wall. The Malefice as well, holding the Snapfire in place. They have the vacuum. Oh, we got doomed. So nicely done. All right, GPK.
The tornado!
Gets out. Beautiful Hurricane away. Sick play there from Pure. They get the clockwork thanks to saves Enchantress. Dude, he's doing all of the damage right now for BB.
Literally all of it. they barely get the snap out. He was dead if that Hurricane didn't come out. Nightfall's trying.
Chronosphere is available. Mortimer Kisses are up as well, but they're actually just afraid of the potential turnaround. The silence, Yamich goes in, doesn't have the black hole, but a right Midnight Pulse, and there it is. All right, Mortimer Kisses into the Chrono. You're losing your Enchantress here. As they just cut and run. Secret once again just showing how strong they are. The Pipe, the Guardian Greaves, both available.
I like how keen they are to just go back into the fight. They know that they've got this massive advantage, and they know that it's a Midas Void with no Maelstrom, no damage at all. Yeah, you've got Kisses, but that
instant rotation pop.
Isn't gonna do anything.
They found Pure.
Oh my god, so fast.
Instant rotation. Puppey goes through Chrysalis TPs.
Dude, Secret is looking.
They get tier 2 and the Doom, and I let the Wisdom Rune as well.
Secret is just looking terrifying.
What a disaster.
Like, this is insane. This is some of the best early game I've seen from, like, this is looking like gaming gladiators and stuff like that. The way they're just crippling. I mean, BB's draft is very greedy, but the way that they've punished it is phenomenal. And they're just continuing to apply pressure on everywhere. Look, like FBZ's farming bottom, playing around that side. Armel's now taking tier 2, 3 up top. There's no space for BB.
And anyone who comes up to this high ground here to try and, de-ward or ward anything, like Puppey and Yamich are already ready and waiting.
Yep.
Black Hole, available.
Yamich almost has Blink BKB. This is the 4 Enigma. Yes, there's a Chronosphere and a Doom to stop it, but he's got to be able to get these off.
Yeah. And there's the only real save, quote-unquote save you have on BB is, Frost Shield. That's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Armel's going to steal the Tormentor.
They would get both of them. Humongous.
Dude, they take Dude, that is like the most crippling thing ever. 21 minutes comes around, you take the enemy Tormentor and Wisdom Rune.
You take, what, all 3 tier 2s, both Tormentors, both Wisdom Runes? Like, I don't think there's a bigger hit that can happen at the 21-minute mark.
Dude, that gold... Dude, that's what, probably ends up being like 3k gold. Maybe more. Probably 4 or 5k gold.
Yeah, this is super good to see Secret being able to play like this. BB can't farm. They're trying to walk out, but look, they're like having to handhold each other. These Midases aren't doing what they wanted them to by any means.
Yeah, like we said, Pure going the Midas Octarine every single time on this hero.
Yep.
He has no defensive tool for himself outside of, maybe blinking or getting a Hurricane. Mid lane, they're just forcing them back into the base.
While they're also, like, FBZ's dealing with the bottom wave. He's just keeping it shoved all the way in.
Yeah. He almost has he's just going Hex. Not almost has a Hex, but he's going Hex next.
Sure. They extra form a catch for the Void, who's already super underfarmed. Manta and Halberd about to be finished for Chrysalis, too. I mean, yeah, Secret's got this timing here. A minute left on Aegis.
Yeah. Armel just going to start laying into the buildings here. It saves Enchantress once again as your high ground defense, it seems like.
They don't really have any other... They don't have the greatest D-push with their heroes. I mean, it's GPK and I guess a Lich Frost Shield. Just level 3, but... Hookshot.
Ooh, hookshot in from Puppey. He finds the Lich. Cookie interrupted. Nicely done. He's in a rough spot. Gonna go ahead and try and pop that jetpack and run, but a black hole catches brain. The black hole from Yaman. Good night, BB team. Just completely destroyed in this game.
They're all full health. Oh, Puppey's a little low because he dove under tier 4s, but these two are a lot of synergy. FBZ and Yamich.
Damn, dude, what a call. Puppey just hookshots in, forces the reaction from BB team, and then it just costs you everything. You can't afford to buy back on these heroes. You're going to lose a full lane of Barrack. You have no fortification left. Mid is exposed as well.
Hey, this TA has double the net worth of your carry now at this point. She's just going to continue going for this.
I mean, your only hope is like a 5-hero black hole with Mortimer Kisses, and that is with like assuming you don't get hook shotted, which he does. Finds them once again. The pullback, Faceless Void makes it out, but save will not, as the melee barracks is falling and fast. Armel keeping his attention on the objectives. Darkseer gets called from the crow, but a nice blink out from Armel. He dodges it. You might only lose the Darkseer, but he heals up. So much absorbed from these Guardian Greaves, and they're just going to turn around. It's going to be Save that finally finishes the job. But Toronto, Tokyo starting to fall into the damage. Chrysalis, is it just Save? He's doing all of the damage. Puppy trying to chase down Pure. He gets some. Chrysalis going to turn it around, gets a static link on top of GPK. The silence out from Armel as well. Snapfire falling low. He gets some though with the Scatter Blast. 3 Spears at Armel. It would be absolutely massive. He pops the Silver Edge. The dust is out. He's got Refraction. Blink up in 2. He should survive.
He gets out. They get what they came for. The racks. I save. He's trying his damnedest to carry the cookie.
Woo! Okay, he guesses right. Yamit on the high ground. The ward comes down. All right. 4 dead. A costly defense is it's almost 2 full lanes of barracks, 2 buybacks, but you make Secret bleed a little.
I mean, Save at least is enjoying himself on the side of BBT. I don't think the rest of them are by any means, but he did what, 4,000, 5,000 damage in the fight or something like that? It's expensive. 2 buyback, 2 right? Yeah, 2 buybacks.
Yes, yeah, 2 buybacks.
2 buybacks and they still lose like everything.
Save and Pure, I believe.
Yep. And still losing the racks. Jeez. Armel, that all, like, he ends up surviving literally because he gets the blink out of the chrono, right? I think if he gets caught in the chrono, maybe he ends up dying too.
Yeah. I mean, he just knew, right? That, like, they had to make this Hail Mary play. He was ready. It was so sick.
Yep. Now, chrono on cooldown, Kisses on cooldown, Secret, then just straight back to playing aggressive. They just have that top lane now to go through.
This Manta Halberd on Chrysalis, he's not easy to bring down. They're looking for the Faceless Void. They catch him on the first silence. He's forced to BKB.
He's still in trouble.
Hook shot from Puppy. Goodbye. The damage is just way too much from this TA. You said he is half his net worth. And no buyback. It's just 1 lane of barracks standing in front of Secret and a 2-0 over BB team.
The first BKB of the game, and he dies immediately afterwards because Puppy's just always in the right place at the right time.
Yep.
Final Siege.
Shield. Gonna slow it down a little, but Yamich is back. BKB Black Hole at the ready.
They see Save on the side. They have a trap right on top of him.
Yeah, Puppy's just gonna jump on in from the skies there. They pull him, and that is the big high ground defense. Mortimer Kiss is even coming out as well from DBK, trying to do something, but they feel so disconnected.
And now there's no kisses for even their chrono. Save dead for 60. It's the real carry. GPK, I mean, throwing some hot fives, probably knowing that
he knows.
This one's pretty impossible.
How long before Yamich hits this black hole, right? That's the question. Pure's gonna go, and he gets the Doom onto the Darkseer. He doesn't even have wall. I don't think he cares. There it is, baby. The black hole onto 4. Nightfall.
He walked into it. Oh, no.
He didn't chrono. It's gonna come late. It ends up costing you your Doom.
They
the
call
Chain
it.
Frost now. The GG comes out. Yeah, I think you're at a loss here on BB team. What a series from Secret. One of the best series we've seen from them all tournament.
What a beatdown, really. This game was nowhere even near being close. BB just, I mean, even first game, they did do some fun plays of like creep cutting and stuff like that, but they never really were taking any fights. Today was Secret all over the place. BB, this looked like a different team. Honestly, Secret made them look not like that tier 1 team that we've seen so many times, as BB's always been on the upward trajectory. Secret just crushed them.
Yeah, this was... The thing was, too, at the very end here, like, he dodges the original black hole. He time walks out, turns, goes for the, like, thinks about dropping the chrono, and then just walks back in. I mean,
they're lost anyway, right?
Yeah,
even if he lands
it doesn't
the chrono,
matter.
There's no damage. It just... That's like insult to injury. He's just like, wow, I even walked at the chrono. That's how bad we're playing today, right? But not saying that they play bad or anything. It's that Secret just, honestly, just crushed them. This was an absolute display of dominance. Their drafting was nice. They played really aggressive with the draft both games too. They understood how to play, and they punished any form of greed that BB tried to do. That was, honestly, super well played.
Secret in TI form, man. This is what it is, right? This is Secret when they are feeling in well. Armel with another nearly flawless game. Or this one was flawless, but 10-0 and 11 on his Templar Assassin.
Ooh.
It feels like really the whole team made some incredible plays, but I don't even know who you pick MVP this time. Like, I really don't.
I
Like Puppy's hook shots were incredible.
I honestly don't know. I mean, Armel was amazing in both games. Ends up like, I think beyond godlike, doesn't die the first game, doesn't die the second game. So an argument for it. But the support play, Yamich, like his movements in the early game on the Bat Rider was amazing. His Enigma, he ends up doing so much pressure plays. But FBZ also, he had these incredible games every single time. Like every time I've seen FBZ, I feel like now he's on his team. He's playing so well. So a treat to see. I'm very happy and very excited to see, the Chrysalis haters kind of get put down a little bit. Oh my god, nothing to say lives there.
Did you see that save the day?
That was sick. What a tombstone.
That one was pretty cool. The tombstone high ground blink out, that was sick. All right. I see you, PSG.LGD.
That was really cool. But yeah, I mean, BB, that's 2 devastating losses, really. Secret, they continue to show their dominance. We've seen them dominate every single time early game, and now we're seeing them consistently now, like, I'll say consistently in the last 3 games that I've seen, consistently play super well in early game with macro movement, so...
Wow. Here's our favorite play. This
was absurd.
Chrysalis Monkey King. Like, this was just... It didn't seem like this could have been possible, but somehow makes it work. I mean, again, it could have been GPK with a little bit of mistake there, not getting the toss here onto Chrysalis. You could just toss him right here, but held it for too long and
he held it for
runs out of mana.
Yeah, I mean, he just held it for so long. Honestly, he probably could have tossed up the save up there or something like that, and then
cancel the Wukong's
Yeah,
even.
I mean, there's. You can call it a mistake, but you know what, Dota, that's the beauty of it. There's mistakes, there's just outplays and stuff like that, and we can give that one. That's definitely credit for Chrysalis. That blew the game completely wide open. That was, a treat to see him play super aggressive, super confident today. Unfortunately, this game, he does end up dying 3 times. It's not a bad score, but does end up ruining his beautiful kill score that he had. He had a 36-1, I believe it was. Still pretty damn good, 45-4 or something across 4 games. Good stuff.
I think that's not a bad one. I don't think it's anything to be too ashamed of, for sure. Armel is definitely getting up there now, too, with his kill lines. Like, absolutely insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, people are wondering, if Secret was going to be able to hold their own against some of these top-tier teams, and they absolutely are. This is going to be a massive win for them in the group stage after a really rough start yesterday, where they went 0-4. So, phenomenal for them. 4-0 now. So, for the day. So, this puts them right back in the middle. Overall scoreline of 4-4, absolutely necessary for them. So we'll see how they do going forward, as it is going to bring the day to an end. Fogged, final thoughts just on what's been going on?
I like aggressive strats much more than I like seeing the greed kind of plays coming out here. I think that's always been the case for me, just seeing people play aggressive rather than going for like these Midas type of plays. And yeah, I really like when I see teams push the envelope of when they go for like these kind of tempo-ish kind of style drafts, and they just smash and they keep applying that pressure, where the other team just has kind of no hopes of comeback. So I love seeing that stuff, and I hate seeing Midas. So.
Yeah, it feels good seeing double Midas punished when you're already behind. So we'll see. An amazing day. It's been a lot of fun, but we've got more days ahead. Day 3 of the group stage will be coming back here tomorrow, same place, same time, everyone. So thank you so much for watching. As always, this has been the Riyadh Masters group stage day 2. My name is Cryptic, here with Fogged. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
So proud, just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight, I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.